clothes, everything I own out because I've got to pack my bag properly. And I'm looking at these young girls back there already snickering. This is what I've got to do. This is what I got to do.
Right. Compared to the nuclear bomb that could come from two proposals on the November ballot, combine the gross receipts tax repeal and the document tax transfer tax repeal would eviscerate $1 billion of revenue from the general fund with no replacement. If that happens, this conversation changes completely, and it would be an unmitigated disaster. So as we begin these hearings, we need to stay focused. We know where we're falling short. Residents are waiting too long for basic services. Streets are not being maintained at the level they should be. Systems are not working the way they should. We heard that clearly in public comment. Every dollar we allocate has to translate into services people can see. That's the standard. So my commitment as chair is straightforward. Let's do the work, go through this budget carefully, make direct questions and changes where they are needed, because balancing the budget is not the only goal here. Throughout this budget, we have to start delivering results people can see and feel. Thank you so much. I'd like to now turn it over to the Vice Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee for any comments, and then we'll go around the horseshoe. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Sure, thank you for that. And thank you to our chair, Katie Osofsky, for all your work to get us to this point as we launch into going through the proposed budget with a fine-tooth comb as we do every year. This may be a status quo budget in many respects, but it is not, as I think you alluded to, it is not a status quo year. While the budget's a living document, as we study our city's health, I'm as concerned as I've ever been, if not more so. I want to start with a note of caution. More so than in any other year, this city's financial future is not in the hands of us and elected officials in this committee. It is really in the hands of the voters. The street lighting assessment ballot is in the hands of property owners. In June, voters will decide whether to increase the transit occupancy tax. In November, voters will decide whether to increase sales tax to fund the fire department and emergency services, and then also whether to repeal the gross receipts tax, whether to enact a new Jarvis initiative that would just repeal the ULA. This is a potential swing of more than $1 billion that is on the ballot. More than $1 billion in our city's revenues. And that is going to have a huge impact on, regardless of what the decisions we make here, that $1 billion is going to have a bigger impact. So that uncertainty should give us caution. And through these hearings, I hope to focus on a handful of key themes. One, which is, making sure that we're complying with our financial policies. And I know that may sound academic, but it's much more. Because in addition to our regular borrowing for the Tran and other things, we're going to be going to the market for the convention center bonds. Whatever concerns we had before about whether to do that, it's real. We're going to the market. And even a tiny 0.25% of increase in the interest rate on those bonds could cost us millions every single year. So I'm worried about that. I intend to focus on our overall reserves and our borrowing policies. Again, not for some academic reason, but to make sure that we don't, accidentally cost us money that's going to be much more than whatever money we have to put in to make sure we meet those policies. Second, we face liability payments of more than $200 million per year, much of which is due to our crumbling infrastructure. When there are proposals for new spending, either in the proposed budget or proposals made by this committee, one lens I hope to use is whether this helps reduce the city's exposure to claims and lawsuits. I'm pleased to see items in the proposed budget that address this, including fully funding a citywide right-of-way assessment. I'm very grateful that the mayor put that in. That makes a lot of sense. It sets us on a path toward addressing the condition of our pedestrian infrastructure. And a true sidewalk maintenance program that focused on reducing trip and fall hazards without incurring the cost of the full-blown ADA remediation. Then the third theme is sort of, are we improving the way that we run our city? We often try to do too many things, and things that aren't a core function of the city are often in response to failures by the federal government, the state government, the county governments. We spread ourselves very thin, and we end up not doing a lot of things well. This budget is very good in a lot of ways, but it does send some mixed signals. we're both hitting the gas and we're slamming on the brakes at the same time, which, as you know, is not good for a car if you do that too often. The budget continues and expands funding for some programs that have been working, such as UMCR and Circle, but it makes puzzling cuts to other effective programs like safe parking. It adds much-needed positions in animal services, which is great on the gas, but at the same time it cuts funding for food and veterinary care and enrichment programs that are important for the animal's well-being. There's got to be a way to balance. I've mentioned the uncertainty of our revenues, and in these times there's a temptation to do a lot of policy work with revenue generation potential in the budget process. And as much as possible, I think we should try to resist that temptation and wait until we have the opportunity to have a full and robust discussion with departments, advocates, and the public when we're talking about major policy changes. There's a reason that we have these policy committees and that we try to vet things because there's always the law of unintended consequences, even under the best of circumstances. So with that and those sort of three basic lenses, I'm looking forward to going through this process and appreciate all the members of this committee and everybody who helps make this process happen. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair Blumenfield. I'm going to move now to Councilwoman Hernandez, if you'd like to make remarks. No pressure? I'm okay right now. All right. Councilmember McCosker?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for all your work last year and through this year and all of the work that you're going to be doing this year in this budget cycle. We are in a much better place, a much different place than we were last year. I just want to come back, especially through my lens of as also serving as the chair of personnel. I mean, we have to remember that this time last year, we were looking at a document that laid off 1,650 people who were in filled positions and also eliminated another 1,000 positions. And that was a choice for important reasons. We had a gigantic gap, but I just want to reflect on the work that we did here in this committee to restore so many of those positions, 1,000 of the filled positions, and we did eliminate vacant positions, which puts us on a much better structural path. And I think we need to continue to think about the structure of the city to make sure that we are manageable in the out years. But also the work during the course of the year. I mean, I want to thank the CAO and I want to thank Malika Billups, our personnel director, for putting us in a position with the transfer portal. I want to thank the CAO for putting us in a position where we got labor partners to sign deals over the course of the year that helped us avoid layoffs. We had the civilians put together a deal for their members, and we had the police officers put together a deal for civilians in their department, which was kind of a first for me in my experience doing this. And I think what is very important to remember is that when we are talking about sidewalks, streets, curbs, gutters, basic city services, there's a human being on the other side of every one of those. And you know, you don't fix a curb with money. You fix a curb with money and people. And that's what we have to reflect on as we move forward with this budget, which is a better document and does have a focus on the basic city infrastructure, just as each of you have said, and I concur with that. There are problems on the edges, and I think that we're going to have an opportunity to address, you know, what are our priorities. I also want to say that I've been, in past years, you know, decades ago, I've been in that front row listening to council members talk about the budget we just delivered. It's never perfect. And there are things that we can do to fix the document, and some of these have been described here, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to talk about our responses to homelessness, our responses to the animals, our basic balance of whether or not we have the right people in the right places to do the things that we are funding. I appreciate all of the efforts of the mayor's office in putting this document together. I appreciate all of the leaders of the various departments who will respond to our questions and put us in a position where we can present a document that can be adopted by this council and signed by the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Councilwoman Hutt will hold her remarks for now. I'd like to now invite the Office of the Mayor to the table to present their proposed budget. Colleagues, for each presentation or department, I'll try to keep questions moving, going around the horseshoe for each section. I'm going to keep the Blumenfield system for questions. If you have a new question, hold up one finger, your choice of finger, but, and if you have a follow-up, please hold up 2 fingers, all right? Welcome to the table. Okay. Welcome to the table. Please go ahead and give your presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. I'm Matt Hale, Deputy Mayor of Finance, Operations, and Innovation for Mayor Bass, and I'm joined by...
Good morning, members. My name is Elise Matson, Budget Director for the Mayor's Office.
So we're very pleased to present the Mayor's proposed budget for 26-27 to the committee this morning. As you've all kind of alluded to, we have a much healthier budget than we were able to present last year. We have a $14.85 billion budget before you with 8.4% cumulative reserves. 5.7 of that is in our base reserve fund, which is nearly $500 million. And the makeup of the $14.85 billion is 8.5% general fund and about 6.3 billion, sorry, 8.5 billion and 6.3 billion in special funds. And the 8.4% cumulative reserves includes our reserve fund, our budget stabilization fund, which we were able to restore some of the funding that was drawn from last year, and our UB reserve for mid-year adjustments. The CAO will get deeper into why we are able to present a $14.85 billion budget in terms of revenue growth this year, but I just wanted to put the facts on the table and let you know what it is that we're presenting today. Importantly, this budget does not include any furloughs, and we do not anticipate that this budget will result in any layoffs. When we get down to the civilians at the police department, which is the biggest number of people that we have currently sitting against substitute authorities, I'll get a little bit more into details about how we budgeted those. I wanted to focus on a couple efficiencies that are the result of work that we've done with the controller, with Controller Mejia. Typically, every year we do a tax revenue anticipation note. So this is a borrowing in excess of about $1 billion. A part of that is for cash flow. The other 2 chunks of it are to make a prepayment to our pension funds, LACERS and fire and police pensions. This year we've made a decision to borrow against ourselves, against cash accounts that are in the city treasury, which we anticipate will save about $7 million of the 11 that we had budgeted for interest payments. The remaining interest will be, which is currently in the UB, will be paid back to the fund that it originated from. So we'll be paying ourselves interest on that borrowing. So we think that that's a prudent financial decision for the city and hopefully starts a new pattern that we can follow. And I also wanted to point to about $2.2 million in savings from consolidating aging, EWDD, CIFD, and YDD into one department. When you combine all of the overhead and administrative functions of those 4 combined departments, you could actually pull it out and they're able to do more with the combined overhead. So we were able to find some savings and then move that to other areas of the budget. Turning over to some of our investments in this budget, and as we get into these different sections of the budget, I want to invite all of you to ask any questions as we do the presentation. We're going to pivot from infrastructure into public safety, into homelessness, and some of the other features of this budget. So at that, I will turn it over to Elise to present on some of our infrastructure investments.
Thanks, Matt. Our proposed budget includes increases in funding and staffing levels for street and sidewalk repair, including curb ramps. This represents a 45% increase in funding for pavement preservation programs specific to access ramps, and a 15% increase in funding for the pavement preservation program, which will fund over 700 miles of street repairs citywide. For the sidewalk repair program, we're adding over 40 positions for concrete crews and engineering-related work. We've programmed $36.3 million for the sidewalk repair program, as well as set aside funds for sidewalk maintenance around Olympic venue approaches. And as Mr. Blumenfield just mentioned, we're proposing $10 million for a city public right-of-way assessment. And for all of these programs, we worked with the CAO to examine previously budgeted expense funding and staffing levels to make sure that there was an appropriate mix of staffing to funding for construction, as Mr. McCosker was just speaking about. As a result, a portion of the staffing additions that I just mentioned for these programs are partially offset by this right sizing so that the city can support the proposed volume of work related to these programs. I'll pass it back to Matt to talk a little bit more about infrastructure.
So on street lighting and our urban forestry program, as many of you are, I'm sure, aware, we have an investment from DWP that will allow us to convert 60,000 of our streetlights to solar lights, which will reduce the impact of copper wire theft because those are much less vulnerable to going offline because of wire theft. We are anticipating the passage of the street lighting assessment with a schedule of positions to be added once it passes, with a goal of supporting the entire 220,000 street light network of lights in the coming fiscal year. We're also able to add 10 positions to urban forestry division to support the new curb and sidewalk work that's going to be funded in this budget. As many of you are aware, many of the sidewalks that are uplifted as a result of trees, and so the tree work has to follow along with the sidewalk work.
We're also proposing infrastructure funding to complete projects in the public right-of-way around Olympic venues and venue approaches. Projects that are necessary, regardless of whether or not the Olympics are happening, but would best be completed in time for the games. So the $23 million that you see there on this slide includes first and last mile projects and venue approach improvements, but also includes improvements to our ATSAC system for enhanced traffic and route management, sidewalk repairs and maintenance, and the staffing to deliver those projects. We're also not only proposing investments in infrastructure, but also investing in our local economy. The proposed budget includes funding for business outreach and certification so that small and local businesses are registered and ready for the surge of business that the games will bring. Pass it back to Matt to talk about public safety unless there's any questions on the infrastructure.
I think we're going to ask you to do the full presentation, then we'll hold our questions for the end.
That'll work too.
And I think we're going to try and do that for all of the departments. We'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Got it. As it relates to public and community safety, we've made a number of key and important investments, starting with our community-led crisis response. So the city made a decision, especially in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, to begin building a sort of third branch of 911 response. So typically when, before our civilian crisis response existed, you would call and you would either get a police officer or a fire ambulance or a fire truck. And that was the kind of conventional public safety response. Ever since we built up our two programs, Circle and UMCR, we have been able to have a third branch of 911 response that was an unarmed response to deal with people in some state of mental health crisis or health emergency that did not merit an ambulance call. With this budget, we will have citywide coverage with UMCR, and we will have coverage over about 2/3 of the city with Circle. So this cements the expansions that happened over the course of this current fiscal year and continues them into the following year. So the Circle budget jumps from about $7.2 million to about $10 million. UMCR goes from about $14 million to about $18 million. This budget also continues our support for the GRID program, which is a rapid response when a community that is at risk of spiraling into violence. And we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And as sort of proof of the concept of GRID, there's been a 27% drop in homicides in GRID zones, areas which are historically impacted by a lot of violence, compared to a 19% drop citywide. Additionally, we continue to fund 500 crossing guards at DOT to help youth get to school safely. And we're going to be supporting 42 sites. 39 of those are city park sites and another 3 at HACLA sites with our Summer Night Lights program. Over the course of the summer, the programs will serve about 250,000 community members over the 5-week period in the summertime. On the public safety side, we are maintaining a force that we anticipate being at 8,555 officers to start the fiscal year. We know that crime is down. We know that homicides are down to 60-year lows, but we know that there are a string of burglaries happening in the San Fernando Valley. And so we've made a decision here to hire up to attrition. So we anticipate that the police department will start the year with 55 officers, lose 510, and this budget funds classes of up to 510 officers to come on board to replace those that we are going to lose to attrition. This investment also includes support for the LAPD's civilian hiring plan. And in working with the department over the course of putting this budget together, we anticipated that we would need to retain all of the people that are currently sitting against substitute authorities that are civilians in the police department. So we added funding to the hiring plan, worked with the department to make sure that they understood that they would need to adjust additional hiring to make sure that they could retain all of those positions. And even as late as last week, we understood that they had a solution in place for all of the civilians sitting against subs, and they would be sitting against actual vacancies within the department. So we expect that the budget as proposed will not result in any layoff of any civilian at the police department. And we further expect that they have enough money in their civilian hiring plan to do critical hiring of things like PSRs and the 911 call takers. Though they may need to slow on some less critical positions in their civilian hiring plan just to make sure that they have enough money in their budget. So this is a little bit of a fluid and dynamic situation at police department. We know that they're probably going to have some vacancies that they would like to hire that they may not have the money to do that. But that's typically how the police department civilian budget works in addition to their sworn budget. Moving on to public safety technology, I'll turn it back to Elise to talk about some of our investments there.
Thank you. Yes, we're also proposing funding in various special funds and MICLA for vehicles and equipment. We work with the CAO to maximize the use of special funds to fund critical equipment and contracts to minimize the impact to the general fund in this area. Some critical items that we're proposing for funding include the replacement of nearly 25-year-old 911 dispatch consoles, use of force and de-escalation training, funding to continue body-worn and in-car video systems, and other necessary end-of-life technology replacements. To prepare for Olympics deployment, we've proposed to purchase just over 400 vehicles, including 300 black and whites, ahead of the Games. This aligns with LAPD's planned deployment schedule of officers to the Games. If we do that, it would be necessary to order the vehicles now, given the ordering timeline and delivery of 18 to 20 months. Given general fund constraints, we're proposing MICLA for this purchase and a one-time exception to allow them to be financed. In addition to the one-time need, vehicles purchased for the Olympics would be absorbed into the department's existing fleet for regular deployment after the Games. About half of the department's fleet is beyond its replacement criteria of either 10 years or 100,000 miles. Modernizing the fleet would create a fleet of more vehicles that contribute to our efforts to be environmentally efficient and offer the dual purpose of also helping us get through deployment of the Olympics. Next up, I'm going to talk a bit about the fire department. We're proposing to maintain a generally steady state budget for the fire department with a 5% increase that is primarily related to obligatory cost increases and hiring 120 recruits. With that, we are also proposing to invest $42 million in departmental fleet replacements to maintain our inventory in advance of the voters' consideration of the Los Angeles Fire and Emergency Preparedness and Response Ordinance that will be on the ballot in November of this year. And on that note, Exhibit H proposes that the department report back with the CAO to the mayor and city council, should the measure pass, with an expenditure plan. The expenditure plan presented in Exhibit H totals approximately $42 million. I'll pass it back to Matt to talk about homelessness.
So moving into our sustained efforts to bring Angelenos inside, the budget locks in some of the gains that we've seen with homelessness reduced by 18% over the past couple of years. The budget reflects a total schedule of $788 million for 26-27, which is down slightly. And what we're trying to accomplish with the homeless schedule this year is be a lot closer to our actual spend rate rather than the total amount of funding that is kind of in the pipeline for potentially homeless spending. We have a budget in place to stabilize LAHSA. We continue our support for the 7,823 shelter beds that the current inventory has in place. And then this budget relies significantly on the city getting ahead of the reimbursement process, working with our city departments, working with LAHSA, and relying on the 24-25, 25-26, and 26-27 reimbursements that we are owed from Alliance compliance settlement. And so what you will see reflected in the way that the budget is laid out is that those reimbursements are backing general fund, which is the cash flow that we're using for homeless spending. Once we reconcile the current year spend for homelessness, which will happen sometime in the first half of the next fiscal year, the cash flow will be primarily based on the reimbursements coming in from LAHSA under the settlement agreement. And we're also making an investment in Housing Department on a new transfer positions within the Homeless Bureau to perform better oversight and help us get ahead of all of the reconciliation activities that are so painfully slow right now. And then lastly, I wanted to focus on a couple new elements of the budget, namely the climate schedule. So for the first time, we are including an index of all of the spending that the city does on climate spending. That includes both mitigation activities like decarbonization, electrification, and urban greening, as well as climate adaptation like cooling centers and helping Angelenos deal with extreme heat and wildfire resilience. And then we're also including several projects that are critical for the Palisades recovery, like the Porto Marina bulkhead, which is a several $million project, and the Tremonto Drive bulkhead, which is about $770,000. And we are budgeting for the fee waivers, which have been processed during this fiscal year for homeowners who are rebuilding their properties in the Palisades. What we've set aside for fee waivers is $20 million, which will cover what we anticipate being the actual fees waived to date. So rather than set aside $30 million as previous CAO reports have recommended, we are budgeting to the actual. This is typical for how we fund a number of things in the budget, where we anticipate that the cost is going to be X. That cost ends up being X minus 10. So we are budgeting X minus 10, not the full X amount that we anticipated when we were contemplating a funding stream. So what we're anticipating for future years is that we will pay go. So if the fee waivers end up being $40 million next year, we'll budget the full $40 million in order to cover those fee waivers for the following year. Similarly, if they're smaller, we would budget that number. And I think that actually concludes the presentation that we have. I just want to acknowledge the work of a lot of people in this building on the mayor's budget team, as well as the CAO's office, who were integral partners with us in putting this plan together. So I am deeply appreciative of all of their work, as well as Elise, who served as our budget director this year.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate all the work you and your teams have done to make this happen. I have a few questions, and I'm going to turn it over to colleagues. Reminder, colleagues, if you have a question, a new question, one finger. If you have a follow-up, two. So this budget proposes an ambitious goal of hiring to attrition for LAPD, which is 510 officers in 1 year. we're told. The last time we hired over 500 officers was FY 21-22, when LAPD classes were held and consolidated due to a pause in hiring from the previous year because of COVID. Are you confident we have the resources in recruiting and in the personnel department to achieve this goal without adding additional positions to facilitate that hiring?
With the proposal that we've made as it relates to the personnel department and the refinements that we're making to the hiring processes there, yes, we think we will be able to hit that goal.
So with what's already in the proposed budget? you
No
think it
additional
covers it?
resources we don't think are going to be
Okay, colleagues, any follow-ups on that? Mr. McCosker?
So I think we'll have more discussion on that issue, because it's not only do we have a slate of folks who have signed up and want to get through the process, but it's also whether we can move people through the process in 6 months' time, which is something that we've worked on in Personnel Committee and in Budget and Finance and in Public Safety. And I'm going to call into question whether or not that's true. I am concerned about our ability to get through all of the backgrounds, get through the poly, get through the medical, and queue up 510 people in time for this budget, knowing that we have to do it. We have to do each one of those within 6 months in order to get people in classes by the end of the year at the number 510. So I think it's really going to be a question for personnel as to whether or not they can achieve that, and whether there are maybe other strategies that they have to move the process along quickly.
I agree with you, and I'm not trying to say that this is going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm not even saying that we will hit the 6-month marker in this fiscal year, because we have to hire up at personnel in order to get those folks on board. I think 510 is achievable. We hit 54 in a class in December. So even with the current resources, before bringing on any additional resources, we don't think that we would need to bring on more than 50 in a class towards the end of the year in order to get to the 510. So this is, in my view, an achievable number. It's not going to be easy, but it is an achievable number.
And I guess just a follow-up question or comment is that, do we really think 500, we're going to lose 510? And I've heard that it might be less, and so that can be a question, I think, for the chief. Follow-ups to this. Okay, I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to go around. For him? For Matt? Yes, go ahead.
I want to come back to the civilians, just to be clear. And I appreciate the sentiment of a no layoff budget, but we're tracking this, every other week in personnel. And while we've gotten that number of 500 civilians to be laid off down to maybe as few as 50 with a couple of solutions that are happening right now. I mean, my optimistic number this month or this day is there are about 50 folks sitting in sub-authorities, and those sub-authorities we know go away with this budget. And I don't see the same solutions that you might be seeing. I also see that in the new year, with the new budget, we likely have the ability to move folks around in lieu, substitute authorities, not lose any civilians. But I don't see a solution in this document for today's challenge that about 50 folks that are civilians in the police department are sitting on sub-authorities that go away, that don't exist on July 1, and I don't see the funding in the document unless it's squirreled away somewhere else. And also, I want to point out that these are folks that are in common classifications. And so there are opportunities to create solutions, but just tell me how you got to your optimism that we're not going to be laying off 50 people approximately in the police department.
We worked very closely with the police department over the course of putting the budget together, particularly on their civilian hiring plan, and added funding to the civilian hiring plan, accounting for their attrition, accounting for how many positions we thought would be currently substitute authorities on their budget. And we think, working with their staff, that we arrived at a solution where they would not need to let anyone go on July 1st. And that they would actually be able to retain them over the course of the year, either through natural attrition and other those common classifications that you mentioned, or that they would otherwise adjust their hiring plan and the civilian onboarding that they were going to do in other classifications that were not sub-authorities, so that they could retain all of their staff by the end of the fiscal year. by the end of 26-27.
Madam Chair, I promise this not to be a pattern, but can I do budget memo number 1?
You may.
Because I've asked this question in personnel, and we're waiting for a response, and so the good news is someone's already working on it. But that information is different from the information we got a week ago. And I just want a budget memo on the number of folks in substitute authorities in this budget that are not continued into the next budget, and what is the funding source, and basically what is the solution, because one solution is to start the layoff process, which will conclude sometime in 3 years. But the other solution is, do we use the note in H to keep people on sub-authorities, and where is the money for that?
And the money for that, we added to the civilian.
I wanna see it.
The civilian account. And happy to provide additional documentation on that.
yeah,
But
It doesn't, it's not obvious to me in reviewing the document, so that's why I'm asking for a budget memo.
no, I totally understood, and I understand why it's not obvious either, because we just simply padded the account with more funding than was originally proposed.
Don't use the word
So,
padded.
we added funding to the account than what was originally proposed.
Thank
And so our position is that we worked closely with the department. We were confident we had a solution in place by the time we proposed this budget that covered those positions.
Thank you. All right, I have a question, a second question, new topic. As you reviewed in your presentation, this budget enables citywide coverage of either the Circle or UMCR program. These programs both depend on centralized dispatch from our 911 operators. I understand there's a 50% vacancy rate within our 911 operators. Are there sufficient funds in this budget to bring down this vacancy rate?
Yes, all of the civilian hires at police department for their critical positions like the PSRs have been fully funded from the get-go from our
Okay.
process.
Any follow-ups on that, colleagues? Otherwise, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. It's not on the PSRs, but it's on the Circle and UMCR.
Great, go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you. And I do want us to be very clear with our language that we do have two programs. We have the Circle program and we have UMCR, and they exist in different jurisdictions, and there is some overlap, but we don't have citywide coverage of a full unarmed crisis response system. And I want us to be very clear about that, because that is the goal, right? The goal is to have UMCR cover full coverage, Circle full coverage. You have Denver and other cities who have multiple layers of teams, and so the goal is still full wide citywide coverage, and to mean that all the way. So I think that's important as we talk about, going through the budget, what gets expanded, what doesn't, because that is the ultimate goal, a full program. So I'm excited to see Circle expansion happening, because again, it builds towards a whole system in the city. But could you tell me a little bit more about where that expansion is going to happen, what that looks like?
The expansion has actually already occurred. So what this budget funds are the Circle expansions that occurred in the 25-26 fiscal year, and the UMCR expansion that occurred in the 25-26 fiscal year. So those programs are now essentially budgeted for the full deployment that they currently have. Last year, I think there were some philanthropic dollars coming into Circle, and discretionary funds were used to bolster some of those programs. So I think what we're doing is just funding them in the base budget.
Understood.
As part of that, yeah.
Thank you. So we're baseline then.
That is where we're at right now, yes.
Understood. Great. So there's room for expansion. That's very exciting to hear. And then a question about the homelessness money, where it says on your slide around loss of stability, it says safe parking ramp down adds data team. Is that a replacement?
Sorry, let me go to the slide.
No, you're good. Is that like we're replacing the parking with the data team? Is that what that means?
No, those are two separate things. So we're ramping down safe parking, but one of the costs of running LASA is you have to reduce some of those services in order to stabilize and keep the people in place. So we're fully funding the LASA data team, which also helps us with our alliance compliance. We need that data in order to demonstrate to the court that we're making the progress on homelessness.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. Passing it back to Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Blumenfield, you want to ask the next question, then we'll go to Councilwoman Hutt.
Sure.
It's all good.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. It's always good to see you on the other side of the desk, so to speak, and because you've been on the council side for a long time. And given that history and the uncertainties of the world right now financially with some of the stuff I talked about at the beginning, but how did this year's reserve mid-year adjustments in the UB compare to prior budgets? And, you know, does that smaller amount, does that give you concern, or is that something we should be worried about?
We've certainly had higher, and we've also had lower, I think, as we started a fiscal year. What we attempted to do with the budget this year was fully fund all the things in departments that need to be fully funded, as opposed to kind of living on a prayer and you know, moving money around. I think, you know, it's always more comfortable when we have more in that mid-year reserve amount, but the amount that we have is healthy, and if we keep to our spending plan, we don't anticipate that we will, you know, need a lot more in that account.
I hope you're right. I may be a little more not as optimistic about that. I'm concerned about that number for what it's worth, but I appreciate that. And then I wanted to drill down a little bit on the MICLA stuff that you had mentioned, that you both mentioned about the talking about trying to shift money to special funds, which I am totally on board with, but I am concerned about using MICLA for things that are ongoing costs, like the police cars. And because isn't it true that if we do it out of MICLA, we're going to spend money on the general fund for all that interest? Whereas if we funded things that are less than 6 years in terms of their need to be replaced, you know, there's logic to that. But when we start using MICLA for short-term things like that, we end up spending a lot more in interest. And end up with less product and less services over the long haul. So why the exception now for these vehicles?
Well, the exception now, and I want to acknowledge, this is a judgment call. This is something that we looked at the condition of PD's fleet, with about 32% of their black and whites are over 10 years old. So we already use these assets for longer than the kind of shelf life that is stated on the manufacturer's, you know, labeling for these, and longer than our debt policies typically allow us to use them. And so we made a judgment that in light of the fact that they're going to have a very significant deployment for the games in 28, very significant need to be all over the city, we thought it was important, given the lead time in purchasing those, the 18 to 20 months that it takes to get a black and white off the factory line. We needed to act now, and we needed to act beyond what we thought we could sustain with the general fund in purchasing those cars. It's really a focus on maintaining services in other areas of the budget. You know, we're doing more on resurfacing, we're doing more on curb ramps, we're doing more in a UMCR and Circle. And that was a judgment that we made that we would, you know, in this one circumstance, decide to use the debt program in order to finance those vehicle purchases. I'm not advocating that, you know, it's something that we should start getting in the practice of every year, but given this particular moment and this particular need, that was a judgment that we made for putting this budget together.
Okay.
Okay, a follow-up? Councilwoman Hernandez, and then I'm going to move to Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. And please forgive me if I'm not understanding this. When we talk about purchasing these vehicles with the MICLA, in your presentation, you all, and even right now, you're talking about the general fund. So you all have said this will lessen the impact on the general fund. This will not create general fund constraints. But where does the money come from that pays for the MICLA?
Well, it won't create general fund constraints in the 26-27 fiscal year. The MICLA will be generally funded, and the you know, interest that we will pay will come from the general fund. I'm not.
So it comes from the general fund?
Eventually, yes.
And this is like our city credit card, correct?
I don't know that I would put it quite like that.
Okay, well, it's, you know.
I understand what you mean.
Just in the most basic of terms for people. And does that mean that we pay interest on this?
There will be interest. I could not tell you what the interest rate would be or how much interest we would pay. And the CAO would be better suited to answer that question.
Understood. And so we would pay, and this will be the last one, we would pay the cost of the vehicle plus the interest in the end with our general fund.
Yes, I think that's
Okay,
accurate.
thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. And I have one follow-up on this. So I have real concerns about using money we'll be paying back for many years. And I want to make sure we've exhausted other options for this, including borrowing additional vehicles for the games, like we're borrowing buses at Metro, or securing federal resources to reimburse us for these costs. To that end, I'd like a memo on how the difference in cost between purchasing versus financing this procurement via MICLA. So what would be the difference if we found another way to do this? Okay, Councilwoman Hutt, new question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is definitely a lighter budget season. It feels better and feels like we did a successful job last year, so I'm happy to be here again this year. My question, hi Matt, is how does the mayor's office view the short term and the long term with respect to the governance strategy for funding our homeless services?
Thank you, Councilmember. So in the short run, this budget stabilizes LASA. They anticipate that they'll need about 395 people to service the city's contracts and services and keep running. LASA,
Can you say that number again? I'm sorry.
about 395 full-time positions at LASA in order to keep the city's pipeline running. So this budget funds that operation to continue to sustain the city's services. Longer term, in the current fiscal year, we've funded a consultant study to examine our governance structure on homeless services, and we're awaiting the result of that consultant review so that we can make some longer-term decisions in light of the changes that the county's made, in light of the changes in federal programs, and in light of the overall change in state funding that we're still sort of seeing play out in the legislature right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Murkowski, you have a new question?
Well, I might wait for LASA, but on your comment that this stabilizes LASA, we will be looking at their letter that tells us they asked for X and they got Y, and they indicate that the implication is that it does not stabilize them, not on the point-in-time count and not on the COC costs, and on the flow-through of money to our contractors. I think that with the county pulling their money and going, I think that the administrative costs become higher, and I think LASA's position is going to be that our administrative costs didn't cover the administration in the first place. How do you respond to those?
LASA is another agency that we worked very closely with and did the very best that we could to interpret their data and produce a budget that funded the positions that we thought were the most crucial and the services that we thought we would be relying on for the fiscal year to continue running all of our homeless programs, including our street level services. They're not like a city department in that we don't have that direct control over hiring and firing and position authorities and things like that. We think that we arrived at a conclusion on LASA's budget that does provide enough resources for them to continue supporting the city's programs. But we are also in that affirmatively saying we're not continuing to support, joint city-county spending that LASA may have been doing before. They will undergo a significant transformation. We are trying to be as solid a partner with them, knowing that they're doing critical work for us. Even within our service budgets for different programs that we run, there's overhead budgeted as well for some things.
Right, okay. I mean, I want to be clear. I'm not suggesting that the layoffs at LASA have anything to do with the city of LA. That I want to be really clear to anyone out there listening. This is the few $100 million the county pulls out is the direct cause of so many people getting laid off at LASA. But now when LASA goes to essentially a one-client entity, we need to make sure that we understand what services we are paying for and what services we're getting. And I think the core services of the point-in-time count and COC are very important. Even if the COC doesn't work for us, There's another different solution for that. But I think we're going to need to dig in and make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a worse position by underfunding the services that we need statutorily. And then there'll be other discussions about the services that are pass-throughs and whether we continue to pass through and whether they get passed through effectively, and whose fault is it if they don't get passed through effectively. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have another question. Some of the resources throughout this budget provide for work associated with the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Do you anticipate producing an official strategy or standalone plan to detail our preparations as a city for the 2028 Games?
So I think that we will, in the end, have kind of a plan document, but what we really are working on are several different planning work streams. So one on cultural, one on infrastructure, one on just service readiness. And so I think the compilation of those will amount to kind of a total strategy. But I think, I will rely, I would refer to the Office of Major Events to, talk about kind of those different work streams and how they're going to come together in kind of one coherent strategy. A lot of this also depends on LA 28 and what they're committing to or not committing to in terms of delivering for the city and the funding support that they're going to provide.
Okay. It feels a little bit opaque in terms of what that's eventually going to look like and how the funding proposed in this budget feeds into that larger vision, which is why I asked the question. I have one more question and then turn it over to everyone else. This past year, we've had departments raise concerns on the ability to respond to state active transportation program grants. Does this budget include investments in departments responsible for delivering these grants?
So I think all of the investments that we're making in street services, DOT, and Bureau of Engineering will help support the ATP grant application process and some of the grants that we've already been awarded. On a separate track, and particularly for those grants that are kind of in limbo right now, we're pursuing extensions with the state. And then there will also be off-budget positions created for the bureaus in order to deliver on those grant projects. Which will be grant funded, but we're working with the CAO's office to come up with cash flow in order to bring those positions on board in a timely way so that we can get ready for the grants.
Okay. Colleagues, additional questions for the mayor's team? Okay. Wonderful. Seeing none, let's thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to move on now to the overview of the proposed budget by the CAO. In this presentation, we're also going to review revenues, general city purpose reserve fund, the unappropriated balance, MICLA, CTIP, TRAN, Exhibit H, and the CAO's office budget. If we can take 30 seconds for a bathroom break, and then we'll go ahead and get started with Matt and his team. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for indulging us. Matt, I'm going to ask that you give your broad overview, and then I have some process questions. Then I'm going to ask you to present on revenue, and then we'll ask our questions. Then we'll switch to GCP, and then the committee will ask questions on GCP. So colleagues, we're going to sort of go through each of these large pieces of the budget in turn, so that we can try and stay a little bit organized. Okay, please go ahead. Welcome, Matt.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Matt Zabo, City Administrative Officer, here with Ben Seha, Executive Officer and Assistant CAO. So for this first part of the presentation, our budget overview, we'll provide the overview. We'll touch on revenues, then we'll talk about reserve fund, our reserve fund status, our four-year outlook, our financial policy compliance, and then areas of concern that we've identified with the proposed budget. So starting with the overview, as the mayor's office indicated, the proposal in front of you is an $8.590 billion general fund budget, $14.8 billion overall. That represents a 5% increase on the general fund side, and the overall budget an increase of 5.3%. This is driven in large part by, number one, a $120 million projected surplus in our revised current year revenues. That is, current year revenues coming in $120 million above the adopted budget plan. And at this point, we feel confident that that will be the case. And also increases in departmental receipts, significantly $129 million in assumed county reimbursements for homelessness, and full funding of the solid waste program, which will yield $95 million in related costs back to the general fund. Again, I do want to stress that the proposed budget is fueled in large part by our current year's overperformance. So if you're looking at the increase in the proposed budget's revenue versus the revised revenues, it's really a 3.5% increase. And again, that net surplus of $120 million is in large part to better performances on business tax, utility taxes, and sales tax. Business tax in our current year will realize $64 million, $65 million above plan. Business tax is performing better than the adopted estimates, in part because of $30 million from increased tax discovery efforts from the Office of Finance. Utility tax we project that will come in $43.5 million above plan. That is driven by a 10% surge in electricity users' tax receipts due to electrification and peak weather demands. Sales tax, 23.2%, $23.2 million increased over the adopted budget that was outperforming initial projections. And then parking fines coming in at $17.2 million above projections. And while the standard citation revenue has declined, it was offset by $22 million from the automated bus lane enforcement receipts. And we're projecting the same $22 million in receipts for fiscal '27. As it relates to staffing, the budget, although we've had 3 years of reduced staffing levels, this budget proposes an increase of 610 net new positions. That's regular authorities and resolution authorities. On the regular authority side, the budget proposes 33,710 authorized positions. That's up from 33,286 in the current year. Now, I do need to say that while there is certainly a case to be made from a services perspective, the proposed addition of these new positions without ongoing revenue increases or spending reductions does contribute to widening structural imbalance that should be addressed, and we will discuss that momentarily. So a little bit more on our revenues for the current for the proposed year for 26-27. Again, in large part, the $412 million increase in the proposed revenues over the adopted budget is in large part to hefty increases in business tax, sales tax, utility taxes, and departmental receipts. $71 million increase in business tax from the adopted budget, $34 million increase in sales tax from the adopted budget, and $67 million in utility taxes over the adopted budget. And then, as I had mentioned earlier, a very large increase in departmental receipts. That's $211 million over the current year's adopted budget, and that is due to full cost recovery on our solid waste program and $129 million in homelessness reimbursement assumptions. Moving to our economy-sensitive revenues. And this is an important measure because it tells us how we're doing generally. Property tax, business tax, sales tax, utility taxes, hotel taxes, documentary transfer tax, and parking occupancy tax. The growth for economically sensitive revenues, general fund taxes, is 3.3%, only 3.3% if you compare it to our revised current year estimates. So that is below our average of 3.8% versus the revised. Versus the adopted budget, it's a 5.2% increase. And as we'll see in a moment, that level of growth does trigger a required contribution to our budget stabilization fund. So again, on our revenues, the proposed budget assumes $412 million in increased revenues. And while this budget is certainly stronger than last year's proposal, or more stable than last year's proposal, that stability is derived from an assumed $412 million in revenue increases. But despite the revenue growth, the proposal, as we'll discuss in a moment, does fall short on many measures of fiscal sustainability, and it does not allow for significant service restoration. And the reason for that is that the proposed budget is required to appropriate $363 million of the $412 million in revenue increases to obligatory employee-related cost increases, and that includes salaries, pension costs, and benefit cost increases. You will hear from general managers through the course of these proceedings who will make compelling pleas for more resources, and they will be right that they need more resources. Some departments have been diminished over the past several years to a level where it's difficult to carry out some of the basic services that they're charged with carrying out. But we are not in a position to restore those positions, restore those resources this year. And again, it is critical that we do hold the line. We will be making recommendations to move us closer in compliance to our financial policies, not further away. And we will need to be in this position as long as we have these employee-related cost increases year over year that we are obligated to pay. As it relates to the reserve fund, our reserve fund policy requires a minimum balance of 5% of general fund revenues. The proposed budget achieves this goal with a July 1 balance of $489 million, or 5.7% of general fund revenue. So that is a strong point of this proposal. Two of the most important measures of the city's financial health and corresponding creditworthiness are, number one, our level of reserves, and number two, our long-term structural balance. So with that, let's turn to our four-year outlook. Four-year outlook, this is a projection, again, based on the budget proposal, and it makes, the only assumption it makes are what are we obligated to pay based on the proposal that you have before you. So it doesn't assume future service restorations or future staff increases, et cetera. So what you're seeing here, this is the 25-26 adopted budget, our current fiscal year's budget, our four-year outlook for that budget. And in the adopted budget for this current fiscal year, we projected structural balance next fiscal year. That's the zero that you see over 27-28, followed by surpluses of $238 million and $453 million in fiscals 29 and 30, respectively. The projection did not include any debt service from the convention center, nor does it include anything more than 2% for payroll increases once the current contracts expire. And as a reminder, the Police Protective League contract expires in July of 27, and then everyone else will expire in the subsequent year. So you see the surpluses in 28-29 and 29-30, largely due to the assumption of a 2% increase once those contracts expire. However, with the impact of the spending proposals in the proposed budget and the debt service for the convention center that begins in fiscal 28-29, we have moved in the wrong direction in each of the subsequent 4 years as it relates to structural balance. So instead of structural balance in fiscal 27-28, followed by large surpluses, we are projecting a $187 million structural gap next year with much smaller surpluses in the out years. And again, the assumptions behind this projection include no recession, that we're returning to a historic level of revenue growth. It assumes no restoration, no service restoration or expansions beyond what is included in the proposed budget. It does include the costs for the convention center, as I stated, but it does not include labor costs beyond a 2% increase that we build in when we don't have a contract in place. There are also no assumptions made on the revenue impacts from the pending and proposed ballot measures. So we'll look at our financial policies, and I do need to spend some time on this because these are critical measures. So financial policies are objective standards that we have established to ensure that our city is on a fiscally sustainable path and can make good on our ongoing commitments year over year. Financial policies do not care what we spend our money on. They are designed to ensure that we spend it the right way. So as we proceed through these deliberations, my office cannot recommend and will not recommend new spending that moves us further out of compliance. In fact, to the contrary, we need to take measures, or we are recommending that we take measures through this process that will move us further, closer to compliance, and ideally in compliance with our financial policies. So I will review 7 of them. Our reserve fund, as we already stated, the reserve fund policy requires a minimum of 5%. The proposed budget achieves this standard with 5.7%, $489 million in the reserve fund starting on July 1st. On the budget stabilization fund, the budget stabilization fund policy requires an appropriation of $8.2 million this year. That is a result of the growth in the city's 7 economically sensitive general fund tax revenues. The proposed budget complies with the policy by appropriating $9 million to the budget stabilization fund, and so the fund will begin the year with a balance of $195 million. As it relates, though, to our cumulative reserves, our financial policies establish a goal of 10% for our cumulative reserves. That's a combination of the reserve fund, the budget stabilization fund, and the unappropriated balance for mid-year adjustments. The proposed 26-27 budget does fall short of this goal with a July 1 balance of $722 million, or 8.4% of general fund revenues. So $137 million in additional reserves would be required to comply with this policy. Moving to our capital and technology investments. The city's financial policies state that the city shall invest an annual minimum of 1.5% of general fund revenue for capital and technology improvements and projects. The proposed budget falls short of this policy minimum by proposing $106 million, or 1.24%. This is the third year in a row in which the city has fallen short of complying with this policy. And I would just say that our recent and fairly consistent inability to comply with this policy reinforces the need for the city to adopt and implement a multi-year capital plan. The development of a capital plan would require expenditures in areas of need of the city for capital investment, and it would move beyond merely listing projects with cost estimates, which we will discuss when we discuss the CTIEP. That is a one-year cost assessment of what we are spending for capital, but it doesn't include multi-year investments.
Matt, before you move any further, I just want to make sure, is this your overview, or are you going through all the sections now? Because the way I just want to make sure we're stopping for questions so that we're not having you do your entire presentation. Is this still the overview?
This is, the overview typically includes the financial policy and areas of concern. I can
No,
stop
keep
now.
going then. I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure we were clear on where you were in this.
Yeah, so what I want to, I want to get through the financial policies.
Okay.
Identify the areas of concern, and then we can pause for questions
Wonderful,
at that point.
that would be great.
Okay.
And then we'll go through in detail each of them. Okay.
Perfect. Yep.
Perfect, please continue.
All right, thank you. So moving to our debt policies. The proposed budget complies with the city's overall debt limits. It maintains a non-voter-approved debt service level of 2.43%. And a combined total debt service level of 3.73%. That is well below the 6% and 15% policy ceilings. However, the proposal does request an exemption from the city's debt policy to authorize up to $42 million in MICLA debt for the purchase of police department patrol vehicles. So financing patrol vehicles, black and whites, with long-term debt is contrary to our debt policy and sound fiscal practices, as these patrol units typically do not have a useful life exceeding 6 years due to high depreciation. Therefore, we do not recommend purchasing these vehicles through our debt program. As it relates to our structural balance, so on both we have two measures. One is, are we using one-time revenues for one-time expenditures? And number two, are we achieving structural balance in the long term? On both of these measures, we are not meeting policy. As I stated before, or as I stated earlier, the 27-28 projected revenues, the 27-28 expenditures will exceed revenues by $186.9 million. That actually should be reversed there. And that represents $187 million structural deficit for fiscal 27-28. And on the one-time revenue policy, we do fall just short of that policy with $149 million in one-time general fund revenues versus $146 million for one-time expenditures. Additional areas of concern beyond our financial policies. So as was stated in the mayor's presentation, there are a number of areas where we have underfunded known costs. Starting with the Palisades fee waiver repayment shortfall. So this budget does allocate $20 million towards the repayment of special funds for Palisades building fee waivers. That falls $10 million short of the city's $30 million commitment for the first year of the approved 3-year payment plan when we adopted the policy. So to meet this obligation, $10 million would be required from additional revenues or offsetting reductions. On street lighting, there is no provision for the Bureau of Street Lighting's energy costs. This would include $12 million in anticipated 26-27 bills. Those are currently contingent on a pending voter-approved assessment increase, and $8 million, which is required for the first year of a 10-year plan to resolve outstanding back bills, and those remain a general fund liability. So to meet this obligation, we would need at least $8 million from additional revenues or offsetting reductions to begin paying the back bills for what BSL owes DWP. On our pension funds, so we have an obligation due to Measure FF, which brought additional sworn personnel into fire and police pensions to pay $24 million to the fire and police pension system. The budget proposes to amortize this expense over time. This would require additional interest payments that we do not recommend. So to meet this obligation, $19 million would be required in additional revenues or offsetting reductions. As it relates to police civilian understaffing, we do project that the department will likely begin the year with 2,391 civilian employees, 53 more than the 2,338 assumed in the proposal. So consequently, the police civilian salaries are underfunded by approximately $5 million, and then related costs, $2.7 million. So to ensure no police civilian employees would be laid off at the beginning of the fiscal year, $7.7 million is required from additional revenues or offsetting reductions. And then finally, as it relates to our homelessness revenue, as I had mentioned, $129 million is assumed, $129.9 million is assumed in reimbursements due to our alliance MOU with the county. Our projection based on the process, the current process, is that we can only count 2 quarters of reimbursements for fiscal 26-27 in addition to the full year of current year reimbursements. That would be $91.86 million. Therefore, the proposed general fund revenue estimates may be overstated by $38 million and require additional revenues or offsetting reductions in our homelessness program. And then lastly, just very briefly, as we discussed in our mid-year FSR, there are process changes underway that will improve our standing or give you and the full council tools to better manage our finances, including a transition to multi-year budgeting, proposals that we've made to mitigate liability claims, and fiscal transparency protocols. I just want to say, and we have discussed multi-year budgeting and liability extensively in this committee, but I do want to emphasize, as it relates to fiscal transparency on our labor contracts, what our wages and benefits represent about 80% of what we spend as a city. And as we stated previously, more than $360 million in the proposed budget is dedicated to obligatory employee-related costs increases, and we estimate that an additional $311 million will be required next fiscal year for the same, and that assumes no further increases in staffing levels or service levels. And to make this point more directly, the single most consequential budget decision the City Council will make next fiscal year will not take place through the budget process. The MOU for our 8,500 police officers will have more impact on our long-term fiscal health than any single decision that you'll be asked to make in the budget documents that will be presented to you next year. So it is therefore essential, again, working with our employee representatives, we're going to do this in concert with our employee representatives, but it is essential that we transition to a process to provide early, timely, and ongoing information to the City Council and the public regarding proposed contract provisions, including public disclosure of management and labor proposals with multi-year cost impacts before you're asked to vote on them. With that, Madam Chair, we'll pause and open it for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. CAO. I'll start us off. How did we set the fiscal policy mandating 1.5% spending on CTIEP? Is it benchmarked to other major cities? It feels a little bit random. Can you just speak to that?
Yes, I can, and Mr. Seha can fill in. It is a measure. I agree with you that as it relates to assessing whether the city is dedicating sufficient resources to capital infrastructure and maintenance, whether the money is general fund or not, ultimately doesn't make that much of a difference. However, the policy was established because it is, particularly as it relates to investors and rating agencies, it is important that they see that we hold as a priority investment in the city's capital infrastructure. And because our general fund is the most discretionary of all of our funds, having some measure, 1.5% is not a lot, and we certainly spend much more than that when we consider all of our special funds, but having at least 1.5% of our purely discretionary dollars go towards infrastructure and maintenance is an important measure.
Okay, so a follow-up to that. So this is a third year in a row that the proposed budget has fallen short of this 1.5% goal. I'd like to request a memo with potential investments that we could make in this budget to put us in compliance with this fiscal policy. I know funding is scarce, but the direction is really to focus on projects related to deferred maintenance, increased infrastructure spending on streets and sidewalks that also helps with some of our liability costs, or deferred IT investments, such as security camera upgrades or facility upgrades to our existing city facilities. I'll ask one more question on this overview, and then I'll turn it over to colleagues. So as most of us noted at the top of the meeting, a number of ballot initiatives that may have real impacts on our revenues have qualified for the June and November ballots, both at the local and state level. This budget does a good job of laying out potential spending should revenue-generating initiatives pass, but it doesn't prepare for cuts should some of the repeal measures pass. How might we, as a city, prepare for the passage of GRT repeal or dock tax repeal, and what are some areas we can hold on spending until we know the results of these ballot initiatives?
So I was asked to provide the council a report, which we will in the very near future, in the coming week or two, on the impacts of the gross receipts tax repeal. That we will indicate in that report the magnitude of reductions we would need to make. As just a frame of reference, losing the general fund revenue, the nearly $800 million of general fund revenue that we would lose due to that ballot measure is more than we pay every firefighter that works in the city of Los Angeles for an entire year. It is twice as much as we pay that we pay to run our entire park system. It is more than twice as much as we pay on all of our libraries. It is multiple times over how much we pay for all of our livability services division. And the challenge in particular with the GRT repeal is that it is purely general fund. It is a general fund tax. It is 10% or nearly 10% of everything in the general fund budget. There is no scenario, none, that the repeal passes that would not require severe reductions to public safety and severe reductions to other critical city services, including layoffs. We will detail that. As it relates to the documentary transfer tax, that depending on, the proposal would affect ULA principally, and so we would have to recommend. It would be essentially the entirety of the ULA program.
Right. We understand the impacts. It's
Yeah.
terrifying. I think the question is, and so maybe I'll frame it this way. Given that this proposed budget adds 700 new positions, most with 9-month funding, I would like a memo on the fiscal savings from adjusting our hiring for new positions proposed in this budget from 9 months to 6 months of funding, certainly until we have a sense of whether or not these two bombs, either of them passes. So that's one thing I'd like to see, is how we might, through this budget process, mitigate some of what would be catastrophic impacts. Colleagues, questions on the overview that Mr. Szabo just presented? And a reminder that we're going to get into the details on GCP, Reserve Fund, UB, MICLA, CTIP, TRAN, Exhibit H, and the CAO overall budget. Okay, are you going to talk elsewhere about unarmed crisis response?
I was planning to cover that during the CAO budget, but
Okay, then we'll
Okay.
hold off. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Bloomfield.
Yeah, just sort of in the broad strokes, you identified $82.7 million worth of areas of concern that you think we should fix in this budget. And that I didn't have a number for obligatory payout under funding, so it doesn't include that. Do you have suggestions as far as, is there a macro way to fix that? Are you proposing a fix for that?
well, the proposal is for each of the items that are underfunded, that to the extent that this process either reduces expenditures or identifies additional revenue, that those additional revenue should be dedicated to what we know we're going to need to spend next year before it is spent on anything new, anything else. If we know, for example, that, I think I may have skipped over it in the presentation, but we know, for example, that there's going to be payouts next February for unused sick time and for unused personal leave time. We project that that will be about a $20 million cost. that is not included in the department's budgets. It actually can't be included in the department's budgets. It needs to be in unappropriated balance. So we need, not funding that appropriately it's a known hole. So our recommendation is to fill and correct those areas of concern before consideration of additional services or staffing.
Okay, so that's then over $100 million worth of, basically a hole we have to fill before we can really start restoring any other services that we might be interested in, just to keep this, just to address those. And then in terms of the other big picture fiscal policy matters, you mentioned that we're out of compliance with a number of those fiscal policies. What would it take to get us in compliance with those policies?
So for our 10% reserve, which I will say that that is in our fiscal policies. It's a goal. It's not a minimum. We have only achieved that maybe once or twice in the last decade. But to get to 10%, we would need 137 more in reserves, either the reserve fund or the unappropriated balance. Yes, for the capital investment to get to 1.5%, we would need an additional $22.4 million in general fund spending for capital investment or technology. And I don't want to leave out technology because ITA is an area, when I was referring to departments that have been diminished to levels that put them in danger of not being able to deliver on basic services, ITA is one. So we would recommend, to the extent that additional revenue or reductions are found, that 22.4 be dedicated to those efforts. On the debt service for the patrol vehicles, the fix for that is just not to do it. The challenge on the structural balance is what that tells us is that we are given our costs that we know for next year, that we're spending, or we are engaged in ongoing spending at a level of 187 million more than what our projected revenues are for next year. So in order to come into compliance with our structural balance, we would need an increase in revenues or a decrease in ongoing spending at a level of 187 million.
Okay, so that's 100, 200, 300, plus the other 100 is 400 to deal with all of the things that you've identified, which is the financial policies and the areas of concern. I don't think we're going to find $400 million, but if we found 100 million, where, in terms of trying to keep the fiscal health of the city as strong as possible, where would you prioritize that in terms of our financial health? If we were to, not assuming we can't get $400 million to fill all those holes.
If it's 100 million well, actually, it doesn't matter if it's ongoing. I would start with adding funds to the unappropriated balance for mid-year adjustments. We had an account previously. It was the unappropriated balance for payroll reconciliation. Of the costs identified that are underfunded, the $20 million in payouts, those are contractually obligated. We will incur those costs. That's not something that can be managed down. We will incur those costs, so we need at least that $20 million in the unappropriated balance to cover those costs. I would then look at our capital policy and try to meet that policy. In general, the structural balance That's going to come with a series of decisions that you will need to make that are structural in nature, meaning that if we're looking to reduce a proposed level of spending, it needs to be ongoing in nature. And if there are additional revenues that are identified, that they're ongoing in nature and that we're not dedicating, when, for example, when we're asked to identify funds, that if it's an ongoing expense, it can't be paid for with one-time funds. So that's just a practice that we will recommend in the budget memos, whether they will move us closer to structural balance or further away from structural balance, based on the proposals we're asked to look at.
Okay, so you're basically saying for the top priority would be the spend the money that we know we're going to have to spend, the 20 million for the liabilities that we know are there, and then second priority is the capital expense to be, and I'm assuming that's because that, well, you tell me, is that because that affects our bond rating, or what is why do you prioritize that above all the others?
So to the extent, I mentioned that second because to the extent that there is an interest in adding funding, I would at first exclusively look at our capital plan, because that's an area where we're below policy. So to the extent that there's any funding that's added, any funding that is identified, I would start with the capital investment as opposed to additional positions. The top two, as it relates to our bond rating, in my estimation, are our levels of reserves and our structural balance. So bringing the budget closer to structural balance is the most important thing that this committee can do to improve our status with the bond rating agencies as we are set to issue $1.8 billion in debt in October.
And have you done any analysis in terms of what a lower bond rating could cost us in terms of over time?
It's very hard to project because there are multiple factors that impact the ultimate rate that we're able to secure. Some of them are beyond our control. We are making recommendations on the measures that are within our control. So I can't give you a straight line answer. If we make this one budget decision, that's going to have this exact impact on our rate. What we will tell you over the course of these proceedings is actions that are likely to improve our standing and actions that are likely to move us in the opposite direction.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that. And on the capital program, it's just a frustration. Is that we talk about having this policy, and then we talk about in the charter even expanding that policy, which I hate the idea of handcuffing the council on any department or policy. But I also see how year over year we all say we're for it, but we never produce it. So that's just a comment. So I'll throw it back to the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, follow-ups or new questions for Matt before we move into GCB? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, team, for presenting. Just a quick question. Do you think that we could be in a scenario as a city where we would have to start paying off the convention center and the potential of the 42 million in MICLA for the black and whites at the same time?
Well, we certainly would. I mean, if that, depending on the term of the debt, we would certainly, for a period of at least 10 years, be paying both debt service on the police vehicles as proposed, if we move forward with that, and the convention center debt. We will start paying, just for your, let me see if I have here, we're going to start paying in fiscal 2829, I'm sorry, I want to get you the, I'm sorry, I think I have it for the outlook. We're going to be paying in fiscal 2829, 42.9 million for debt service for the convention center. That will increase to 145 million in fiscal 2930, and then increase again to 190 million for for fiscal 30 to 31, and it will basically be level for the next 20 years.
Great, so then both of those payments would be coming from the general fund.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Mr. McCosker has a follow-up to the budget memo I asked for, and then I'm going to move to Councilwoman Hutt.
It's a budget memo. I completely support the idea of looking at 6 months funding on those positions, but I would just want to be clear that we use the example of finance, where you said in your presentation, last year we added a bunch of positions into finance, which does cost money, and it netted money. They were revenue producers. We want to make sure that you are analyzing when that budget memo comes back, that we're looking at those positions that are revenue producers and those positions that are not. Which is not to say we don't want positions that don't create revenue. We're not a business, but I just don't want to treat each position equally. If we can get positions that create revenue online sooner and enjoy the experience that we've had with some successful operations like finance, let's do that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
One of the long-term goals I'd like to accomplish with the budget is to begin work on grant-funded FTE budget policy and an annual grants report. 2 motions were introduced a couple of weeks ago with support from other members of the committee. Has the CAO office seen these motions?
Yeah, I'm going to have Yolanda come up and address that. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Yolanda Chavez with the CAO.
Morning.
And yes, we have seen your motions. I did want to let you know that actually the grants group has already started working on making changes to the grant ordinance to be able to develop an annual report. So your motion is very timely. And on the other one, we would be more than happy to look at what departments would need in terms of grant FTEs. I think we would focus on those that get the capital grants, the competitive capital grants, because those are the departments that are having challenges with completing those projects, and also the type of positions they would need. Because I think if you ask BOE, a lot of their engineers write the grants and then work on the project, so it really depends on the type of positions that are needed to work on their grant programs.
Thank you. What other issues should we be thinking about when it comes to stabilizing our grant staffing, the expenditures, and spending the funds in a timely manner?
So I believe he's looking at that, looking at the departments that are having a challenge with meeting the grant deadlines. And from what we have seen are those that have the capital grants, the major competitive grants such as BOE and DOT, street services. So I think we'd want to look at those and the type of positions they need to be able to complete those projects.
Okay, and I have another question. Where's your office at with the updated fee study for dockless scooters? We're currently subsidizing the program by a couple $1 million, and this item has been approved by 2 policy committees and pending in Budget and Finance since January.
Thank you. Jacob Ruxer with the Office of the City Administrative Officer. Thank you. We're working on the report that you requested. Our intent is to have our report back before the council before the end of the fiscal year, so that you can consider it before the beginning of next year.
Before the fiscal?
Before the end of this fiscal year. Correct.
Thank you. Another one of my long-term goals is to dig deep into a procurement and contracting staffing and process and ensure every department can handle their task in a timely manner. I'd like to request a special study with the assistance from the City Controller to look at accounting, contracting, and procurement citywide. We've devastated our ability to issue RFPs, write contracts, and handle invoicing and payments properly throughout the city, and it's time that we make the proper corrections because it's a systematic problem. And I'd like to request a second special study for the CEO to report back on contracting out with the recommendations to reduce contracting as highlighted by the Coalition of City Unions. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Building off the dock list piece, I would like to, I know that the Chairwoman of Transportation has brought this up, and that we do have pending action by the Budget and Finance Committee to move forward the updates to the fees and dockless scooter program. Currently, our scooter program is not cost recoverable and actually costs the general fund around $3 million annually. I'd like to add an instruction here to bring the program so that we're not subsidizing this program with general funds and bring us closer to full cost recovery as soon as possible. Ideally, we are able to capture some of the increased usage of scooters during the World Cup with July 1 effective date. So I would like my instruction to read, instruct the CAO to adopt the proposed fee structure for the on-demand mobility program to increase the permit fee to $150,000, establish the per-trip fees of 20 cents for the equity-focused mobility development district, 48 cents for the mobility development district, 32 cents for the standard permitted district, and $1.34 for the special operations zone, and waive the additional fee in the equity-focused mobility development district. And I'd like to instruct the city attorney to prepare and present a draft ordinance to update the permit fee and per-trip fees. And I'm asking for this now because we have been working on this for some time, and we are literally, the longer that we wait on this, the more general funds we have to spend on this program. I'd like us to be able to not have to spend $3 million of our general fund on this, and in order to do that, we need to do this work. So I'm adding this instruction in there.
So I just want to, thank you, I just want to confirm, is this a budget memo for us to review cost impacts?
Well, we've already gone through the committees on this. I don't know, Chairman of Transportation, if you want to add anything, but the reports have come out. I think we're not waiting on council vote, right?
Well, what I just asked for was a fee study for the dockless scooter, and they just told me that it would be here before the end of fiscal.
So I think we're still waiting on some fiscal information on it. It hasn't yet come to Budget and Finance.
From the full council either.
Okay.
And they just said they would have it before the end of this fiscal year.
So I just don't know that we want to insert that in the middle of the budget process and sort of let it go through the parallel process, and then maybe we could dive back in with it in a couple of weeks once we have that report that we've been waiting for.
Can I just make it into a memo then?
I'm comfortable, I think that's a good approach.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? You can get a memo on that and get that report as quickly as
Pardon me,
possible. Yes?
Madam Chair, am I on now?
Yes.
Council member, I asked for the updated fee study, which I think that we'll get, and then your motion is to increase after we get the data back.
My motion, I would like the memo to essentially implement the work that we did in Transpo Committee. So just to move on what we did in Transpo.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to be clear.
Okay. I think we want to see all the costs before we figure out what the subsidy looks like. Okay. Great. Other questions before Mr. Szabo dives into GCP?
One question.
Okay, one more, and then let's move on because we have a
Really
whole
really
lot to do.
quickly, just on areas of concern, thank you so much. The beach operations. We have a joint powers agreement with the County of Los Angeles to conduct lifeguarding operations at Venice and at Cabrillo Beach. And this is a pattern, but it sounds like the county is pulling out of the JPA. So if any of you guys out there have agreements with the county, I would worry about your partner. But they're pulling out of that JPA, and I think your budget concern is that where's that $6 million come from for those operations? I would like to see a suggested location of that $6 million. I think you're going to have to spend a little bit of time talking to Rec and Parks, because it might be easier at Cabrillo, because we do have city lifeguards and we have county lifeguards there, and taking over the other half of the operation is probably easier than at Venice Beach. But I'd just like to see a clarification on whether it really is $6 million and where those funds could come from. Thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Zabo, any other memo requests, questions, or can we move into GCP? Can we do that? Okay, great. Please go ahead.
Okay, so as we move forward, very good, thank you. I'll be having,
Actually, sorry, can I just interrupt for 1 second? I think a lot of the questions may be around homelessness, so we're going to address the homelessness-specific GCP items during our discussion on the homelessness budget this afternoon. So to the extent you want to hold those questions until the homelessness conversation, that might be more fruitful. I'm planning on saving my questions on homelessness related to GCP until this afternoon, but do what you will. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
okay, very good. The general city purposes budget is proposed at 518 million, up from 313 million in the 25-26 adopted budget. Some of the key additions to the GCP schedule include 58.3 million for the Alliance Settlement Agreement Program. That's an increase of 54 million. 98.7 million for homeless emergency, that's Inside Safe. That's an increase of 62.5 million. There is a new item, Measure A homelessness program, that is for our reimbursements from the Local Solutions Fund at 54.7 million. 3 million for the Office of Major Events, and as stated previously, 20 million for the Wildlife Emergency Permit Fee Subsidy. I will not read through all of the items. If you have specific questions about any of the line items, we can answer those questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll kick us off and then we'll move on. So the proposed budget includes a number of cuts to council-related items, namely council district community services, neighborhood service enhancements, and additional homeless services. These funds are used by offices to address district needs. I'm going to ask that the CLA please find funding to restore these to, at a minimum, the FY 25-26 level, and ideally to the FY 24-25 level. So that's a Sharon request. A couple of questions. So GCP includes a line to increase Office of Major Events by 1.2 million for a total of 3 million. How does this funding level compare to other departments of similar size, or say a council office, the entire budget for major events? My understanding was that the goal was to make it about the size of a council office in terms of overall budget.
We would need to report on that.
Okay, would you please do that?
Yes.
Thank you. One more question. The proposed budget allocates $1.5 million to the Community Investment Department for a micro enterprise assistance program for clean tech businesses. Is this a new program? And if it is new, or even if it's not, how are we going to measure success?
Hi, Vanessa Vigil with the City Administrative Officer. So yes, this is a new program for 26-27. So this is to establish and accelerate the commercialization of clean technology. As for the measure of success, that would be determined by the Community Investment Department because they would be the ones administrating it. So I think that question might be addressed during the CID hearing.
Okay, thank you. We will save that question for CID. Colleagues, questions on GCP? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great. It's kind of related to yours, but I just want to get some clarity around the funds that are being provided to council offices for discretionary purposes. It looks like we're consolidating a bunch of different items, council community projects, council district community services, neighborhood services enhancements, just into one pot called council projects. And the line for additional homeless services has been decreased from 600,000 per council office to 500,000 per council office. So how does the total amount of GCP funding provided to each council office in this budget compare to the amount provided last year? And does that change in categories limit in any way how council members can expend those funds?
Okay. Hi, Vanessa Vigil again. So for the reduction, the main reduction is in community services. The neighborhood enhancements is actually not funded through an allocation in the budget. It's just reappropriated funds year over year. And then there was a decrease in additional homeless services of 1.5 million and an increase in council projects of 1.5, so essentially a net of 0 for that. And we did provide 2 million for opioid remediation services for council. So
2 million in what? I couldn't hear you.
2 million in settlement funds. So we called it opioid remediation services, line item number 12 in the GCP non-departmental budget.
Item 12, okay.
Can we just provide them side by side?
Yeah.
Councilmember, we can provide it side by side for you.
Yeah, no, that would be great. And,
Yeah.
and just in trying to understand if is there a change in what council offices can and cannot spend that money on? And I guess that could be part of the report back to you in terms
We'll
of
make the part of the
comparison of the funds per year and also the change in use, if any, so that our eyes are wide open in terms of the discretionary dollars that we have. Okay, as a budget memo.
Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez, and then Councilmember Blumenfield. Sorry, McCusker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And we're talking about general city purposes, correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you. On item 27, the LA Superior Court Teen Court Program. Why was the funding for this program not continued? What were the outcomes from previous years? And is this type of service being funded elsewhere in the budget?
Hi, Vanessa Vigil again. So the program was not continued. We communicated with CD2 and clerk, and this was a collective recommendation. As for metrics, that would be, I could grab that information and provide it to you in a memo if desired.
Can you describe to me what was the program or what they were doing?
So I believe it was court accompaniment.
As in how?
So for further details, I can describe in the memo.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, there will be no interruptions of the meeting. This is your first and last warning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker, followed by Councilwoman Hutt.
Thanks very much. I just want some clarity on a few items. One is item entry 30, safe passages in South Los Angeles, CDs 8 and 9. Looks like 800 grand for safe passages. A great program. Just want to know what is in the budget, if anything, for the Watts and the North Gateway community for safe passages. And coupled with that, I'm looking at item 32, South LA Strong Summer Program. Again, great activities, funding for summer camps, family community wellness events, pool parties. Is that also excluding Watts in the North Gateway?
The first one is just 8 and 9, right?
Yeah.
The second one, we don't have information.
No. I think it's a CD10, but I'm not sure.
Okay, we're going to need to report with details on the South LA Strong as to what the scope of that is. The safe passages is exclusive to CDs 8 and 9.
Okay, I want to know, I guess I'm going to ask for a quick memo, identification for safe passages funding for Watts, which is wedged right there between and next to 8 and 9, which has great needs as well. And I wanted to ask about 47, maybe I should have asked the mayor's office on the grid. I don't see any increase into grid. Is this exclusively the money that would be available for grid, the 38.4, which is carrying it over to the next year?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think I need a memo. I think we'll be addressing that when we get to our roll-up day. Thanks. That's all.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. On GCP, what's the 365 for community engagement for?
So the community engagement is the mayor's office program. The program funds staffing for individuals who perform workflow initiatives.
Can you move the mic closer?
Hi.
Thank you.
So the community engagement is the mayor's office program that funds staff for work performed for initiatives on the community engagements.
Okay, and then what is 450 for infrastructure planning?
This is mayor's office program, yeah.
That's also mayor's office funding for staff related to infrastructure.
Okay.
What infrastructure?
Oversight.
Of what?
Oversight of departments that are responsible for city infrastructure. I don't know if the mayor's office would like to address it, but there are a number of GCP items that are administered by the mayor's office that fund staff related to those items.
Okay.
And then who do we make Social Security contributions for?
So Social Security contributions are made for part-time employees and hiring employees who cannot participate in LACERS and opt out of the pension savings plan.
Thank you. My last question, what amount is the council project's additional homeless service funded in this proposal, and how does it compare to the last 2 years?
For additional homeless services, right? Okay. So for 26-27 proposed, it's 7.5 million, so that's 500,000 per council district. How this compares to this current year, it was 9 million for this year, so that was 600 per council district, and then 24-25, it was 17.5 million, which was 1,166,666 with 66 cents per council district.
In the 24-25?
Yes, and
25-26 is 500. Is that what you said?
25-26 was 600 per council district.
25-20, what was the 500?
The 500 was for this year, 26-27 proposed.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Cosper.
Thank you very much. On item 17, we have circle increase, which I think makes a lot of sense. But isn't it an increase? I think it's proposed for $10 million.
I believe that Matt earlier said that the money that is going in is to replace philanthropic money that was already going to Circle. So we're staying at baseline. So it's
Okay.
not expanding. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. I just,
Increased funding, but level service.
level service, increased public funding.
Yes.
I'm asking specifically about the harbor area. Circle, we have UMCR in the northern part of the district, and we had Circle that got overlooked last year, and we scrambled in between budgets. I just want to know whether this level funding includes the harbor area for Circle. I get a thumbs up from the mayor's office, so thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before we move into the reserve fund?
Are we going to have revenue questions? Or?
Yep. Yep, you can do revenue. We can do revenue now, or we can talk about it when he does his over. Yeah, let's do revenue now. You want to have a revenue question?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple revenue questions. I'll wait on the team. Thank you.
You're going to hold off? I'm sorry, do you have a question?
I have questions.
Okay,
I
great.
was just waiting for her to sit down, that's all.
I'm here, Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO.
Thank you. If both the gross receipts tax measure and the Howard Jarvis-sponsored constitutional amendment both pass, they'll devastate our general fund by about $1 billion. I know we touched on it lightly in your overview. How are we preparing for this worst-case scenario?
So, council members, so this is, we'll carry out in the political arena. We will be providing you a detail on what steps that the city would need to take should we lose the gross receipts tax. The measure calls for the tax to be eliminated in the beginning of fiscal 28-29. So we would need to enact the reductions in the subsequent, in next year's, in 27-28's budget. But as the chair had mentioned, as it relates to new spending in this budget, to the extent that that new spending is delayed until we know the outcome of the election, we would support that action for sure.
Thank you. So over the last few years, we've seen a drop in cannabis revenue due to our own inaction and illegal enforcement. And we've seen many operators go out of business unable to pay back taxes. Does it make sense to develop a policy to write off uncollectible cannabis tax debt if a cannabis business goes out of business and relinquishes their license?
Melissa Krantz again. The Office of Finance would be the best to address this question.
Oh, okay. I hear what you're saying there, not here. Okay, then I would like to get a budget memo from the CAO with the assistance of DOT on how much additional parking fine revenue would be needed to hire the additional 50 parking enforcement and traffic control officers this fiscal year, on top of what it is already proposed in the budget. As indicated previously via motion and council action, it should be our goal to have 700 active PETC officers available for duty by 2028. Just want to get that information back. Thank you very much. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. Other questions? Otherwise, we're going to move into the reserve fund. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I did cover the reserve fund fairly extensively in the overview. So I think I can open it for questions
Okay.
if there are specifics.
Great. So I just want to give an update on schedule before we get into questions on reserve. So we're running behind. I'd like to finish our discussion with the CAO, go through their budget, and then break for lunch. So if we can pick up our question pace, I think that would be helpful. We're about 45 minutes to an hour behind. I'm going to ask one question and then go around. So this proposed budget recommends a reserve fund of 5.7% of general fund revenues. What's the rationale for keeping a higher reserve fund at the cost of underfunding or not funding certain obligatory spending instead of bringing the reserve fund balance down and funding some of those obligations? My concern here is that we're going to have to fund these required costs anyway. I think it's important to have a transparent conversation about that.
So that is a fair question and assessment. We certainly would recommend, if you're asking what the rationale, that's that is what was placed in the proposal. We certainly would recommend funding the known obligations because those will open up over the course of the year and would increase the chances that we would have to dip into the reserve fund to cover those at whatever level it is. However, we certainly then we would stop short from saying that we should reduce the reserve. On the other side of that coin, that we would reduce the reserve to fund any other expenditures that are not contemplated in the budget. That we would not recommend. Certainly, while we're below our policy goal of 10%, but It should be a priority to fund the known obligations.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions about the reserve fund? Or do we want to move on to UB? Okay, so we'll just go through, we'll go reserve fund, UB, MICLA, CTIP, TRAN, Exhibit H, CAO budget, and then we'll break for lunch. Okay, so let's move on to the UB. I have a quick question. There was $20 million budgeted for extraordinary liability. How much was expended in 25-26, and do we think this $20 million is sufficient to cover our current pipeline of cases?
On the expenditure side, we're projecting that we will spend out the entire amount. It was 209. The full 209 million will be expended, but we are on target. So there was no over expenditure in our liability claims this year. Obviously, we increased it significantly in the current year's budget. We are relatively confident that the proposal that you have before you will cover the expected costs. We can discuss that in more detail with the city attorney. It is a higher level this year, due in part to an additional $30 million from special funds. So the general fund level is the same as last year, but the overall budget for liability claims is $230 million. We expect to pay out that will be covered, a big payout covered by one of the sanitation special funds.
Thank you. Next question. I see that there's $2 million for nuisance abatement enforcement. What's the intended purpose for this money? I'll start with that.
Good afternoon. Janelle Irving with the Office of the CAO. The Mayor's Office added funding to the UB to kind of mitigate or eliminate nuisance conditions at city-owned properties that may arise throughout the year, either identified by council offices or the mayor's office. The funding would be used to remediate existing hazards, proactively secure city properties, and prevent the formation of new nuisance conditions. It would be looking to use existing city staff, be it the Board of Public Works, sanitation, street services, if they're providing cleaning of a vacant lot, or potentially general services to secure fencing around a city property. It's placed in the UB in that it would be as conditions arise throughout the year, or properties are identified throughout the year.
And so it's the mayor's office that's going to be deciding how this money is allocated?
The funds that are placed in the UB are transferred at approval from the council and mayor's office. So it's not specifically identified for the mayor's office to expend, but anything that is transferred from the UB would be before council and mayor to transfer out.
Okay, I mean, I guess I have concerns about how this is going to be spread across the council offices. I, for example, have a number of properties in my district where this could be useful. I know we all do, and I know that $2 million isn't going to be enough. I'd like a memo on what the average cost to deal with a nuisance property is and how much abatement operations could we fund at this level. Follow up on this? Councilmember Kosker.
Thank you. And I completely agree with that memo. Thank you. I agree with that memo. Was there a fund somewhere else in the budget before this was put into the UB? Where would this have existed before? Clearly, we were doing have been doing nuisance abatement operations over time.
I think this would be specifically set aside for where funds are not otherwise identified, was kind of the intention of placing funds here. I know that there is other work that's done through building and safety, the repair and demolition fund, and other funds that are identified with council discretionary funds or things that come up throughout the year. So this was set aside to identify funding for those times when other funding is not available.
So I'm not opposed to having UB money for this purpose, especially with the answer that we know that you gave, saying this is going to be a council decision with the mayor's concurrence. It is not enough money, but I think it's also, we're going to have to converge this with the issue that we have so many different enforcement tools and mechanisms, in fact, so many that we don't have any one go-to, and we don't have any efficiency in the abatement process. And I know that there's something else pending at City Council to come up with a cohesive, efficient abatement model. And maybe this is a question for the city attorney who's coming up shortly. But I'm hoping that this could be a driver for making sure that we're paying attention to what mechanisms we're using for abatement and whether we're doing it efficiently and not just responding to a news story and inefficiently, doing abatement processes that are unfair to folks who don't get news attention. Thank you.
Any follow-up on this? Okay. Just two more quick questions. There's $500K in the UB for workforce and economic development. How are these funds going to be used?
The intended purpose is for the Community Investment Department to come forward with a plan on how they can best support local vendors, community contracts, and that they are prioritized for vending for the 2028 games or contracts that are available for the 2028 games, and also to support workforce centers for identifying employment opportunities for residents of Los Angeles. So it would be for CID to come forward with initiatives on how to best support local vendors and residents
Okay.
for the 2028 games.
Thank you. There's also a general 50,000 listed here. What is that for?
That general 50,000 has been in the UB for many years. What it is typically used for in the current is for if there is council funding for a special event or for a lighting project that will be reimbursed by an outside agency or nonprofit.
Front fund?
Then this was used to front fund that funding, and the reimbursement is provided into the general fund revenues. So it's a small amount of money that's really just set aside for general and reimbursed front funding.
Okay. Colleagues, questions on this? Any of this? Yes, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Sorry, not on this issue. Well, it's on another issue in this section. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. The ground emergency medical transport is now the single largest line item in the UB at $52 million and is reimbursable through Medi-Cal enhanced reimbursements. What is the anticipated additional reimbursement we can expect to receive above the $52 million? Does that delta go to LAFD or go back into the general fund?
The fire department states that $80 million is anticipated in general fund revenues. So it's in the departmental receipts, but it is part of general fund revenues as a result of participation in the GEMT program. So that'd be $80 million above the $52 million expenditure. And it's in general fund revenues.
Okay, understood. 80 million on top of the 52.
Inclusive, I guess, of the 52.
Okay, so an additional 20, 30.
28 million.
Yes, 28. Okay, thank you. My next question is around the gang injunction settlement. The gang injunction settlement, well, actually, not a question. I'm just going to make the move because we need to do it every year, unfortunately. The gang injunction settlement money is in the UB and makes it vulnerable to be reappropriated elsewhere. I'd like to move an instruction, and I'd like to request to move the gang injunction settlement money out of the UB and into CID.
Okay. Okay, so whoever's doing that, please stop. This is the no more warnings. This is not like a interactive audience participation meeting. It's super distracting. So I'd like to better understand that before we direct the movement of it. I want to get feedback from Sharon on that and make sure we're good on these new inclusions in the UB before we direct it to departments. Because some of this, we're going to sweep for
Definitely. And
council
this happens
offices.
annually.
Okay.
But
Okay. Yep.
Hi, good afternoon. Susie Rios Bellanot with the CAO's office. Thank you for the bringing up this topic, council member. So we have historically placed this funding in the unappropriated balance so that when the department has need for this funding, we are able to transfer it over readily, but we are not transferring over more than they need. In the current year, we have transferred funding over in the FSR, and we did that in the prior year as well. So we work very closely with the department to identify funding needs and transfer money over as soon as it is needed.
Great. Can you tell me if there have been any delays in getting that money, or what has been the average timeline to moving those dollars?
So I can't speak to, 5 or 6 years ago, but in the last 2 years, we've worked very closely with the department to identify need in advance, if you will, and we've worked with your council office as well to make sure that funding is available as soon as the department needs it. So typically, the FSR comes out 4 times a year, and we have connected with the department on at each time to make sure, hey, are you going to need gang injunction funding? What are the balances looking like? And transferring proactively within the FSR.
Okay. Thank you. I'd still like to move that instruction, but understand if you need more questions or need more answers. Thank you.
Yeah, follow-up?
Just when does the whole settlement program end?
That's an excellent question. I would defer any formal information on this to the city attorney's office as they are working with the settlement. But my understanding is that the judge in the case has ordered an audit that is currently ongoing and is anticipated to be released sometime this calendar year. And the judge at that point would then make a determination about how much longer we would need to, continue the program. But it is wrapping up, in my understanding.
Okay. I don't really know the answer, but that's okay.
All right, any other questions about UB before we move on to MICLA? Okay, let's move on to MICLA.
Thank you. So moving to Capital Finance Administration Fund, the proposed budget has 209 million, just over 209 million, 210 million proposed. The top authorizations which are proposed include 67.5 million for the Glendale Hyperion Complex of Bridges, 42.4 million for police vehicles for the 2028 games, 41.6 million for police vehicle replacements, 32.5 million for fire vehicle replacements, 25 million for general services vehicle replacements, 23.7 million for a fire helicopter replacement, and 9.8 million for a police helicopter replacement. We will, I'll pause there and we can address the questions.
Okay. I noticed missing from this budget was the council adopted $65 million for solar streetlights. Is this contemplated elsewhere? Is this happening outside of the budget process? Using MICLA?
Yeah, Tom will take it. Thank you.
Halto from the CEO office. It's happening on a separate timeline, and
it feels like a very long timeline.
In separate committees, we've reported that there are currently existing MICLA funds sitting in various construction funds that were issued between 2016 and 2020.
It's about $10 million, right?
It was, at that time when we reported, it was 12 million. And so we're working with street lighting to determine if there are any excess funds that we can use to apply to solar power lights. And so preliminarily, we've determined there's about $2.3 million, which would get you about 350 solar lights that we can apply. And as part of the debt policy, we should use any unspent proceeds first before issuing new debt. So we'll like to use those funds first. Mind you that some of these proceeds are 10 years old. And typically, we would like to spend proceeds within the first 3 years of bond issuance.
So 65 million is not the same as 12.5 million. So I'm wondering if we can very quickly figure out and effectuate the request of this body, which was, I think, unanimously adopted just a few weeks ago, intentionally ahead of the budget so that we could see. I understand what the policy says. I understand that there might be money in accounts, but it's not nearly what the council asked that we use use this program for.
I will also note, as part of like the debt issuance, there's a process to go through, and we will need to have a plan in place of how we will spend that $65 million and how we would staff up and that process, and then to also have the assessment fee increase pass, and so we could determine revenue projections, because that's what investor would like to know, if how you're going to pay back the bonds once you issue it. So there's a lot of information.
We use MICLA all the time. I mean, it just feels like there's an extra level of scrutiny that, for reasons I'm not really understanding, the CAO's office is slow walking this, and I'm incredibly frustrated by that. So maybe what we can get is a memo on where we are in the process with using the money that we already have, what that delta is, because we won't know whether or not the streetlight assessment district passes until after we finish the budget process, because of huge delays in the rollout of the streetlight assessment increase. So the timing on this is problematic, and I just want to make sure that we are moving ahead per the council's policy-making, decision-making authority to spend our money on the things that we are hearing from our constituents they care about. And this is frustrating. So I don't know, colleagues, if there's anybody else who has anything to say on this, but I would like a memo on what the plan is to have, whether it's a partial MICLA, partial already existing money, what that looks like and what the timeline is. And if it's separate from this budget process, fine, but I don't want that used as an excuse to delay the money going out the door and doing that conversion, because this is a huge public safety crisis across our city. Thank you. Yes, Mr. McCosker.
It's actually a follow-up. Is there a product or device or security that we could issue debt in advance of receiving the funding on the assessment? We'd have to know that the assessment passes, but it's a tax anticipation, even though it's a fee. Is there a way of saying, June 2nd or June 3rd, we know that it passed, and then we could have the mechanisms in place to begin to securitize that source of revenue?
In the past, when we issued debt for the street lighting, it's the special funds that repay the debt. So the general fund is not the revenue that pays the debt.
Well, that's what would be pledged. That's what I'm talking about, exactly this.
Understood. And so when we go out to the market, we have to demonstrate we have to demonstrate our projections, and there needs to be certainty that the assessment passed, that you have the revenues coming in. We can't close a deal without that. We do have, because we've issued in the past, the templates, the documents to once that assessment passes and there is a program plan, we can move forward with the debt issuance. We can do that.
So I think we're saying exactly the same thing, and your answer is yes. We could securitize a stream of income based on the passage, immediately upon the passage of the assessment.
Yes, we've done that in the past, so yes, we can continue to issue debt for street lighting.
And isn't
having
that
them as
responsive
the
to something you were asking?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's the answer yes, 2 yeses. Fantastic.
Yeah, but also this wasn't contingent on the assessment. I mean, the proposed budget authorizes $40 million for cop car purchases. There's no stream of funding to repay that. That's a general fund obligation. We're going to end up paying it back out of our general fund. So I don't understand why we're treating this so differently and giving it an extra level of scrutiny than we do for a bunch of other stuff that we use MICLA to borrow for.
But that is, I'm sorry, but that is, it's not an issue of putting an extra level of scrutiny. It's an issue of the sequence of when the funds are available. If we were to issue before the assessment dollars came in, there is a question as to whether those dollars could be used to pay the debt. So it's part of the process. We do need to secure the new revenue. If we did it ahead of time, there is the possibility that would not be eligible to be repaid with that additional revenue. So it's not an issue of slow walking. It's an issue of the sequencing of whether we can secure the revenue, whether we know that revenue is coming in, and then moving quickly to issue debt that will be repaid with that revenue to do the work that the increase is supposed to do.
So, okay, so in the meantime, if we could start spending down the $12 million that already exists, that's just been sitting in idle funds, and then be ready to go either way post June 2nd when ballots are due. Because either
Yes.
way, I can't think of an issue that I hear from constituents more on except for homelessness.
That we can do, yes.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, I agree with that, and different topic. About 5 years ago, I asked GSD to develop a list of deferred maintenance projects, and they came back with about a $50 million list, and we have dutifully been, for the last 4 years, spending $10 million a year on that deferred maintenance to clear that list. This year would be the 5th year, and we'd finally get to that $50 million list, but we only put in $5.5 million in MICLA for the final year of that program. So it's been funded for $10 million for the past 4 years. I guess I'd like to get a report back on what it would take to increase that funding to the $10 million that we've done every other year. And then, since we're now at the end of our 5 years, to get a special study to again get a list of deferred maintenance so that we can, an updated list from GSD of the deferred maintenance needs. And this has been important. We've had, critical items, chillers, other things that were about to go bad that we were able to get fixed that prevented other big costs to the city from happening. So it's 2 report backs, one's budget, and the other is a special.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I want to talk about helicopters. Okay, great. Thank you. Each year we have the same request to buy 1 or 2 helicopters, new ones for LAPD. Can you tell me how many helicopters does LAPD currently operate as of today?
Hi, Darian Chen with the Office of the CEO. In terms of police helicopters, the police department has always had a fleet of 17 helicopters. Of those 17, for the current proposed budget, they requested to replace 2 of 4 helicopters. Our recommendation was to use a measured and phased approach and recommended 1 replacement because in the past fiscal year, 2 helicopters were approved for replacement, which are on order, and usually the lead time is about 1 to 2 years.
Thank you. So last budget cycle, we had 17, and we were, in the MICLA, there was the 18th and 19th one. Are you saying that we still haven't received those last 2?
Right, so the helicopters are on order still. So the fleet has always been 17, and the 2 helicopters from the previous fiscal year were meant to replace helicopters that exceeded the replacement cycle, which is 10 years or 15,000 hours.
Great, thank you. And you say always have had 17. Is that the standard number?
The fleet of 17 is what LAPD has communicated to this office as what that number has always been. As far as what standard means, I'm not sure. That question may be better addressed to the police hearing.
Thank you. Has there been updated rationale from the last budget year for the purpose of the helicopters, their operation, and a cost-benefit analysis?
Well, the rationale for the request to replace helicopters is per the replacement cycle of 10 years or 15,000 hours. Currently, they have 2 helicopters which are at 23 years and 24 years, and a 3rd helicopter at 15 years. So of those 3 helicopters, they aim to replace 2, but we're recommending to replace 1.
Understood, but mostly I'm asking about why do we need 17 in the first place? That rationale. I understand some need to be replaced, but and I asked for a budget memo last year on this. That's why I'm trying to follow up on that.
So, Council Member, you did request. We had a detailed discussion about this last budget cycle, and you requested LAPD to update that study. We need to report back and see where they are on that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd like to see that before we spend another, 8 to 9 million on the new one?
It's a 9.8 million.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just going to ask for a memo again. I'd like a memo on the number of hours flown in the Air Support Division, personnel required, and staff costs for operation, maintenance, and administration compared to the number of pursuits supported and relieved, number of arrests and convictions that come from this program. I'd also like this memo to specify what the average cost of each flight is. Thank you. Now, this year, we have an unusual request to fund 300 black and whites, in addition to 107 non-patrol cars for $42 million in MICLA spending that we've talked about already a handful of times. The interest for this line item is more than twice that of the fully non-patrol request. So that's 28.6 million compared to the 13.6 million. Why is that? What is causing the significantly higher interest rate for these?
Apologies, that was a typo. So if I could make that correction for the new police vehicles for the 2028 games, that estimated interest should be $13,864,852.
So it's 13.6 and 13.8.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I thought we were getting finessed. Okay, that's great. I'll pass it back to the chairwoman. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember. Okay, last one.
Sorry,
Yep.
last one. I just want clarity on this. Staying on topic of police, there is $2 million dedicated to renovations for the decommissioned West LA jail. What are those renovations that are being proposed? I want to ensure that we're not putting a decommissioned jail back online, because it's not going to happen on my watch.
Councilmember, can we wait for the next item, which is CTIEP?
Okay.
I can answer that.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
I just wanted to follow up a little bit on, I know we've talked about the police vehicles. You know, I want to find a way that we can fund these vehicles, but I don't quite understand it. Maybe we could get a report back on the list of the types of vehicles to be purchased, their relationship to the LA 28 games, and other options for funding besides MICLA, including the federal government and/or LA 28. I mean, we're getting $1 billion from the feds. Is there a way that we can apply for funding for that? Is there a way also, you know, that LA 28 could incorporate some of that? And is there a way, if some of these vehicles are just being used for transport rather than for police action, that they could be, you know, that the mix could be adjusted, or we could pay for mileage, and, you know, like, or if they need to be police vehicles, like the old, you know, put the cherry on top on a regular vehicle. There's creative ways to do things, and make sure that we address the need that's being asked. So I wanted to get a report back on really breaking down the vehicles and how they fit in with the LA 28 games.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. So on GSD's vehicle replacement, there's 25 million there. How many vehicles will be replaced? And what percentage of the total fleet will be replaced with the proposed funding?
For GSD fleet replacement,
Can you bring the mic a little closer, please?
For GSD fleet replacement, the total vehicle replacement is about 136, and that's about 3% of the fleet. 3%. The original department request was 10%. We're recommending the 3% because at the time of the budget development, they had the current year's budget authorization outstanding hasn't been spent, and the prior year is at 22 mil also outstanding. So the 22 from the previous fiscal year and the 37 from the current fiscal year has not been spent. So the current proposed is 25.
Okay. So I'm frustrated to see the number of diesel and gas vehicles we're still purchasing, especially with fuel prices hitting all-time highs. So I guess I'll just ask for this here. I'd like a memo from GSD on which vehicle classifications in our fleet replacement schedule have EV model availability, and to provide a written justification for any vehicle included in the proposed budget that isn't electric, where there's a model available. Based on this memo, I may ask CAO to provide a revised fleet schedule. Second question, there's a line item for $32.5 million for fire department vehicle replacement. How many and what types of vehicles will be replaced? And what % of the total fire fleet will be replaced with the proposed funding?
So for the 32.5 fire fleet replacement, the proposal is to replace 42 vehicles, which is about 5% of the fleet. And for the
what kind of vehicles are these?
For the types of vehicles, it's a variety of vehicles based on the replacement cycle. So the oldest vehicles are recommended to replace first. There are fire trucks for ladders, fire apparatus, for example. If you give me a minute to look up, I do have a list of those vehicles. So for fire, you have an aerial ladder truck, quantity 2, command truck for firefighters, which is quantity 1, an engine, type 1 for the fire engineers, quantity 4, hazmat vehicles, 3 ambulances, forklifts, pickup trucks, passenger vans.
And what's the lead time on these fire vehicles, generally?
I know for the aerial ladder trucks, it takes at least a year, but for the other type of vehicles, which are customized, which also require specialized equipment to be installed, I would venture to guess it's at least 6 months or more.
Okay, thank you. I just want to note that Bob had asked for a memo around alternative funding sources. So that can be folded into the memo that I'd asked for earlier on this. I'm remembering now that I'd done that. It's been so long. Okay. Any more questions? Oh, yes, Councilmember McCosker.
I appreciate all the care around making sure we stick to our policy, but I'm going to go the other direction for a second. In a couple of days, we're going to find out from General Services that they had a significant reduction in the line item that they normally use to make repairs to fire stations. And I believe it's gone from $1 million traditionally to about $50,000. And that gets used to make repairs to the physical plant, the facilities, not to any of their equipment, including the rolling doors that are critically important for response. Would those types of repairs be eligible for this financing? And if so, I'd like to see a plan to replace that money in the General Services Department so that they can finance the equipment and the repairs that they're going to be making to facilities. I saw that subtle shake of a head no, but go ahead and tell me.
Regular maintenance and repairs are not eligible for debt financing.
So these doors are fixtures that they are part of the physical plant. Replacing the doors entirely would not be eligible? They have a long life and they are affixed to the property.
Replacement, possibly, but just to repair the door if it's broken would not be eligible.
Okay, I want a memo on being able to fund General Services through this financing mechanism to make replacements to broken facilities at fire stations. And with the eye towards replacing that money that got cut from their allocation. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on MICLA? Okay, thanks colleagues for these questions, especially thank you Councilwoman Hernandez. I have similar questions on the use and deployment plans and procedures around helicopters and basic car plans for LAPD. It's especially frustrating to have to ask for the same memo year after year. We're going to move now to CTIEP. So Capital and Technology Improvement Expenditure Program. Colleagues, do you have questions? Oh, Councilwoman Hutt.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I have a few questions. How do we plan on funding bicycle lane repair and maintenance in the next fiscal year with this line item eliminated?
I'm sorry, the line item that you're referring to?
Is on the bicycle lane repair maintenance?
So while we're looking for that, there are a number of projects that are funded related to active transportation. We could provide to you a list of all of the projects that are recommended for funding that include bicycle repair. You said just repair and maintenance, or new bicycle lanes included?
It's the lane repair and maintenance. It's
Okay.
been
ahead.
eliminated. Oh.
Nick Campbell, CAO. We do have other items in the street services budget included in the local transportation fund and Measure M for bicycle lane maintenance and repair. There are two items in the street services budget and a combined 2.2 million between the local transportation fund and Measure M for those purposes.
So that's the answer, you're funding it through that?
Yes.
I see. Okay, my next question is, I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO with the assistance of BOE on the Olympic Gateway project. It's my understanding that the gap is approximately 4.5 million and not 3.8 million. So I want to ensure that this is fully funded in the budget so construction can start and be completed in October. So that's one budget request. And then the next one is I'd like to request a second budget memo from the CAO with the assistance of the DOT to report back on the 2028 Games Pico Boulevard Safety and Mobility Plan Project and funding options to end at San Vicente Boulevard on the west. The project currently ends at Crenshaw Boulevard and should be extended to San Vicente Boulevard where the bus turnaround actually is. It's my understanding that the cost estimate is 1.5 million, but that seems very high given the small stretch. Oh, and then I have an unarmed crisis response question as well. I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO to provide recommendations for funding that would expand the unarmed model of crisis responses reach from 9 to 15 police divisions with a plan to finally fund and operate UMCR citywide in all 21 divisions, at least by 2028. And those are my memo requests. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. More of a comment than a question. And on CTIP, I have concerns about the overall level as you raised, being short. I'm glad that there's money in there for the LA River Way from Van Alden to Balboa, which is a critical LA 28 project. It connects the existing LA River to the Sepulveda Basin, and because that's the only thing the valley's doing, we've got the skateboard and the BMX event, and we know a lot of people are going to bike and roll to that, so that's really important. But there's still a shortfall on that. And we're working BOE and council offices to fix that. I'm also glad about the Connecting Canoga Park. I do just want to put in a concern, which is, last year's budget, there were a lot of projects in my district that got swept, and a lot of projects I know in other districts got swept. But just to remember, there was money for the Reimagine Ventura project that got swept. There was money for projects to make pedestrian bridges and tunnels throughout the 3rd District ADA compliant and more usable by pedestrians, primarily over the LA River under the 101, that got swept. There was critical fundings for Bedell Street, which has been a real dangerous situation in the district. That money got swept. There was money for Dirt Mulholland in terms of the design, and again, a real flooding issue that happens and costs us money every year. That money got swept. I'm using discretionary dollars to keep that project moving along. I was told back then that we would look in the future that these projects would be restored. And, in terms of my council district, I know, my term, I'm not going to see these projects get done. But I do feel like I want to just plant a flag that I think the people in the 3rd District deserve to have funding restored for these important safety projects. And so it's concerning that we had these projects in there, we had this crisis, we swept them, and then as we're trying to grow our way a little bit this year, instead of going back to some of those critical projects, we basically underfund the CTIEP and take on other priorities. It's more of a comment, and I'll leave it at that.
Yep.
Thank you, Chairman. So building off that a little bit, several projects remain partially funded in many districts, including mine. In CD1, we have a street improvement project on Kinney Street, estimated to cost $11 million to ensure the roadway is safe. $5 million was allocated for emergency repairs, but for 2 years, a funding gap of $6 million has remained. Yet, we see new projects being funded in this proposed CTIEP. When projects require multiple phases of funding, how is its completion prioritized over new projects?
So, council member, that's, I'll just say generally, that's one of the challenges that we have with our current capital planning. We shouldn't initiate projects unless we've identified and dedicated the funding to complete the projects. Now, obviously, there is cost escalation and other things, inflation, that can make projects cost more and can create gaps. But that's also part of the reason we got into trouble with the ATP projects. Starting a project without identifying the funding and resources to complete them. In that case, that causes issues with grant funding. I don't know if anyone has specific issues as it relates to the project you identified. We can report back on that. But it is an issue that needs to be addressed. We should not be starting new projects using the same pools of funds that are required to complete projects already underway.
Thank you. And I know we're working on like multi-year budget process and some other changes that will hopefully help us in the future, but we still have a lot of work to do to get there. So I would like a memo that identifies projects previously funded through the CTIEP that are in progress, but do not have the funds available to complete that work. And included an analysis of how the CAO plans to prioritize those in this next budget year. Thank you. And then I have a couple more questions.
Can I interrupt you just for a second? Are you moving on to a different topic? Because I have a follow-up question.
No, go ahead,
on
yeah,
this.
different topic.
Who decides how projects get in to CTIEP? I have 0 projects in CTIEP, and I'm just wondering what that process is, and is it purely political? Is there some fair process? How does this work?
Councilmember, we get requests from departments that we include. We got about 145 this year. We review all of those, including whether they're new, whether there's funding gaps, and using the city's capital policy priorities to assign those. And that's how we determine what are part of those.
So you get far more project requests than there's funding for, and then your office decides who gets funding. And do you also look at what other projects in a council district have been funded recently, or do you take account for the fact that there's 5 projects in one district and none in another?
We don't look at projects based on what council district they're in. We're looking at them based on the merits of the project itself and our criteria, and we make those recommendations to the mayor's office.
And where is all this laid out?
Those final decisions are made as part of the mayor's proposed budget.
And where is all this laid out so that if we want to look at this and better understand how this seemingly very opaque process works? You said that there were priority policy, there was guidance or something about how you all make your decisions?
There's a city capital policy on prioritizing projects.
And that's how you decide what gets included?
That is the basis that we use for our recommendations.
Thank you. What's that? For the recommendations. For the recommendations. And then the mayor decides what she wants to put in from the recommendations?
Correct.
Yes.
That's right. That's the basis of our recommendations. And what Nick was mentioning is there are certain standards that include availability of funding, the need. Our office does an assessment as to, as was stated, we get more requests than there are available funds for. Our office does an assessment on how much is needed for each project and when, and the availability of funds. And then there's also a review of the necessity of the project as it relates to liability, et cetera, that form the basis of our recommendations. But ultimately, it is the mayor's proposed budget.
So I'd like a memo detailing what you recommended to the mayor's office and then what was reflected in this proposed budget so that we can see if there's where the differences are. Thank you. Anything else? Back to you, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. For the West LA Jail, I know that y'all wanted to talk about it in CTIEP, but it's my understanding it's funded by MICLA. But can you tell me what other renovations that are being proposed? Because again, I want to make sure we're not putting a decommissioned jail back online.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. Delilah Puche with the Office of the CAO. The West LA Jail was decommissioned several years ago. The renovations include multi-transitions of various offices. More specifically, we will be creating a female locker room. Currently, there's 3 closet areas, some without showers for the females. So now the basement will be converted into a 500 square foot locker room. We will have a lactation room. We will shift the roll call room, expand the training room and the community relations office area. And we will also increase the report writing area.
Beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, a question around some revenue. Revenues for most major funding sources are projected to be much lower this fiscal year, except some of our, general fund dollars, pathways. Can you explain the drastic reductions in receipts or allocations from Measure M, Measure W, SB1 Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Fund, and the Special Gas Tax Improvement Fund? So,
Councilmember, given there are multiple funds, could we give you a report on that?
yes,
Okay.
and again, it's, my question is, yes, you can give me a report, but it's, can you explain the drastic reductions in receipts or allocations from Measure M, Measure W, SB1 Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Fund, and the Special Gas Tax Improvement Fund? Thank you.
Yes.
And, okay. I have 2 more questions on 2 different subjects.
Are we still on MICLA?
CTIP.
CTIP.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There's 350 earmarked for the Brownfield program for site remediation in the proposed CTIEP. Are there projects earmarked for those funds?
Daisy Bonilla, Office of the CAO. Yes, there is. The Department of Public Works, Bureau of Engineering, has put together a package that will be bid out with various locations that were put in by persons of the public that have disabilities. They've called those in, and as they're going through the list, they're being allotted to packages. And so the specific ones outlined in the CTIEP are for those requests.
Understood, thank you. And last one is, oh wait, we already talked about this, around the projects. No, I'm good, thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions on CTIP? Okay, let's move on to tax and revenue anticipation notes.
Thank you.
We're almost there.
Yes, just a brief introduction to our TRAN. This is a borrowing that we engage in to prepay our pension obligations primarily. So this year's requirement for fire and police pensions is $670.7 million. It's a $37.3 million increase over fiscal 25-26. Our required contribution to LACERS is $799.7 million. That is a $96.6 million increase over fiscal 25-26. When we issue the TRAN to prepay, we receive a discount for paying upfront. That discount will be $46.1 million. After you take into account the interest, it nets the city approximately $8 million in savings. I will point out that a couple of items. We'll discuss this more when we deal with fire and police pensions and with lasers. But just want to flag that we had to pay more for lasers for a number of reasons, primarily because of increased payroll, but also because in this case we do have a true-up. That true-up worked against the city in this year, and we had to pay a little bit more than we were projecting, so there were no savings there. We also, as was stated by the mayor's office in their presentation, the mayor's office has proposed internal borrowing for cash flow purposes as opposed to including that in the TRAN. There is $4 million to cover interest in the unappropriated balance. Working with the controller's office, we believe that will be close to what the cost will be for interest, depending on the schedule of internal borrowing. Our assumption is that we will need to borrow $450 million for cash flow purposes from city special funds. So we estimate that interest could be between $4 and $6.5 million over the course of the year, depending on the schedule.
Okay. All right, just a few questions, and I'll go around. I'm excited to see the instruction in Exhibit H to initiate internal borrowing from the city's special revenue funds to assist with cash flow management in lieu of TRAN. This is a great example of how we can use our own resources to fund our own capital needs instead of external commercial vendors. My question here is, what is the expected savings from this practice?
We don't expect there to be savings directly. It depends on the schedule. We've run various scenarios. There will be a savings of we believe at approximately $2 million conservatively if we were to borrow that full amount through the TRAN. The budget includes $4 million. That would represent about a $4 million savings. So we think it's between the interest that would be required to pay to internal funds would be between $4 and $6 million. So we think maybe between a $2 and $4 million savings.
Okay. Colleagues, questions on TRAN? No. Okay. We're going to move to Exhibit H. Thank you very much. So colleagues, I think this is more of a comment. The stated purpose of Exhibit H in the proposed budget is to list those actions that are necessary to, quote, effectuate the 2026-27 adopted budget. The actions proposed should be administrative in nature, not policy related. There are a number of items in this section that are related to short-term rentals, from enforcement to potential expansion. My understanding from the chair of the Planning and Land Use Committees that this topic will be discussed on Tuesday, May 12th. Is that correct?
Yes.
In committee? Since this budget won't take effect until July 1st of this year, it seems to me that council will have an opportunity to consider this well before this instruction would be issued. Am I missing something here? No. Councilmember Blumenfield? You want to speak to this?
Absolutely. No, toward that end, what I would recommend is that we delete instructions 4, 13, and 14. And as you said, as chair of the Plum Committee, I am planning on holding hearings on short-term rental enforcement and the potential for establishing a vacation rental program. I have a lot of concerns with that, but the only reason these items haven't been heard in committee already is because we were waiting for report backs from the city attorney, planning and finance in response to prior council actions. We had it on the calendar once, we didn't have the reports. We were told it would be next time, we had it on the calendar, we didn't have the reports. Now we finally have the reports. They've been submitted, and while I recognize there's potential for additional revenue, I have concerns about the impacts of expanded short-term rental, vacation rentals, when we have a housing shortage and taking rental housing off the market, which could increase rents, adding costs to our housing and homeless programs, but also harming our regional economy by increasing the cost of living. I'm especially troubled by Instruction 14 to the extent that it seeks to count revenue before the council has even discussed the parameters of a vacation rental policy. Again, hearing these items in Plum on May 12th actually provides a faster path to policy development than including instructions in a budget that doesn't take effect until July 1st. So those are the recommendations. I'm bullish on enforcement. I think actually if we start enforcing our short-term rentals, we can actually capture a lot of revenue. And honestly, if anybody out there wants to prepay their taxes, there's nothing that stops them from doing that right now. Anybody who wants to voluntarily pay your taxes, go ahead and do it. Usually people don't like to give interest-free loans to the government, but there's nothing that stops you from doing that. So we don't need a special instruction on that, and that's why I'm making those recommendations, deleting 4, 13, and 14.
Thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield. Yes, Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'd like to ask that we postpone approving changes to Exhibit H until May 7th and have more discussion about it. I have no issues with item 13 and 14 and the breakdown of funding. But until we have a policy in place, it doesn't mean anything for now and can always be changed by the council. So I'm asking that we postpone.
And, sorry, May 7th is?
May 7th.
What's May 7th?
Another budget meeting.
So that's memo day. So you want to wait until memo day to have this
Yes,
conversation?
to ask for it, yes.
I think it's going to be hard on memo day to have a substantive debate on that. And it'll still be before your plum, because your plum meeting is on the 12th.
Yes.
But I still think we can come back to this before we do a final vote out of committee. So let's just, anybody else want to speak to this before?
I just want to say that I would not be prepared to delete it today. I want to discuss it.
Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez, you want to weigh in on this now?
I'm open to weighing it now, but I'm also open to weighing what the council member does in committee. I'm waiting for that.
Okay. We can talk to planning when we talk to planning department, talk to them about enforcement, and have a bigger conversation about this with the appropriate committee, and then decide whether or not we want to leave it in. By then, we may have a better sense of what Plum's done.
Plum's not going to do anything before this budget. We don't have a Plum meeting until after the budget. So nothing is going to change, but we can just make it a recommendation and hear it along with all the memos at that point. But this is a huge policy. It's going to require a lot of vetting. As I said, I think there's high risk in terms of affordable housing. And there's no real money coming out of this. There's just, again, if anyone wants to prepay their taxes, they can go ahead and do that. They don't need special language to go ahead and do that. So really, we're just trying to jam a policy into the budget without actually hearing it. So I don't care if we do it now or on May 7th, but we're not going to get any new information between now and then. We're going to be in the exact same spot we are right now.
Okay, well then let's, I'm happy to take this up on May 7th during memo day. So, and by then we will have had a chance to talk to the planning department about enforcement and what they could be doing under the existing regime without needing this to be in the budget. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Can I just add something?
Yep. No? Okay, I have serious concerns about this happening through the budget process, when it's already happening through the normal process, but.
And Councilwoman, I agree with you, so I am also prepared to move today, because I have a list of that concern that Councilmember Blumenfield brought up around losing housing stock is very tangible for me. I have a list of dozens and dozens of RSO units in my district, but also throughout the city, that are currently Airbnb units. And so this is happening, enforcement's not happening, and so I'm prepared to move with you today.
Okay, I
And-
mean, yeah.
And again, we're not settling this issue. We're just saying we can't decide it in the budget. I mean, if someone has a magical, short-term rental policy for vacation homes, and like, bring it on, and we'll have a council discussion. But to think that we're just going to magically put it in this budget and create revenue, I just think folly would be the nicest thing I could think of.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think those of us who know where we are on this, I don't think another 9 days is going to make a difference. But let's just push this until May 7th, and we can decide it when we decide, 150 other memos. And for now, let's just move on. Anything else, colleagues, on Exhibit H? Councilmember Blumenfield.
A couple things. I mean, we've talked about the patrol vehicles. Just a comment on the HLA. I mean, the Healthy Streets LA measure passed 2 years ago. It's kind of embarrassing to even think that we need to include an instruction in the budget to have relevant departments start to work to plan the implementation, but that's where we are. I just wanted to put that out there. And then in terms of the fire department, I want to make sure that our instructions that we're looking at in terms of the bond money, that make sure that it does include the additional class that they asked for. And obviously, this is just a list of potential what could be spent on with that bond measure. That's the instruction, and I'm glad that the instructions are included to do that. I just want to, because they were asking for that additional class, make sure that it's belt and suspenders, that it's clear that we are including that as a possibility. But also, while the focus is LAFD, the plan should, to the extent possible, look at emergency preparedness with a broad lens and consider the needs of EOD, especially capital needs at the Emergency Operations Center. So I'd also like to see a report, if it's possible to modify the language that we have to encompass comprehensive spending plan that should the ballot measure pass, would include the needs that support LAFD, specifically things like personnel, ITA, GSD, EOD, things that are critical to achieving the goals of LAFD. And so that we'll get that language, we'll be able to look at that moving on in the future, just to maximize what we can do with that bond money to make sure we're achieving the goals of our fire department.
I think I have a follow-up to that.
Okay, yep.
I think it's a follow-up to that. When we look at item 16, we have the instruction on just the menu of things that could go into the new bond measure. And I believe the fire letter that we got, which we'll discuss with the fire department in the coming days, was issued before they saw H, because there is some overlap but not complete overlap. I just want better clarity, whether it's here or it can be on Fire Day, where we understand what is in Measure H, what is in Note H and proposed, which I don't disagree with, and what is outside of that and in the fire department's letter for what they think is what might be uncovered in their needs. Not that I'm going to, be with them on that, but I just want to make sure that we have our eyes wide open. I had
Can I add, Mr. Pikoska?
Yes.
Basically, you want to make sure that everything in that fire letter is potentially included in the measure.
Is considered. It's considered for that.
Is considered in the bond measure. So,
Right.
Right. And I totally agree with that. I just want to be clear about it. What you're asking for is not just what I talked about, which is the extra class, but everything in that letter to be part of H.
Right. In as much as it's eligible and makes sense. I think we
Right.
still need the discretion for that, but I just want to make sure that we are
Totally
considering
support that.
everything in their letter. I do want to go to the layoff note. I think that's 8 citywide, and this is the note that talks about the elimination of filled positions, and I do believe it was considering in this budget, in the 26-27 budget, but I want to know if 8 would be considered as the CAO and anybody else reads it, would 8 also pertain to those positions in this current budget year, which I think are filled and in lieu and unfunded, whether we would be committing ourselves to carrying folks over in lieu and spending money that I don't see a line item for in the new budget year.
So this instruction would apply to any elimination of filled positions in the 26-27 budget. Those who are sitting in substitute authorities, those positions have already been eliminated. We do believe, as I think was reported to you in committee, that there could be solutions between now and the end of the fiscal year for the departments that outside of LAPD for the remaining civilians on substitute authorities.
Yeah.
As stated in our opening presentation, we do believe that LAPD would need more, $5 million additional in their civilian salaries account to maintain what we believe will be roughly 50 civilians in substitute authorities to carry them into the next fiscal year. We would not recommend restoring positions, but adding the funding so that they could be moved into existing unfunded vacancies.
Okay, so I think that answer is a little more consistent with what I understood, and I think that will be included in the budget memo that I asked for at the beginning of this session. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt.
I still have more questions. They're different topics. Thank you. What would be the admission price for the zoo for children and adults with a $2 increase?
We'll get you that in just 1 second.
Okay, and then I'll ask my next question while we're waiting. I'd like to add an additional item to Exhibit H that would instruct the General Service Department to report back to City Council within 90 days with recommendations on city-owned properties that should be declared surplus and sold. The report should prioritize properties for sales based on their potential to generate the highest revenue and include the anticipated sale timeline. Thank you.
I think Mindy has the answer to your question.
Thank you.
So Mindy Patongson with the Office of the CAO. So it was for children, is that correct?
But adults and children.
Adults would be, the new price would be $29, and for children it'll be $26. It's a $2 increase.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. This is my last one. This is HLA. This is instruction 21. I would, so let me take a step back. I saw in this budget, which I'm very excited about, that BSS and perhaps BOE, I think as well, are receiving resources to implement about 700 miles of road resurfacing, which is phenomenal. Also, that triggers HLA, and I did not see the same type of investment made in DOT, which is the department that actually has to do the execution of HLA. And so I'm adding I would like to add an instruction or add language onto instruction 21. So on instruction 21, the mayor's proposed budget moves forward an important instruction for coordinating projects for HLA. In the HLA ordinance, we named LADOT as the lead city department responsible for the planning and initiation of HLA projects in coordination with both BSS and BOE on scheduling and construction. To better reflect the ordinance, I'd like to request that this instruction instead say, instruct the Department of Transportation in coordination with BSS and BOE to develop a comprehensive work plan that aligns departmental objectives to implement Healthy Streets LA, compliant safety and mobility projects coordinated with street resurfacing and sidewalk repair.
And I would just add, Council Member, that when we do have the discussions on infrastructure, it will be important to make clear and determine that DOT has the funds available to implement the HLA requirements, so that the street services resurfacing that is proposed in the budget isn't delayed for lack of funding for another requirement.
Yes, and I'm afraid that will happen, or that we'll get resurfacing and then it'll take like months to get the lines painted, which I have one of those lanes, one of those streets in my district where it took months and months to get the lines painted on the bike lane. So that's my fear, that either of those two scenarios could happen. So we will make sure that we ask those questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any more questions on this, or are we ready to move on to CEO's budget? Okay, we're going to move on to, Matt, your budget.
Okay. The CAO budget.
If you can give just the high-level highlights.
The high-level highlight is it is essentially a steady state budget at $51 million. It restored some of the one-time cuts and added $5.4 million for the Unarmed Model of Crisis Response program, which is the full funding required for the expanded program into now nine divisions. We added Rampart, Topanga, and North Hollywood, and I think the team here is here to address any questions you may have about the program that has already shown results in even just the short time that it's been up.
Okay. Just a few questions. When we met last Monday, April 13th, a simpler time, we had a conversation about liability reductions options. You mentioned the potential benefit of centralizing liability mitigation oversight and changing actuarial study on liability payouts to the City Council to annual. Can you produce a budget memo, please, on how to effectuate both of those changes in this proposed budget?
Yes, and it won't be a lot.
Okay.
It won't be a lot.
Okay, thank you. The proposed budget transfers positions and funding between budgetary programs to reflect the elimination of the citywide procurement oversight program. Which programs are absorbing the positions transferred from the citywide procurement oversight program?
So the budget, last year's budget essentially eliminated that program. There were 19 positions associated with that program. The budget cut 16 of the 19 positions. 10 of those positions were filled positions. The staff, they are no longer with the office. We have 3 people, and those folks are limited to technical assistance with departments, but there is essentially no citywide procurement program anymore. It was eliminated.
Okay.
Largely.
Okay, thank you. It seems like that would be a good place to invest some money, is oversight of procurement. The proposed budget continues funding and resolution authority for 3 positions and contractual services funding for UMCR. Your letter states that the $4.9 million increase in contractual services funding will allow UMCR to be operational in 9 LAPD areas. How are these locations selected, and are there any efforts to further expand this program citywide?
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Willis with the Office of the CAO. When we selected the expansion areas very carefully, because of the existence of the Circle program, we wanted to make sure that an expansion into 3 areas would mean overlap. So we had to work very closely with our public safety partner to ensure that we were able to delineate those programs' functions for the PSR so that they could make the decision easily which program to send the calls to. So that was one consideration. And another was the feasibility of the existing vendors that we have. We wanted to make sure that they had appropriate landing spaces for the responders to, deploy from and return to, that were centrally located in the areas that they were servicing. So all of that took a little time. We worked very closely with our vendors to just determine what areas would best would be best for them, but we also looked at call volume or eligible call volume in each of those areas, and we selected areas with higher call volumes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. What does it look like for expansion of this program to be citywide by the Olympics? I know that several elected officials, including myself, the mayor, and others, have said that that's the goal. What does that look like? And also, what money would you need to be fully ready for citywide deployment by the Olympics? Because we're not citywide.
All right. Andre Herndon with the CAO. So I think before what we've discussed is that based on UMCR's current deployment and funding model, that scaling up to all 21 LAPD divisions will be in the area of about $47 million. It is important to contextualize that a little bit because that number doesn't include a number of things that are kind of changing in real time and that factor into those costs. I can name a couple of them. The first is the cost of fuel. To cover the city's entire geography, obviously fuel costs are rising pretty dramatically right now, and then we multiply that by covering the city's entire geography. This is actually something that the service providers we have currently are dealing with right now in real time, trying to figure out how to conserve fuel costs and to bring things in under budget. Beyond that, also there will be increased administrative costs on the CAO side or whichever department was overseeing this in order to oversee a program of that size. And then on the operational side of things, one factor to remember is that this figure doesn't contemplate any dramatic or significant change in the portfolio of call types that are taken by the program.
Great, thank you. And because we're still building out as well the LAFD calls that y'all be receiving, right?
Correct.
And still determining that. But it's safe to say that citywide coverage at a basic level starts at $47 million annually. And that from there, we would add on the cost of administration, which comes with every project, and other auxiliary things like fuel, or we could move to electric vehicles, and then we wouldn't have to worry about that. So thank you for that clarity, which is, when we think about it in the grand scheme of the billions of dollars, crumbs to build out this system. So thank you. $47 million by the Olympics. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions on CAO's proposed budget? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, I just want to ask a little bit about the Group 16, the homeless group. If we get a memo on the positions, including the off-budget funded positions, and a budget memo on the cost that it would take to add one management analyst to Group 16 to administer the Encampment Resolution Fund grant.
Yes.
That's it.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions. Does the budget include the transfer of the Affordable Housing Liaison Unit to the Housing Department?
Good afternoon, Yolanda Chavez with the CAO. It does not because it's off budget and that report is pending a personnel committee.
I see. Thank you. And then I'm curious, how many individuals are currently employed by the CAO's office that handle accounting, procurement, contracting, RFPs, et cetera? So you just told us on the procurement piece, we only have 3, right?
Ben Sehel to CEO, yes. In our procurement unit, we have 3 individuals that handle kind of technical assistance on citywide procurement efforts. But in generally, all of our analysts who handle or liaisons to departments and handle budget issues are well-versed in procurement issues and contracting because they deal with that directly with departments whenever their departments are requesting a solicitation process or contract extensions or contract amendments.
How many?
So our budget analysts, probably I would say in the range of 40 to 50 analysts, are kind of receive some level of training with contracts for the city.
Do you feel like you have adequate number of staff in that area?
Well,
can
if
execute?
you're talking about our citywide procurement oversight, as Matt mentioned, we had a staff of 19 that was cut down to three.
I got
Right.
that.
So for citywide procurement efforts, I do not believe we have the numbers for that level of oversight that was originally envisioned when our office was provided 19 positions, several fiscal years ago.
And then what about contracting or RFPs?
It also depends on what you're referring to. If you're talking about kind of helping departments citywide on contracting and efforts, no. We have individuals in our office that deal with kind of liaison to departments' budgets, but they also review contracts and provide recommendations to the mayor and council on contracts for departments. But when it comes to departments needing assistance for, expediting solicitation processes or trying to move things quickly, we do not. We have 3 positions now that are providing some level of technical assistance, but not nearly enough for a citywide effort.
Oh, you said you have 3?
We have 3 in our
And
existing.
those 3 are responsible for RFPs, contracting, et
No,
cetera?
they provide technical assistance to departments. They do, are overseeing RAMP. And so when it comes to departments and the use of RAMP, they're definitely more, experienced and provide that level of expertise to departments on an as-needed basis. But really with only 3 staff in that unit now, it's hard to provide any level of large-scale oversight for citywide purposes.
And you had 19?
We had 19. It's this current year, we were reduced to 3.
I understand. Thank you.
So Councilwoman, I would also add that we actually merged our procurement group with our grants group. So we have a small team of 6 total that provide, as Ben mentioned, technical assistance on procurement and also provide information and notifications and training on the grant system and notification on grants and track grant approvals and everything we receive in terms of grant revenues.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, thank you, Mr. CAO and team. I think we've all earned some lunch. I'd like to recess for 30 minutes. We're going to reconvene at 1:50. And we're going to cover city attorney, city controller, Office of Finance, and then supposedly the CAO homelessness budget in LAHSA, and we may have to adjust depending on the number of questions we all have. With that, we are in recess. Thank you.
So if your property remains in non-compliance after a failed re-inspection, then it's going to be cleared by city contractors. And the property owner or you will be invoiced a non-compliance fee of $668 plus an administrative fee of $1,498 on top of the contractor's fee, so you certainly want to avoid this. We get asked a lot of questions. Here is your top 7 most frequently asked questions and the answer. So number 1 is, how can I check the brush status of my own property? Again, that's that important website that we're driving home, the vms3.lafd.org. You could register a new brush clearance account there and check the status. Now use your APN or the assessor parcel number, as well as a PIN, which is your personal identification number. It's going to be printed on the bottom of the owner notification that was mailed to you annually in March. Often we get asked, well, what is the best way to contact the brush unit? Simply put, the best way is to send an email. you send it to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, if you incorporate your APN and a brief description of the issue or the problem that you would like to discuss, that greatly assists us determining who you are and what the issue is. And then a member of our brush unit will respond to you within 48 hours. Also, you could feel free to call. The number is 1-800-994-4444. But we do ask for your patience in advance because it's very busy and there's minimal inspectors, so we have limited resources to take your call. But the office hours are from 7 a.m. until 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, excluding holidays. So what if you received a notice of noncompliance in the mail? What are you supposed to do then? Well, start by reading that notice very carefully. Identify the actual violations that were mentioned on your property. See what was cited there. And then you could follow the steps in the frequently asked questions, the first one there, to see photos that was taken by the inspector of your property and where the problem is. Then you want to correct those violations by the due date. So look at that due date. It'll be located at the top right corner of your notice. Here's another question we get. Okay, you were issued a notice of noncompliance, and now you did the right thing. You finished clearing your property of the violations that you were cited. Now what? What's next? Well, truthfully, you don't have to do anything at this point. After the allotted 30-day period, a fire inspector is going to re-inspect your property, and if your property is still in noncompliance, then you get that second notice to abate the fire hazard. That'll be mailed to you. Now, the city will start the process to have your property cleared by a contractor at your expense, so you want to avoid that. Some ask if there is a particular contractor that should be used to clear your property. Well, simply put, the city does not provide a recommendation, nor do we endorse any contractor. So really, it's you as the property owner, it's your responsibility to request the current proof of insurance, if they're bonded, if they have a license, and obtain any other relevant information about that contractor. But we do try to help. So there is a brush clearance contractor list on the website. So what do you do if you feel that the inspector is wrong and that your property is in compliance? And can you file an appeal? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, you can. Visit the LAFD Brush website to view the detailed inspection process, and that includes appeals. However, note that a failed inspection will subject you as the owner to fees that continue to increase with each failed inspection. All billing is conducted through the city's accounting services section. So if you have questions about that concerning your fees or your invoices or any fees that even could be attached to a tax bill, you should direct those to the source. That's accounting. So you could either call them at 213-978-3424, or you could send an email to lafd.brush@lacity.org. We understand that many people might be worried about their neighbor's property and that they might have a fire hazard because of some overgrown brush. And how would you report that? So first off, we want you to know that the fire department wants to hear your concerns so we can provide the clearance necessary for our firefighters to protect your property and your neighborhood. So you can report a brush fire hazard by email to lafdbrush@lacity.org. Now, please make sure that you include the exact location of the brush hazards, the address. If you have the APN, that would be even better. But of course, you need to put a brief description of what the hazards are and where those hazards are on the property. And of course, it's best not to go looking at those hazards on that neighbor's property without permission. You also can make your complaint by phone. That same phone number we provided before to our brush clearance unit is 1-800-994-4444. And again, we welcome your complaint, but remember too that we have limited resources to take your call, and those hours are from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Barnsdall Gallery Theater is a 300-seat performing arts space located as part of the Barnsdall Art Park here in East Hollywood. We're tucked in a corner between the Barnsdall Junior Art Center, and then on our other side is the LA Municipal Art Gallery. So often we hear, I didn't even know this was here, I'm gonna come back. And that is the greatest thing we can hear, is knowing that we're gonna have Angelinos come back, visit our space, share our space, and enjoy everything that we have to offer here. We're primarily a rental facility, so we try and make everyone's dreams come true. It is incredibly popular with different arts centers and different arts groups, community theaters, professional theaters. We have dance companies who do their concerts. We have local colleges and high schools and elementary schools that do their graduations and their culminations. We do film screenings. Young artists, emerging artists, groups with very small budgets are treated and welcomed the same way as big commercial productions. What's super exciting about the Barnsdall Gallery Theater is that everybody has an opportunity to be on this stage. That you can be a very seasoned veteran and come in here and feel like you're having a wonderful, intimate conversation with the audience. You can be a 4-year-old with your first recital and being able to feel like this is your stage. And it's sort of sized for someone little, someone big, whatever you're looking for. It's perfect. So many people have told us the Barnsdall Gallery Theater, or we call it BGT, feels like home to them. And that BGT is where they always go. It's their go-to space for their annual event. And I think that kind of relationship in a community is so important these days. The performing arts are intrinsic to the quality of life for Angelinos, and it's invaluable to have the opportunity to be able to elevate and support the communities in which we are based, who are creating a legacy of artwork that will enrich the city of Los Angeles and its cultural identity in terms of performing arts. You can always find out information about the Barnsdall Gallery Theater by going to our website, and that is the best way to find out more information about who to contact and how to get more information.
The Canoga Park Youth Arts Center is an after-school music and art program operated by the Department of Cultural Affairs of the City of Los Angeles. We offer music and visual arts classes to youth in the area, mostly from 6 to 17. However, we also have pre-K classes to introduce young children to music. All the teachers here have been involved in the arts their whole lives. We serve about 200 students per week when we have our class sessions. We are located in a historic building off of Sherman Way. So this historic building was first built in 1929 as the first operator-assisted phone company in the San Fernando Valley. After the building was abandoned by the phone company, it fell into disrepair. The city did purchase the building. It was restored because Proposition K allocated funds to provide programming for youth. So this is a dedicated youth arts center. During the year, local schools walk to us during their school day to supplement or to include an arts program which they may not be able to receive at their school. The importance of arts education, I don't think, can be overstated. I think by now, hopefully everybody knows that arts education helps children to work together in groups. It helps them to focus, critically think. Self-expression is also incredibly important. Creativity, and also it could be a path to a career for many young people. For example, all of the staff here are involved in the arts, in their art form, outside of teaching here. We have a lot of kids that come here as 6-year-olds, and then they go all the way through the program until they age out of it, and they have good memories, they come back. So we see how the arts is shaping these kids. Having a healthy society is having healthy investment in the arts. We have several ways of getting into contact with us. We have an Instagram page at Canoga Park Youth Arts. We have a Facebook page, Canoga Park Youth Arts Center.
Bye everyone, I'll see you next week.
Using the MyLA 311 app is easy. Download the MyLA 311 app from the App Store or Google Play. Use Google Translate to view the page in up to 200 languages. Select the service need, either by typing a topic in the new request search box, or select from the most popular service requests, like street pavement issues or potholes. Answer a few questions. You can add a comment or even upload a picture. Keep track of your request via email, text, or create an Angelino account to become a registered user. Using MyLA 311 keeps our city safe and clean.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C for compress. Use any clean cloth. Apply the dressing directly to the wound and press down hard. Push down on top of the wound with both hands as hard as you can. If blood soaks through the dressing, do not remove it. Add another dressing on top and continue applying steady pressure. Do not release the pressure to check the wound. Keep steady pressure until help arrives.
Hi, I'm Eric Scott, the Captain and Public Information Officer for the Los Angeles City Fire Department. Often people ask us really, what is brush clearance and why is it important? So simply put, brush fires continue to threaten life and property in the very high fire hazard severity zone. So that means areas that are prone to wildfires. And having brush clearance provides us the defensible space to save those lives and property. So particularly when you're clearing all of those ground fuels or the lower vegetation, that really helps us because it'll present what is called the fire ladder. And that's when the fire starts off low on the ground and it starts to climb upward to where it gets spread by winds. So what you might see is an ember would land on the ground, it would ignite the grass that is there, or what we call as light flashy fuel. And then it's going to jump to those lower hanging limbs or those branches and starts to climb up the tree, ignites that heavier fuel, and that just exasperates the problem. So this requirement does not apply to your healthy fruit trees or privacy hedges or ornaments.
We need the city attorney. Oh, yeah. Let me go talk. Okay. The mic's on. Okay, welcome back. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Councilmember Blumenfield. Present. Councilmember Hutt.
Here.
Councilmember McCosker. Here. Councilmember Hernandez.
I am present.
5 members present at quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're at roughly 35 memos requested so far. Just a reminder, let's try and go for quality over quantity. Budget memo day is going to be hard the more they are, and the less good information we get. So just a reminder, we're going to turn now to the City Attorney. Welcome, Madam City Attorney. Thank you for being here with us. I'm going to ask you to give a very brief overview of your letter, and then I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Councilmember Kosker, who's going to lead us on questions.
Thank you very much, Council Member and Chair. Thank you to all the members. This is not an easy year or an easy process. I will try to keep my overview very brief, but I do have a couple of points that I think you should be made aware of. We participated in the voluntary hiring freeze and had 104 vacancies at the beginning of this year. We filled, I believe it was 93 of those vacancies, but the net addition to the office back to full strength was only 63 due to some departures and retirements. We currently have 31 vacancies among lawyers and are actively recruiting for, I believe, 24 of those spots. And we have another 31 vacancies in our staff, and we are actively recruiting for 28 out of the 31. Most recently, we extended 3 offers in our litigation group on PLU. Only one of the 3 was accepted. Our original budget had asked for an additional 40 lawyers and an additional 40 staff that we believe that we need, and I want to very briefly go over the areas as to why we need them, the additional work that we are doing. But to put it in context, my office today, under this budget, is the same size that it was in 1998. It is the same size that it was in 2013. I want to focus specifically on civil litigation because that is the most urgent need. My lawyers in our general civil litigation practice are handling approximately 90 cases apiece. That is absolutely unsustainable. I have been trying to hire for the civil litigators for a while. I received no new positions. There are no vacancies in general litigation. And I most respectfully request, and I understand how many demands there are on this body. I really, really do. And I understand how much need there is, especially in our public safety departments that are coming up before you tomorrow. However, I'm also letting you know that defending the city is not an option. It's not a choice. So we will pay the costs in one of 3 forms. We will pay the costs in additional positions for my office that can defend the city in the manner in which it needs to be defended. That includes a fair amount of pretrial motion practice to narrow the claims, and then to be able to either settle favorably or mount a credible defense at trial, or we will pay the costs in outside counsel because my lawyers will continue to be overwhelmed, or we will pay the costs in ultimate liabilities. In addition to just the exponential increase from fewer than 500 civil litigation cases in 2013 to over 3,600 in my office today, I've identified at least the following areas of practice that did not exist in 2013. All of the work that we are doing to fight off this administration's efforts to invade our city budget and our city streets is coming out of existing resources, with one exception. The Perdomo case is being handled pro bono publico by Munger, Tolles, and Olson. But other than that, we have protected over $600 million of grant funding, primarily in the area of housing and transportation, by the work that we have done in some of the grant litigation. We are also handling an unprecedented number of governmental investigations into the city, into our offices, and into our departments. At last count, we had the federal government with at least 6 investigations. We had the state, the Attorney General's office investigating us, at least on redistricting. We had the county, the district attorney filing charges against folks at the airport. And so we have an unprecedented number of governmental investigations in our office. Again, the last 2 years have been somewhat tumultuous. We have hundreds of protest cases, which we are handling both on a criminal level and on a civil level. The criminal side of it is, the dozens of referrals from the LAPD, we are handling those in-house. The civil side of it continues to grow, and we wind up with a fair amount of protest cases in litigation. We have been asked to undertake cannabis enforcement. The current budget cuts 2 of our existing cannabis positions, including 1 litigation enforcement position, when we had asked for an additional 3 investigators and an additional 2 lawyers. We have filed 21 criminal cases on unlicensed cannabis facilities since October, and we have brought 2 17-200 actions, so it's a total of 23 facilities in 6 months. I haven't touched on Tahoe. We have hired a tenants' rights activist and 1 Tahoe lawyer out of our own budget because we have not had the position authority or the funding for Tahoe. That is an area that I would like to ask the committee to look at with particularity, because I do think it's an area that can be funded from ULA funds rather than from the budget. And in a perfect world, we would have a pilot program with at least 5 Tahoe lawyers, 1 for each 3 council districts, to carry out the mission of protecting against unlawful harassment and evictions across the city. You asked me to be brief. There's a lot more to say, but I'm going to stop and take your questions for as long as I possibly can. The short version is my department is not a nice to have. We are a need to have. And one of the things that I learned in my prior life in financial difficulties is that flat across the board 10% or 15% budget cuts are not necessarily the way to approach the delivery of a budget that continues to serve folks well. I would urge you to go back to the charter, to look at what are the charter-ordered departments and make sure that those are funded first. And the non-charter required departments, the statutory ordinance departments, the nice-to-haves, are the ones that I think should bear much of the brunt of any diminution in services, at least until we are back at a point where we can fully fund the essentials of city services. The street services, to give you one data point, to put it in context, we have paid $55 million out in liability for sidewalk slip and falls from July 1, 2024 through February 1, 2026. So over that 18-month period, instead of fixing sidewalks, we've paid $55 million in liabilities. Now, that's not quite apples to apples, because the slip and falls happened before the time period. And so even if we stopped and fixed today, we would still have sidewalk liabilities for a while. But at some point, we have to get back to those fundamentals. And I do think my office is one of them.
Mr. McCosker, to lead us off. Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Thank you for that. So in your letter, you let us know that you made requests for 40 attorney positions and 40 support staff. Do you have a breakdown? We don't have the breakdown of what those were, just that they were denied.
Sure. Barack Vaughn, Managing Director of our Business Finance and Operations. That breakdown was 20 general litigators, 3 complex and business litigators, 2 employment litigators, 3 public rights litigators, and 12 municipal or our community law corps lawyers as well. And then it would be equal amount of support staff. If you want me, I can come back and report back the exact on the support staff.
Okay, then the letter, thank you. The letter goes on, and I got all that. Don't need a memo on that. But the letter goes on to say that of critical importance are the 25 litigator positions. And so that's a subset of those 40 then, right, with general litigation and complex and employment?
Yes, those are the ones that are unsustainable today.
Okay, so general litigation, 20 GLs, 3 complex, and 2 employment. And is that, are you saying that because that's tracking where our highest liability is coming from?
Highest liability and greatest caseload,
Highest liability, greatest case
and
load.
less ability to control the flow of work because it's defensive litigation. So public rights may be necessary, but that's affirmative litigation, so we can turn the faucet on or off more easily.
Right, right. So I agree with that analysis that is clearly the highest priority. We have, the chair and I, as I think in our roles as personnel and budget and finance, have a joint motion asking for that update. That hasn't come yet, but is this budget request informed by the work that you're doing to respond to that memo?
It is
That
informed.
motion?
We have put out the internal ask for everybody to give us their ideal strength. As usual, I think it's my job as a manager to give what is needed, not what everybody thinks is ideal. So we haven't reported back to you yet fully on that, but the work that's come in from the branches has informed what we're requesting.
Okay, now knowing that these are different things, the 25 is over and above what you have now, given the caseloads and all of the motion work and the liability, but I want to go to current positions and vacancies. Among attorneys, you have, actually among attorneys and staff, you have pretty equal numbers, about 30 vacancies, and you're actively recruiting for a little over 20 of those in each category?
Yes.
And those, none of those are in the, are those also in what I'll call, what you would call the sort of the critical liability litigators who are in a defensive posture?
I believe the only 2 open positions that we have in the defensive posture are the 2 PLU positions that I mentioned. We had 3 offers out. 1 was accepted, 2 were rejected, so we're back out on those 2 vacancies.
Okay, so of the 31 vacancies among attorneys, most of them then are not in the defensive posture protecting us from liability?
No. They are municipal positions and other positions that are not as critical. Correct.
Also important, but not
Correct, not
critical
litigation
on
positions.
not immediate liability. It could be long-term liability, but not immediate liability.
Well, no, hold on. Those 31 vacancies include, for example, a general counsel at DWP.
Yeah.
Okay, it includes key critical positions.
Yeah.
They are backfills, but we need them. We cannot leave the Department of Water and Power without a general counsel, without an assistant general counsel. Some of them are workers' compensation lawyers. One of them is a branch chief down at the airport courts. Those 31 vacancies cannot be filled for civil litigation. They are backfills for existing positions.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just asking what the Venn diagram looks like. I get that they are positions that are all needed, and especially positions at DWP Airport or Harbor, they're going to be reimbursed, so we should be filling those. That takes a load off of you, including the staff positions that are backfilled. I was just wondering what the overlap was. And it sounds like it's
The
very
only
little.
overlap that I'm aware of is 2 PLU positions.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take the drama out of this. I'd just like to get a budget memo on funding 25 positions. I'm going to be totally arbitrary, 12 positions in the defense, in I would like a budget memo on, I guess it's just math, but funding 20 general litigation positions, 3 complex litigation positions, 2 employment positions, and then I'd like to see the numbers on 10 GLs, 1 complex, and 1 employment.
We'll get that right to you. That's
See,
just
I
math.
want it from you, Sharon, right? From CIO, okay. Work with the CIO and get it to us, that'd be great.
Okay, and then so the CAO is going to do that as opposed to us.
You'll work with the CIO to get
Okay.
it to us.
And then there's one other thing to mention, and that's the technology request that we made, which was also denied. We've been asking for an upgrade to our technology in each of the last 3 years that I've been in office. You were very generous, and you gave us the money we needed to upgrade the criminal side of the office. That should be going live this summer. We would like, I don't think I need it in the budget in advance, but I think I would like to advise this council that, especially given the recent data breach in my office on the civil side, we are going to be talking to vendors and requesting requests for proposals on an upgrade to our civil side system. I will find the money to do that out of my existing budget. It shouldn't cost more than $100,000 or $200,000, but we may well be coming back to you on a first RFP or a first FSR to upgrade the technology, depending on the recommendations that we get from our forensic and depending on the proposals that we get from technology companies. It's informational, is all.
Yeah. The follow-up was just a clarification. You asked for a report on those positions. I'm assuming that the report should also include the support staff, related support staff?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I mean, I'd
Actually,
like, yeah.
and I did not clarify that. Although it strikes me that your request for 40 and 40, 1-to-1 is not typical for support staff to the attorneys.
Let me explain that, because it's not all legal secretaries and legal clerks to support the attorneys. On cannabis enforcement, for example, given the reduction in the staffing at our LAPD, if I had a couple of investigators who could be dedicated to unlicensed cannabis facilities, we could do the investigation ourselves, and it would come in at less money than, at this point, deploying officers to do that work, especially on overtime. So the 40 support staff aren't just to support the lawyers, it's investigators that allow us to handle cannabis regulation, housing code violations, problem properties across the city. I have, I believe, 18 investigators in-house across 1,000 legal professionals right now, and I think that we had asked for an additional 12 to take us up to 30 investigators. We find it a very cost-effective way
Thanks.
for enforcement.
And I understand that answer, but I'm going to ask that the memo that we get back is responsive to this. The numbers for the defensive posture attorneys in those two categories and the support staff for them, as lean as is possible, back. So we're talking the support staff for the 25 attorneys or the support staff for the 12 attorneys.
You're talking about legal secretaries, legal clerks, and paralegals for 20 lawyers. We
Right.
can do that.
Right.
Great. So then as a separate memo, then a report back on the investigator positions, as a separate report back.
Happy to do that. And I'll try to make that leaner than the ask that we made, really focused on what I think are your areas of priority, which I have defined, I think, as cannabis enforcement and tenant protections.
Well, and included in that report back, which would be an analysis of sort of the cost benefit, so we compare the cost of those investigators to whatever costs that we're paying now.
Certainly.
Councilmember Hernandez.
This is on a separate issue.
I think we can move to the next issue within the city attorney's office.
Thank you. This year, the estimated expenditures for litigation are around $212 million. This is down from $289 million last year. What are the additional safeguards you are employing to keep lowering litigation costs? Can you explain the major differences from this fiscal year to last fiscal year? And what can be replicated for the upcoming fiscal year?
That's a lot of questions in one. I'll do my best to answer our approach. We are exploring ways with the CAO's office, as I think we mentioned in our joint report. And certainly, my goal would be that while council is on recess in July, we would prepare some recommendations for you, which risks may be insurable, which risks may be better manageable. As I think you've heard me say before, we don't create the liability. It comes from our departments, and so we do our best to defend it. Our liabilities this year are coming in below $200 million so far. I don't know, because we had a $14 million verdict on Thursday that I'm still trying to digest, and we are currently in trial on at least 3 possibly very explosive verdicts. So I could be off, and we could wind up well north of $200 million. But at least based on where we are as of today, we're coming in a little bit below what we asked for this year. Not a lot, but a little bit. And so we adjust our numbers down. We don't just start from the baseline and adjust it up. We try to take into our account our actual experience. I think we also assumed that we would be getting at least some additional litigators, which will help us keep the costs and the liabilities down. When I can put 2 or 3 lawyers, a paralegal, and a legal clerk on a trial team, we win. We win every time. And the problem is, all too often, I have a single lawyer, maybe with a paralegal or a clerk helping. And that is a situation, especially when you're up against well-funded law firms with 9-lawyer teams, puts us at a tremendous disadvantage. We are doing our best to manage the liability on every level.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
I have a follow-up to that. I don't have more questions. But a follow-up to that? Thank you. I'd like to just add, either at H or a budget footnote, to ensure alignment between policy direction and fiscal planning. Let's add an instruction, again, either at Exhibit H or the budget footnote, and I'm willing to take direction on that. Directing the CAO and the city attorney to incorporate the adopted recommendations from Council File 24-0600, S37, which is the liability strategy, into next year's fiscal framework, including the development of a departmental level implementation work plan. In other words, let's take your recommendations, let's put them into the framework.
Yeah, to some extent in my own budget, I already made those assumptions, council member.
Okay. All right, I have a quick question. So the proposed budget sets aside $6.7 million in the UB for outside counsel expenditures. The CAO's supporting information indicates that the estimated expenditures for outside counsel in 25-26 are $16.4 million. Outside counsel spending hasn't been below $7.1 million since 21-22. Is the $6.7 million in the UB sufficient for outside counsel, given that this office is estimated to incur $16.4 million in outside counsel expenditures this year?
The short answer is no, and we asked for considerably more. We think 16.4 is what we manage in terms of liquidity. Obviously, as you know, we try to help with some of the liquidity measures. We typically have a payable float of anywhere from 1 to, unfortunately, I've cut it down. It used to be as much as 9 months, and that's really not sustainable for the cost-effective and medium-sized and local firms that we use. So we've tried to cut that payable time down to 3 to 4 months. But if you think about the float, the $16.4 million is what we need to pay in any given fiscal year. And so I don't know what we asked for this year. I think it was just around 16 million. We think the real cost, if you use an accrual basis rather than a cash basis system, is closer to 20. It depends on what happens with some of these government investigations, because almost all of those require outside counsel. We're not criminal defense experts, as you know.
These are federal investigations.
And the DA. And there's a lot going on, council member, which I'd rather not go into detail on in a public meeting. But many of these matters require us to use outside counsel. We do not have the expertise in-house to handle them. Where it's just production of documents, cooperation, where the city is a victim or a witness, and there's tons of those, okay? Those we tend to handle in-house because we can. But where it is an investigation into the city itself or any of our employees, it's something where we think the city and all of us are better served by having experts in this area. And while I have a lot of criminal lawyers, they're all prosecutors. They're not criminal defense lawyers.
Okay, of the positions you requested, would any help address the need for outside counsel?
Yes. I just sent out last week, and it had been pre-approved. It was under the contract and whatever, but I think we sent out 20 protest cases, which we really can handle internally. But I didn't have a litigator who could take anything else on.
So,
and so yes, that outside counsel work would all come back.
So along those lines, So your office is expected to have 122 general fund vacancies by June of this year. What are the major roadblocks to hiring staff and retaining them? Is it personnel? Is it?
Well, in litigation, it is, at this point, the volume of the work. I mean, some of what has stabilized PLU was the ability to backfill a lot of those positions. But when the people who are there are struggling to keep their head above water and they don't see relief in sight, it is very difficult to recruit to those positions or retain. So when we open a green sheet or a position elsewhere in the office, very often what we get is we get applicants from the litigation groups.
So you're losing people from your litigation group to other
parts
sections?
of, yes.
And then it's
all the-
hard to recruit new people because prospective employees see how hard
Yes.
they're working. Okay. Just one more question. The proposed budget continues funding and resolution authority for one position to support the Civil, Human Rights, and Equity Department, the Commission on Civil Rights, and the Reparations Advisory Committee. How much did the city collect in fines and penalties for the civil rights violations in this current fiscal year?
$136,250.
And can the proceeds of that, from those fines and penalties, be used to fund the position?
I think they are used in the first instance to fund positions within the Civil Rights Department itself.
Okay.
And I don't believe there's anything excess. I think that funds approximately one position in the Civil Rights Department.
Good to know. Thank you. Colleagues, anyone else have questions for our city attorney? No? Councilwoman Hunt? No? Okay.
Thank
Tim,
you very
no more,
much.
Tim? Okay. Let's move on to the Office of the City Controller. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, are you going to take the lead on the questions? Yeah. And then just tell me when you're done, and I'll take.
Maybe James.
Madam Chair, I do have a question for the CAO. Sure.
Oh, CAO?
For the CAO? A special study question?
About?
It's a special study request to have the CAO report back
This one. Hey, Matt.
on city attorney.
I understand Councilwoman Hutt has a question for the CAO about the city attorney's budget.
Right.
Can we turn on Councilwoman Hutt's mic, please?
I'd like to request a special study to have the CAO report back with the assistance of the city attorney, DCR, and LAPD on a full build-out of staffing and resources needed for illegal cannabis enforcement. We should be collecting at least $50 to $100 million in cannabis taxes, but without shutting down illegal activity, consumers will continue to flock to those illegal establishments with lower prices and unknown quality, product quality. So just would like a report back. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Welcome, Mr. Mejia, Mr. Controller. Is there anything, can you please highlight anything you have from your letter that you want to bring to our attention? Then we're going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hernandez to start us off with some questions.
Sure. Hello. First of all, thank you everyone for having us. You know, the mayor's proposed budget gives us about 12 net new positions, and for this fiscal year we got 7. But 2 years ago we got 27 positions eliminated, and so we're still catching up. But we are grateful for some of these positions, especially because it tackles the day-to-day, mainly relating to accounting, financial reporting, payroll, and vendor payments. One area that was excluded was anything related to our work to perform audits and also to do fraud, waste, and abuse investigations. And so a lot of our ask in this budget memo letter is essentially to fund the oversight function of the city of Los Angeles, which is entrusted in my office. In addition to that, one thing that I do want to highlight too that's not in the letter because most of it's asking for more oversight is we asked for positions related to our financial management system upgrade, where that is the bloodline of the city's financial reports. Everyone relies on all of that. And in the UB, there is currently $150,000 in the UB, and that would be spent on contractors. And so we believe if that funding could actually be kept in-house, because we requested 2 positions, if we could actually have those funds be transferred to us so we could actually have dedicated permanent staff to help with the FMS reporting, because right now in the controller's office, there's only one person for the entire city that oversees the FMS reporting module. And so those are the 2 asks that I'd like to bring up, and feel free to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Controller Mejia. I'd like to start off by talking a little bit about the auditing and fraud, waste, and abuse. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but the Controller's Office currently only has 8 auditors and 5 fraud, waste, and abuse FWA investigators to oversee over 40 departments and hundreds of programs amounting to over $46 billion annually. When proprietary departments, LADWP, airports, and harbor are included. For context, in fiscal year 2004, the Controller's Audit Division had 51 positions. During the budget process, the Controller requested 40 positions across the Audit Services Divisions and Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Unit, and did not receive any positions in the proposed budget for these charter-mandated functions. Controller Mejia, how many city staff do you have working on auditing and fraud, waste, and abuse right now?
Currently, as mentioned, we have 5 on the fraud, waste, and abuse investigations, and right now we currently have 8 at this moment.
How does that compare to the number of positions in previous controller administrations?
As mentioned before, over 2 decades ago, it was much more robust with over 50 before, and since then, the city's budget has grown exponentially, the number of programs, the number of employees, and so that is why we are asking for a sufficient amount to provide that oversight.
How many fraud, waste, and abuse cases does your office receive a year? And how many audits is your team currently able to undertake?
So we receive over 700 a year, and last year it was over 750. And then I'll pass it on to our Director of Auditing, who can talk about, how many cases we currently have.
As of first quarter closing this year, we're on track for 800 cases coming in, which is far higher than we've ever registered before. So there's just more and more work coming in. The complexity of the cases is growing too, so the staff's already sort of strained to the limit, and so the complexity is adding additional strain on our investigative team. And in terms of your audit question and sort of the output, it's like anything else, it depends on how large or how deep the scope is. I think the last several projects we've done have been extremely thorough and ambitious in terms of the kinds of questions we're trying to answer. And so I don't want to cop out and say it depends, but I think with the depth of the projects that we've been doing recently, it's basically been about 3 to 4 a year. And then, they kind of wrap up at different points of the year, and we start new ones. And so we've been sort of going through this process where we're starting at the same time and wrapping up at the same time on multiple projects.
Understood, heard. Thank you. Controller Mejia, can you give me a most recent example of that one of the outcomes of one of the audits that y'all have done?
Yeah, sure.
Or fraud, waste, and abuse, whichever one.
Sure, I could mention, 2. The most recent one was 3 months ago, where we found that there was a homeless service provider who wasn't providing the contractual obligations and not meeting the performances. And when we investigated, they gave our investigators fake documents, fake invoices, and that amounted to $23 million being defrauded. And that prompted the county and the feds working with us, which led to his arrest. That was a big one. That's as much as our current office budget right now. And due to that, that actually led to LASA moving faster on the contractor service provider oversight, right? It also led to the cancellation of those contracts. So it did provide, future loss. It also got the service provider in question to update those invoices that they sent us to lower their price because we caught them. On the audit side, we did an audit on affordable housing, and we found out that there were properties that were financially distressed. A great example is the Skid Row Housing Trust. And that ended up costing the city around $30 million. But because of our audit, we were able to basically get the department to identify other financially distressed properties, so that way you don't have another Skid Row Housing Trust and spend tens of millions of dollars. So those are just some of the benefits on what these audits can do, that it could flag and prevent more loss happening.
This will be my last question. Do you think that there are similar cases in the batch of 800 that you have received that, if followed through, would equate to millions of dollars coming back to the city?
Yeah, I mean, we can't speak on some of the cases that we have, but they're troubling, and they're going to cost a lot. We can't talk about it, but just seeing the things in the pipeline and what we know, the city definitely has an issue of lax accountability and oversight, and that's why we're really fighting for these bare minimum resources.
Understood. Thank you. Chairwoman, I would like to request a memo to identify funding for the positions requested by the controller in their department letter. The memo should include a phased approach for hiring, including 9 months and 6 months funding. I'd also like for this information to provide an analysis of how much money these positions may be able to recover elsewhere in the city's budget through auditing functions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Hutt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council member.
Can you give us a status update on the procurement audit your office is conducting?
Sure.
As I stated previously, I'm very interested in getting to the bottom of our contracting, accounting, and procurement issues.
Great, and I just want to give a shout out to Councilmember Yaroslavsky, because this audit came about through our collaboration to audit the city's contracting process related to procurement of goods. And so we're in the beginning phases, but I'll let our Director of Auditing talk about the status.
Great timing. We're scheduled for an entrance conference with GSD tomorrow, and we have preliminary walkthrough scheduled for late next week. So we're just in the process of getting things started. Obviously, there are lots of questions that we're trying to answer on behalf of the council, and I think questions that we're interested in as well. Like anything else, we want to be thorough and diligent as we get as we move through the planning process. So getting the entrance conference started, done tomorrow will be a nice step forward.
Thank you. Can you also give us an update on the grants dashboard that your office is working on?
Sure. So outside of this, due to the recent news about active transportation grants expiring, my office actually, on its own free will, reached out to all the public works departments, transportation, to departments to provide my office with a list of all grants and their expiration dates. And so we're in the process of creating a real-time dashboard that you guys could all see. And you don't have to wait for a report. You can just go online and see where the status is. And so we just got the reports and the Excel sheets from the departments last week. So we're in the process of building that.
Thank you. That sounds like that's going to be super helpful. I just want to echo my colleague from CD1 about the budget memo. I was going to bring that up as well, so thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield?
Sure, thank you. Mr. Controller, last year you had a good proposal to increase the internal borrowing for cash flow versus the TRAN. And I wanted to see if, the CAO stated earlier that the TRAN is going to save us about $4 million this year. If you think that there is additional savings again this year with that kind of a proposal.
Yeah, I mean, and just to give you guys context, for this current fiscal year that we're in right now, we were able to get commitments from departments of $500 million, and we only internally borrowed $100 million. So we didn't actually need all of it, and we only ended up paying like 400 grand of interest on the internal borrowing side, and we paid 6 million on the trans side. I'm talking about for actual spending for this fiscal year. So we would have to see how much we actually need to borrow. Hopefully we don't need to borrow the full 500 million, like maybe it's only 100 million like this current fiscal year. But you know, if revenues are as optimistic as you know, we say they're going to be, then we wouldn't need to borrow that full amount, right? And so, to answer your question, we'll have to see, but yeah.
Which will be, you've got what you need to do that again this year.
Yes, and we have the staff because we handle the internal borrowing, and so we got that handled. So, but we'll see. Yeah.
Great. And then you mentioned the revenue, so I might as well ask because every year the mayor at CAO adjusts your original revenue forecast. After getting some additional months of data, do you have any concerns or with the revenue projections in the proposed budget, or do you agree with them?
That's a great question. You know, our office is always on the conservative side because it's better to beat your budget than it is to be under, and then you have to, you know, it's very disruptive because you need to find the money either from another department's budget or the reserve fund. This one is next year's fiscal year is actually very, very optimistic, about $300 million higher than we projected. About $200 million of the difference relates to departmental receipts. And for those ones, we rely on the CAO's analysis for that. For the other $100 million where we differed, mainly related to the economic sensitive taxes. About 20 million and plus 10 million for sales tax, 30 million for those business and sales tax. We do see that through March, the data is actually looking better. So we could see that $30 million increase sort of to make sense. We also see that the parking fine revenue is about $20 million higher than ours. And I wanted to point that to you guys because usually parking fines hover around 100 million a year, 105 million a year, but the proposed budget puts it at 125. And when I asked, it's because of the bus lane automated tickets. So that's going to generate close to 20 million. So that's also another part of the difference. And then the other difference relates to franchise income tax and I think a few others. But for the most part, it is very optimistic. We haven't done a deep dive, but I could say for some of the economic sensitive, we could see it being better than what we originally projected.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Kosker, then Councilwoman Hernandez.
Hey, good afternoon, thanks. I wanted to ask about HRP. I think mid-year, you've got 4 positions and there's 2 authorities in this budget. I mean, how are we doing, are they filled? And how are we doing on HRP? And do you have what you need to make sure that we're making payroll?
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember McOsker. Those just got, recently approved, went through the Civil Service Commission. We got the steps approved recently, so we're in the process of filling some of those payroll analyst positions. And overall, just to talk about Workday in general, I have our Chief Operating Officer who could just talk about, just the status so far on how we're doing. And James Robinson.
Good afternoon, Councilman Kosker.
Good afternoon.
I think overall, I mean, that we're a little bit better footing than when we started. That we've really been really intentional as a steering committee. The 4 departments that are involved in HRP. I was talking with the GM personnel this morning. We are optimistic and grateful for the positions that are coming. We still have a lot of challenges in front of us, though. Some things that are really significant that we've even been talking with Workday about is this whole lack of automation. It's causing a considerable drag on processing the payroll and doing the reconciliation of the payroll. There's a lot of manual work that we've been doing since Workday went live, to the point where it's hundreds of thousands of dollars in just overtime for that process alone. Things that were actually automated in the older Pacer system, so we're concerned about some of that. We're trying to address it. There's also a resource gap. I think there was the estimates were off from what we thought, the scale of the support that was needed versus what we actually have gotten. It turns out this is a much bigger bear to tackle in terms of supporting this system, and so we're in. That's part of what the HRP team is assessing, And then just some of the upcoming projects, the ancillary projects, the public safety, those are very big asks the fire system, NSS, PD's projects to get overtime into the system and in their scheduling. Those are really major efforts. We just had a deep dive with fire department, and Workday was in that room about a month ago. So those are some really ambitious projects, and we're concerned about the drain on resources. This is a very specialized area, and we're asking people to not only process biweekly payroll and support the payroll throughout, and that's every other week of the operation. So really half the time is already devoted to that from our team, but also take on these other projects which weren't really on the board fully before we went live. And so we're concerned about the constraints on the team, not only in this department, but even across in personnel and ITA, et cetera. So, but we're grateful for where we are now. We've gotten some resources, and that has been a noticeable help, but we do have a ways to go in our assessment.
Okay, so we have Workday for the non-sworn, we have the NSS over at NSS is fire, right? And then we have the deployment system, that's the legacy system at police.
DPS, yes.
And all of those are creating work efforts. We did put in some mid-year positions. Did y'all ask for any additional positions in this budget that got approved or didn't get approved?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, we only got 12. We asked for a lot to sufficiently fund this office on payroll, vendor payments. So to answer your question, yes, we did ask for more.
Are they, but I'm talking about specifically about payroll.
Yes, for payroll,
Workday
yeah.
type positions. And is what you didn't get somewhere in the funding in this position list, that's 40 positions, 9 months funding at 3.7 million?
No.
None of those?
Because we got, our thought process is we got some for payroll for vendors.
Okay.
We don't know if we'll get more for the others, but so we
So you-
decided to go for our audit positions.
Okay, so you got what you thought you were going to get, as much as you could get for the payroll, and then this request is for more for auditing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Controller Mejia, there's currently only one person in the controller's office overseeing FMS reporting. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a $150,000 line in the UB for the financial management system upgrade that the controller and your department oversee. Is that correct?
Yes.
CAO, can you please clarify why these funds are being held in the UB?
Hello, Andrew Choi with the CAO's office. The 150,000 was placed in the UB as currently the contract that transitions the program has not been finalized. The money is intended to help transition some of the FMS reports as the current system, InfoAdvantage, is coming to its end of life in December 2027. So this money is actually to help the Controller's Office transition some of their reports. They've indicated that these reports are necessary and critical. So what we recommended was, by putting 150,000 for contractual services, it will allow the current staff to then get trained on the new system so that they'll be able to continue the work after the contractual services is depleted.
It was a little bit hard to hear you. Can you just say that a little bit shorter? I'm sorry. You don't have to look at me, but just speak into the mic. Sorry, it's hard to hear.
So the 150,000 was placed in the UB as the contract for the transition from InfoAdvantage to Power BI has not been completed yet. The money was planned and used to help the Controller's Office transition some of these reports specifically. These reports are critical. The Controller's Office said these reports are critical. This time, the contractual services allows for time for the current controller staff to be trained on the new system. So it acts as kind of a supporting middle ground to do temporary transitioning.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And would it be, since it's critical, can we just go ahead and move the funds from the UB to the Controller's Office? Would a memo doing that, would that be okay with y'all?
Contracts with ITA, you don't know.
No, we can provide a memo on that.
Okay, great. So, the memo would be to move those funds from the UB to the Controller's Office for FMS oversight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have one quick question. The department letters states that your current audit capacity allows staff to complete only 2 to 3 performance audits per year. Overall staffing levels in the auditing division have been relatively consistent over the last 10 years or so, but the audit output has dropped precipitously. So for example, in 2016, 2017, there were 17 audits. There were 22 in 17, 18. There were 14 in 18, 19, 10 in 19, 20, 9 in 2021. And, you know, staffing levels have been pretty consistent between 19 and 22 during this period. Can you just explain, are these much more complicated audits, or are people
Yeah,
dividing
well-
their time, or what?
Well, some of these positions, they're not all equal. Some of them are, you know, auditors, some are doing fraud, waste, and abuse. In addition, not all the audits are actual audits. Just because it's in our audit website, some could actually be ones where we don't perform the performance audit, but we pay someone else to do it. They could also be limited scope audits, such as what we saw in the past was doing a lot of petty cash counts. And that would be considered an audit, and that would only take, you know, a couple of weeks to do. I'll
So you're
pass
talking
it on
about
to-
historically what was counted as an audit was something that you wouldn't consider an audit today? Is that what
No.
you're saying?
Yeah, they're different. Yeah, that's what we would consider, especially with the ones that we're doing, because we're also doing our audits in accordance with, especially government, generally accepted government auditing standards, GAGAS. And I'll pass it on to Deveng, because he was actually here during our predecessor, who could talk about the difference between the audits, the performance audits we do, and then our predecessor.
Sure. There's a couple moving parts here. I think first and foremost, under this controller, we've got a greater number of people dedicated to doing fraud, waste, and abuse investigations than the office has had as far back as I've ever seen. I don't think at any given point during the last several administrations that there were ever 5 people dedicated to doing investigations. So just the sheer distribution of folks doing FWA investigations versus audit, that's one big difference there in terms of allocating more resources to that function. I think the other piece of it is, which the controller alluded to, was sort of the depth of the audits that we're doing and the shift to Yellow Book audit standards. I think if you go back and you look at a lot of those old reports, there was a lot of really good information in there, but a lot of them were sort of more narrowly scoped white papers and things like that. And so under the Yellow Book, it's a little bit more strict in terms of non-audit services that you can do. It does provide some wiggle room, but it is a little bit stricter. So the sheer types of projects that we're allowed to do is a little bit different than we used to be allowed to do. I'm happy to get into it in greater detail, but I think those two would be the largest reasons.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Colleagues, any other questions? Memo requests for the control owners team? Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate the time and the information. We're going to move on to the Office of Finance and Treasurer. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Is there anything that you would like to highlight from your letter before we get started? We all have it, but.
Good afternoon. Diana Mangiolu, Office of Finance. And just very quickly, I'm joined by my colleagues from our executive team, Tom Juarez, Matt Crawford, Angela Bruman, and Laronda Lamoth. First, I wanted to just say thank you for the support extended to Office of Finance in the budget. We have resources that are dedicated to our LA Tax Transformation Project, which are critical to securing the city's revenues, and it's a topic and issue area that we've talked a lot about in committee. I would like to respectfully bring to the committee's attention just a couple of key issues specifically related to our budget. The proposed budget itself carries forward a shortfall that's made it difficult managing our day-to-day, specifically, and this is a little technical with regards to our salaries general account. we have a salary savings rate of 9%, but a vacancy rate of 4%, which basically means that we don't have enough an appropriate funding level in our salaries account to pay for the filled positions that we have. So starting July 1st, we're going to be in the red. And this is not new. I mean, our budget has a similar structure this past year as well. We've been on the ding list for every FSR as having a shortfall. I would prefer that we be funded so that we're not in that position. The only other two things that I would want to point out is with regards to our overtime account and our as-needed account. Again, it's something that we've dealt with through the FSR. In the last several years, we haven't spent less than $600,000 in our overtime account, and this is the account that we use just to manage keeping up with calls, processing payments, and we've intentionally kept the positions filled because they're revenue generating. We intentionally incur that overtime cost because we're processing payments. Currently, our budget has $45,000 for overtime, so it's something that we're asking for the committee to consider. We requested approximately 1.3 in our letter, and then also $200,000 for as needed. We use our as needed account to address our peak season needs, our as needed employees that come in and help us during our really busy seasons. And that's about it.
Thank you. We're going to start with Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. And I'll start by asking for report backs on funding the three asks in your letter. Appreciate that, you and your staff perform incredibly important functions for our city, including collecting taxes, investing city funds, and I want to applaud you for being creative and proposing ways to increase revenue. Last year, we funded additional tax collection and enforcement positions with the belief that they would generate more revenue than they cost. Do you have data on the ROI for that return on investment for last year's investment?
Last year, we, as part of this process, we committed to bringing in an additional 20. I believe we had requested approximately $2 million in costs, and we've been successful in bringing in more than $30 million. So we anticipate closing the year with having achieved our goal and brought in a little bit more.
So $2 million leveraged us what was going to be 20, which it turned out to be 30. That's a good ROI for us. Do you anticipate similar for the positions that you're asking for? Similar returns?
So today, I'm not asking for any additional positions.
Or not positions, but the salary functions so that you don't end up having to not be able to hire back attrition.
So the challenge is that the positions are filled.
Right.
The folks are there. I just need to be able to pay for them.
Okay, as I said, that's why I asked that generally is a reasonable request. To fund those positions, which is why I asked for the memo back on that. Lastly, I just want to raise a concern about the BRTC renewals, because it's important. I know with not having enough staff, sometimes this gets delayed in terms of the renewals for folks, and it's more than just an inconvenience for some folks. Like I had a situation in my district, traders. There's a pawn shop. They've been in business for 75 years. They couldn't get their BTRC license in time, but that had a cascading effect because once they lost their license, once they didn't have the renewed license, then their state license to sell arms, which was part of their pawn shop, that automatically got cut off, which then prevented them from being able to do a number of things in terms of paying folks. And so it ended up being a real issue, and we got it resolved with you all in relatively short order. But I guess my point in this is that when we don't fund these positions, we're not just slowing down renewals, we're in sometimes creating a series of unintended consequences, in this case with real money that we could be liable for, but jobs and services, because the people who depend on that business are also, don't have a lot of options, and it's really, important to them that they have this as an option. So I just wanted to put that out, that the delay, causes, cascading effects, and I'll leave it with that, with the 3 report backs.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Okay, I just have a couple. Oh, Councilwoman Hunt.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO with assistance from the Office of Finance to identify potential funding options for the salaries as needed account and the overtime general account. And then also, I will bring this up again, over the last few years, we've seen a drop in cannabis revenue due to our own inaction on illegal enforcement, and we've seen many operators go out of business and unable to pay back taxes. Does it make sense to develop a policy to write off uncollectible cannabis tax debt if a cannabis business goes out of business and relinquishes its license?
So we did issue one report in October. It was a proposal for a cannabis amnesty program. And we have another follow-up report that we need to issue, which talks a little bit about the funding aspect of it. With regards to the amnesty and it helping the what's happening within the cannabis industry, I think it's just from what we've heard in discussions that we've had with cannabis industry folks, DCR, and just on a citywide level, the amnesty program is a temporary relief. And it's not really even something that's going to provide complete relief to certain businesses that have a significant delinquency amount with the city. It'll help, but it won't resolve the problem. And so I think, what does the right solution look like so that you could fix or address the cannabis industry issue in LA? Some say enforcement of illegal cannabis businesses, and there was some form of enforcement within the city, and it involved multiple departments. It involved LAPD, Building and Safety, DWP. Some folks within the industry point to the high tax rate and say that the tax rate is really high in comparison to, well, and it is in comparison to all the other rates that we charge for business tax. And when you take into consideration what those businesses also have to pay when it comes to state tax, it's significant. In addition to that, there's, just in talking to some of the industry folks and hearing what feedback they have, they talk about high overhead, having to invest in security just because of safety reasons. And all of that, I would imagine, brings your ability to sell, makes it more challenging for you to be competitive when it comes to the illegal shop that opens up shop across the street. So it's there's so many different aspects to this and pieces to this. The amnesty is just temporary relief.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. So we're in the final year of setting up the LA tax system, hopefully. If the repeal of the gross receipts tax passes, is this system still needed? Would it change our scope of work?
Fair question. So we are in the second year of our implementation. LA tax system, it's a large system that manages and encompasses not only just business tax, but also TOT, parking occupancy tax, also it manages and administers permit revenue as well. We collect permit fees for LAPD, fire department, cannabis department, city attorney's office. And so assuming the repeal goes into effect and passes, we lose 1 billion of potentially $1 billion, because next year the budget is close to 900 million for business tax, and the appeal is supposed to go into effect in 2028. So by 2028, we're close to $1 billion. So if we lose $1 billion of the 2.5 that we collect, we're still going to be responsible for collecting $1.5 billion. Okay, so it's
thank you.
still relevant and needed.
Thank you. So if we wanted to get an alternative proposal regarding GRT on the November ballot, we'd have to have it before council by early June. Is that sufficient time for your office to bring forward an alternative? Should we need an alternative or want an alternative?
We have been looking at ways to fix the tax code for years. I mean, every time there's been a request for us to go back and come back with some kind of a policy initiative or some issue area related to business tax, and just the feedback we also get from our auditors and businesses, we know that our tax code is dense and it's old, and it's a compilation of decisions that have been made over decades that satisfied the needs of that particular time, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the needs of today. And so we've talked about what it would look like if we were to clean it up and streamline it and have a simpler tax code. We've looked at that. We've also looked at how we could possibly even incorporate something like that so that it would also benefit small businesses more than we're doing so today. Most recently, we did a report back for Councilmember Rodriguez in looking at options for increasing the small business tax threshold exemption. But that really is something like that would only work if you can offset the revenue that you would be eliminating as a result of having a higher exemption threshold. Is it feasible? Yes, we could put something forward for the council to consider.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you for that. Colleagues, any more questions or memo requests for the Office of Finance? Councilmember McCosker.
I just want to take the opportunity before the question to commend you and the team for taking the challenge last year, or giving us the opportunity to take the challenge last year, fund positions, and the ROI, as Councilmember Bloomfield says, was very high. $2 million investment in positions created a $30 million revenue stream. Are there so congratulations and thank you. Are there corollaries to that? Are there other areas, parking tax, any other taxes where we could be funding positions and inform people that they owe tax or uncover scofflaws?
I think, so the good thing about this past year is that it challenged us in ways that we've never been challenged before. We did 4 times the amount of mailing that we've done, and we saw that we can take on that additional work and manage it. We also made a lot of changes to our collections division as well, and we're unexpectedly seeing significant revenue from that we haven't seen in previous years. So we've been focusing on those areas, and I think that we're going to be doing better than we've typically done because of those changes. I don't have another big 20 million though for this year, but otherwise, I think we are going to be continuing to mail at a more aggressive level than we typically have been, and I think that the other changes we put into effect we'll see the benefits of that.
But I would like to see a special study on other areas where we could generate revenue already due. And going earlier to our conversation, going back to an earlier part of today, it could be on transient occupancy for home sharing, where folks, the allegation is that folks aren't paying. It could be in parking, where I hear very often that folks sometimes are not even aware that the charges that they make in their buildings for parking require a parking tax. So I would like to see a special study where we can invest in people and more closely enforce the rules that are already on the books that could create revenue streams for us. Maybe not as rich as the one that you proposed last year, but there must be some opportunity for us, rather than raise a tax or create a new fee, just collect the ones that we already have on the books. So can that come back as a special study? I always get a quizzical look.
All right. Any more questions, memos, comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to the CAO homeless budget.
And I was looking at you like, what's he talking about?
I love Karen.
I love Karen too.
She went to Oxy.
She went to Oxy?
She's the best Oxy grad.
Yeah. They're low bar.
Which part? It's like Sisyphean. All right, welcome back, Mr. Szabo. Can you please share any highlights you have, and then we'll jump into questions.
Sure. I'll briefly review the proposed homelessness budget for 26-27. The mayor's proposal has $788 million. That accounts for all of our homelessness and homelessness-related interventions. That is a decrease of $165 million from the adopted 25-26 amount of $953 million. The principal additions to the budget is an assumption of the use of our sixth round of HAP funding from the state at $129 million, a $58.3 million appropriation in the GCP account for alliance settlement-related costs. That includes the costs of new interim housing and ramp-up of time-limited subsidies. $98 million for homelessness emergency account, that's inside SAFE. That will show in the budget as a fairly significant increase over the adopted amount of $36 million. However, there was an additional $36 million in the unappropriated balance. So overall, it is an increase of $26.3 million. There is also an increase and an establishment of an account in GCP for $54.7 million for our Measure A reimbursements related to the Local Solutions Fund that we would receive, or that we are receiving through County Measure A. I will say that our overall homelessness spending, although the overall budget is decreasing, the spend on direct homeless interventions is increasing to about $500 million this year. $323 million, by the way, of the budget of the 788 is general fund, and the remainder is through various state grants and other reimbursements. This is a critically important year as it is the last year of our 5-year Alliance settlement. The budget in front of you is substantial enough to comply with our requirements, both our housing requirements and our reporting requirements. As it relates to Alliance, I will just say that we will be having a discussion on that issue broadly in an upcoming closed session. As we are currently in mediation, we've taken a pause on the evidentiary hearing around the contempt of court issues that had been raised. We are in mediation, and I will be discussing with you and the full council proposals that have come out of that mediation within the next week.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Szabo. I have a few questions, and I'll turn it over to colleagues. So the proposed budget includes $58.3 million for the Alliance Settlement Agreement Program. What portion of the funding is rollover from this current fiscal year, and how much is new money from the county? What's rollover and what's from county?
For the Alliance settlements specifically?
Yeah, the Alliance Settlement Agreement Program.
Sandy Lee with the Office of the CAO's office. In the $58 million, none of the funding is rollover funding. It is about $25 million in backed by County Alliance reimbursements, and the remaining about $33 million is direct support from the general fund.
And how many total beds are funded by this line item?
Please give us a moment to just double check.
Okay, while you guys are checking, I'll ask another question along the same lines. Reimbursements have historically been slow to materialize. What work has been done to try to front fund these reimbursements, at least in part? I mean, I had a conversation with Supervisor Horvath, and she said that they do it sometimes, and they were open to trying to figure out how to do it for us. I mean, are those conversations happening with the county to see if we can get it front funded?
So I'll let Ed give you the detail. There are two forms of reimbursements from the county. One is from Measure A Local Solutions Fund, where we do have a quasi front funding agreement. On the Alliance funding, that process dictates that we bill them for our actuals. After we have provided the funding to LAHSA, and that we've reconciled off of the invoices, and then we provide them the actuals. But there has not been discussion to move that to front funding. Anything else we should add to that?
Can I just ask a follow-up question to that?
Yes.
So the agreement dictates that we bill them for our actuals, but is there a way for them to say front fund us 75 or 80%? I mean, can we just go have that conversation with them? I mean, there's a lot of receptivity when I had a conversation with at least one of the supervisors.
We can certainly have that conversation.
Okay. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Just as a quick follow-up, I mean, isn't that the only way that we could realistically get the dollars that we're expecting out of LAHSA, the 7 quarters or 6 quarters worth? Is there any other realistic way that we would get 6 quarters worth of funding when we normally get 2?
It's really the 7th quarter, which is in dispute. Under the current process, we think the maximum amount we would be able to realize in fiscal 26-27 would be everything that we'll be billing for this year, because we'll have all of that information. And then on the high end, we think under the current process, we could realize reimbursements for the first 2 quarters of work for this year. It's the 7th quarter, it's the 3rd quarter of this upcoming year, the 7th quarter in the budget proposal that we do not think, unless they did agree to front the reimbursements, that we would realize this fiscal year.
Just so I'm clear on this question, so the county owes us a bunch of money that we've billed them for that they haven't paid. And we think that there's some reason why money that they don't pay us when we prove it up, that they're going to front fund. I mean, what am I missing here? We have a ton of money that the county hasn't paid us. And we think that maybe they're going to front fund money that they don't back fund. I mean, let's be clear. These 300, all these layoffs and this disaster is because the county pulled their money out. And our disaster is in part because the county's not paying us for what they already owe us. And we're going to ask them to front fund us. That would be great. I got a couple of other requests of them too. How about provide the homelessness services that they are obligated to provide in the county of Los Angeles? Why don't we begin there? I'm going to be unhelpful in this conversation because the absurdity of this entire conversation is that we're spending general fund money on a county obligation. Not a question.
Well, and that was the conversation that I had with one of the supervisors or a couple of the supervisors.
It doesn't speak for the board.
That's
who
true.
writes letters without 2 other votes.
That's true. All the supervisors are at that meeting, though. And so I've had some conversations with them, and there's a general recognition that we could use some help on this. And
I'll believe it when they make their first commitment that they made to
so
us.
I guess
When they complete any commitment, I'll begin to believe that.
So I guess the question is, for us to just run to ground whether or not we think there's anything there, whether that was just something that was said, or if that's something that they can agree to.
No, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. So the proposed budget provides $54.7 million for the Measure A homelessness program. How much of the funding is rollover from 25-26, and how much is new money from the county? Similar question to the last one, but around Measure A.
So for the Measure A, that's new money. It's not rollover money. It's money that we anticipate will be realized as revenue based on the Local Solutions Fund, and that the amount in that line is what, by formula, the City of Los Angeles is expected to receive next fiscal year.
Okay. Okay, and how many total beds, or what are we spending this money on? How many beds are funded by that line item, at 54.7?
Yes, we have the number for your prior question. Go ahead, Sandy.
So for your prior question regarding the Alliance amount,
Yes.
that will help support 986 interim housing bed operations. And as for Measure A,
So what does that come out to per bed, per year?
986 beds.
At a cost of 50,
So the 58 million.
58.3 million?
Yes. It helps support the operations of it, as well as some other Alliance-related costs, such as monitoring, I believe a third-party monitoring contract cost. So it's not just interim housing. The 58 million is supporting mostly interim housing costs, but also other supportive costs associated with Alliance.
Okay.
And then your second question was in regards to Measure A Local Solutions Funds. Those costs are also supporting interim housing operations as well as admin. That supports 1,525 beds.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question, then I'll turn it over to colleagues. Approximately 10,000 people are experiencing vehicular homelessness in the city of LA, many of whom are working individuals and families. Given that many shelters lack parking, may be segregated by demographic groups such as sex, prohibit pets, or are already at capacity, I'm deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to the safe parking program. What is the average nightly cost to provide one safe parking space, and how does that compare to the per night costs of other intervention strategies? I assume it's orders of magnitude less. Do you have that information?
It is orders of magnitude less. Hold on one second. I will get that for you in just a moment.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to find a way for us to save the safe parking program. Councilmember Blumenfield, I understand you had some thoughts on this as well.
Sure.
Do you wanna
Well,
speak to this?
I'm a big proponent of the safe parking plan. I mean, it's the least we do for folks, but it captures those folks who are just falling into homelessness, and an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I've found, not all of our safe parking sites are very efficient. I had 2 in my district. One was behind my office doing really well, and folks would be there, and I meet with them regularly, have dinner with them regularly, see the impact that it makes. And another one we had just didn't get, maybe it had to do with the parking in the area, but it didn't get the traction. We shut that one down because it was a waste of money. But the program itself really can, again, can save lives and save us a lot of money, because yes, it's a much cheaper option. Oftentimes they don't get services, and they are not very acute in their, they're able to maintain a car, which means if a little bit of help can get them back on their feet and prevent the whole spiral. So I definitely want to have, a memo report on the costs of different ways that we could potentially save that program, including report on the cost of the winter shelter program and the impacts of the all-weather program, to identify funding increases to the number of vouchers, and see if some of that savings might be able to be used for the safe parking as well. But there's a lot of different ways to do it. Another way, and I guess I'll ask for another budget memo, which is to report on all the programs within street strategies and the funding proposed for fiscal year 26 through 27 versus those funded for 25-26, and identify cost and eligible funding sources, including funding from the winter shelter program to restore the safe parking programs reduced in 26-27. So added to your more generic one about safe parking, I would add those very specific ideas of ways that we can look at the budget to potentially save the program.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. Does the proposed homeless budget anticipate or contemplate any major governance changes in the short term?
No, the proposal does not assume any changes in either direction. It does not assume taking in the work that we have LAHSA do. It doesn't assume any changes. It fully funds LAHSA for the work that we would be asking them to do under the current structure.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo that the CAO, with the assistance of the Bureau of Sanitation, reports back with the options to fund the A Bridge Home Care Plus team and the Coastal Care Plus program team. It should be noted that I have 2 ABH facilities in CD10, both of which are on city property. This is a commitment we made to the residents to provide these services at Bridge Homes, and we need to meet that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And then Councilwoman Hernandez.
So I'm sorry, this is just a follow-up on the safe parking. I actually do think that makes a lot of sense to figure out a way. I'm agreeing, if you're counting noses here on the committee, that the safe parking, it can be, is not always, but can be a very effective tool. Folks are more recently out of housing because they still have their car, and we can get folks in more quickly if we had a COC that actually cared about that and wanted to get people in. I think that most critically important is to make sure that if we are returning funding to safe parking, that it comes with navigation, services, wayfinding, because in my experience, just like the council members' experience, the ones that are successful have folks that are on staff to assist with getting people in, getting people on a plan. We have one in my district that has been very unsuccessful because it doesn't have that. And I also want to, because I'm going to be a broken record in this part of the conversation, I want to note that the reason why we don't have funding for safe parking or safe sleep is because the county in Measure A is cutting that funding. Let's be really clear. This county that writes letters that says, let's work together, slams the door shut on us every time we ask. The safe parking is shut down because of the county's allocation under Measure A. probably makes sense for us to fund it. Doesn't make it, it's not a statutory responsibility, it's theirs, but it probably makes sense for us to do it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. Just want to say you can count my nose in those noses too around the safe parking. I have 2 safe parking sites in my district, and they do help folks that have just become homeless, but also that is the only thing protecting them from being unsheltered. So I support what Councilmember Bloomfield has brought up. But I have a question around the line settlement line item in the GCP. I've seen that is increased over $54 million in this proposed budget. What is the anticipated timeline for the interventions described in the Alliance settlement to come online? How will projects be selected, or are they already in the pipeline?
So all of the projects that we are planning for to report to be compliant are in the pipeline, so to speak. We have, as of our last report, we have 8,530 beds or units that are open. We have 4,584 units that are in progress. That just under half of those are time-limited subsidies that will have not yet started, but we will begin leasing up on those subsidies, which are funded for the next 12 months, up to 200 people per month, in order to meet that goal of 2,000 by April or May of 2027. The other projects are permanent housing that is in the pipeline that should open by June of 2027, and other interim projects that are in progress, including a number of tiny home village projects that are funded with state behavioral health funding.
Understood, thank you. Now, are any of the Alliance qualifying beds proposed to be cut in order to go towards the city's Alliance commitments?
So in our conversation that we had at the Housing and Homelessness Committee around potential reductions, there was an instruction from this committee last year to achieve a 10 to 15% reduction in homelessness spending. We identified a number of categories for potential reductions. One of those categories is safe parking, as the chair just mentioned. We did not include any reductions to the number of beds that qualify or are compliant with our Alliance settlement obligations. As it relates to about 1,100 inside safe beds, we did include those in the reduction proposal, but our recommendations were on ways that you could reduce the costs of the high-cost leases, et cetera. But we did not recommend reducing beds because we need to keep all of those beds open, certainly through 2027.
Thank you. Last fiscal year, services at the Mayfair Hotel were supported by a state ERF grant and a partnership with the county, which restricted referrals to people experiencing homelessness in Skid Row. This grant is set to expire at the end of June. What is the funding plan for Mayfair going forward, and who will be eligible for those beds?
Can you address that? Thanks.
Ed Gibson with the CAO's office. So Mayfair had been funded with general fund dollars for the base rate, and then the Encampment Resolution Fund was paying for enhanced services for clientele specifically from Skid Row. That grant, you are correct, expires at the end of this fiscal year, but the base rate for general interim housing still applies to Mayfair, so it is in the budget as it was last year.
And will we still be prevented from, for example, CD1 accessing those beds after the grant has expired?
After the grant is expired, it should not have that same requirement to be held to just specific grant eligible individuals.
Beautiful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, there's almost 1.7 million set aside for citywide RV to home program. How many people living in RVs do you anticipate will be served by this program?
That is a program that is a new appropriation or new recommended appropriation. The mayor's office included. It might be best if they were to address it, but the intent, as I understand it, is to model the Council District 7 RV operation and to bring that citywide.
Understood. That would be great if the mayor's team could respond to that, please. How many people living in RVs do we anticipate will be served by the program? And also, I don't know if this would be for the mayor's team or for the CAO team, but how will the CAO determine which areas of the city are prioritized for these operations?
So, Councilmember, if the council decides to approve the funding for that program, we would have to get back to you with exactly what the model would be and how we would select the different RV encampments. This is something that we'd be happy to work in partnership with your office to develop the program around. But we wanted to try and get some seed funding in there to start up this operation and see how well it works citywide.
Understood. Thank you. I would like to have a budget memo. I would like to instruct the CAO and the CLA to place the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget allocation of $1.698 million for the citywide recreational vehicle to home program into the unappropriated balance with no funds to be expended or encumbered until further council action, and instruct the CAO and CLA with the assistance from LASA to report back with recommended eligibility criteria approved by council under Council File 422-1313, which shall serve as a required basis for program implementation. Sorry, Council File 22-1313, which will serve as the required basis for program implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have some more questions about governance structure related to homelessness. So the Homelessness and Housing Committee recently passed a report that consolidates a number of reports related to governance structure related to homelessness. This committee is going to be reviewing that full report once the budget hearings are complete, but there are a couple of recommendations in the report that may impact next year's budget. So to that end, I'd like a budget memo on the following. On the resources, including personnel needed to review the benefits of and plan for the creation of a city service planning area, or SPA, so as to maximize resources available to the city to provide services. And 2, a memo on the feasibility and estimated cost of amending all contracts between the city and LASA to require LASA to engage a qualified independent accounting firm to manage the distribution, reconciliation, and tracking of city funding beginning in FY 26-27. Colleagues, any other questions? Councilmember Bloomfield.
Great, thanks. Just, one thing on the safe parking is that we could use safe parking for the Alliance needs too, right? I mean, it would be, I think the judge considers those beds. And I know the startup cost is like $40 a spot, right? I mean, what is the cost of starting up more?
Right. So safe parking as an intervention would be allowed under the Alliance settlement. However, the slots that were in the report for potential reduction were part of our roadmap agreement. And unless there is a change in the requirements of the settlement, we would not be able to count any of the roadmap beds towards, or roadmap interventions towards our Alliance interventions. So the 140 spaces that we recommended to be considered for reduction would not be eligible for Alliance as it currently stands.
Right. I guess new spots in the future would be, but not
Yes.
just like any roadmap, we have that problem across the board.
Correct.
But obviously, we need to think about something because TLS may not cover all those slots. But I just wanted to add two other budget memos. One is a budget memo on the itemized expenditures for the $58.3 million in GCP, Alliance Settlement, and $98.7 million in GCP Inside Safe. And then finally, a budget memo on the anticipated rollover for Inside Safe from fiscal year 25-26 to fiscal year 26-27, an itemized list of the encumbered expenditures.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. A question and a really simple budget memo, but I think it'll help us inform many of these questions. The question I have is, we recently in H&H, we asked for a 10 to 15% reduction with cost-saving measures into the budget process. Is that exercise incorporated into this proposed budget?
So we have not assumed the demobilization of any specific site because those decisions haven't been made. So we didn't, the budget doesn't assume, and we did not recommend to the mayor that there be an assumption of a demobilization of anything until the council made a final decision on that. So for all of the categories of beds where we recommended potential reduction, we were instructed to move forward and come back to you with a specific list. So we wouldn't, the budget doesn't assume that.
Okay.
However, we continue to have, this year alone, we're spending $323 million of general fund on our homelessness interventions. We continue to have a sizable gap moving forward, and that gap will increase as we lose county reimbursements.
Okay, that's all I want to know. So this has not incorporated what ultimately will be the council and the mayor's decision when the council acts and presents a 10 to 15% reduction. It could even be post-budget process. I just want to make sure we haven't done any violence to that exercise.
No.
And your comments go to my budget memo. And this is just math, but I think this is going to be helpful to all of us. Here's the budget memo I want. And I asked for it in committee, and I think now we can get it. I want the county versus city budget data on homelessness expenditures. I did receive a response from the city family, but I would like to get deeper information and some cooperation from the county. Here's what I'm asking for. What is the total County of Los Angeles budget on the homelessness response for fiscal year 25-26 and proposed for fiscal year 26-27, all sources? What is the total City of Los Angeles budget, homelessness response budget fiscal year 25-26 and proposed fiscal year 26-27, all sources? This is a comparative. I know I can easily look at the document. Then, what is the percentage of the county's general fund that is spent on homelessness 25-26, and what have they proposed of general fund expenditure for 26-27? Next, what is the city's percentage of general fund that is spent towards homelessness 25-26 and proposed 26-27 of general fund? And how do we calculate, now I'm going to go back to general fund, for each of those years, the county's average per capita expenditure, the per capita expenditure by their taxpayers of general fund to homelessness response, and then compare that to the city's 25-26, 26-27, or excuse me, 25-26, 26-27 average per capita of general fund expenditure. I just want those numbers. And I think we will also have to all agree that both of those numbers are paid for by City of Los Angeles taxpayers, since we are all members of the County of Los Angeles and the City of Los Angeles. So let's say, for sake of argument, the county is spending $10 per head, and the city is paying $30 per head, per person, per capita. That means people in the City of Los Angeles are spending $40, and people in the county are spending $10. I just want us, and that's just an example, might be completely opposite. The county might actually be doing their job. I doubt it. But I just want to make sure, eyes wide open, we see what each jurisdiction is committed to in this cause. And that commitment is going to be shown by what general fund dollars they spend. Thank you.
The answer is 0, so it's an easy math to do.
That's why I want the memo.
Okay.
Colleagues, any additional questions, comments, memos? All right. Thank you. Seeing none, we're going to move on to LASA. And I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Blumenfield to get us started with questions once LASA gets up here. In the meantime, we're going to take a 1-minute break before we move on to LASA. All right, welcome. Colleagues, unless you want, oh. Okay, we'll just wait 1 second for Councilwoman Hernandez. Thank you. There's a blind spot right here. All right. Colleagues, do any of you want a quick overview, or can we jump right into questions? My preference is the latter, but okay, let's just jump right into questions. Councilmember Blumenfield, I'm going to turn it over to you to get us started.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. I've been on the LAHSA case for a while, and over the years, we've been throwing money into LAHSA in the hopes that more bodies will result in better results. We've also seen the previous administrations at LAHSA secure more funding from the city by presenting worst-case scenarios and leveraging what is here as very sympathetic ears. I appreciate the commitment to transparency and partnership with the city that I'm seeing from this new administration, and really do appreciate that. But it's important to remember we are at a point where, because the county has pulled its money out of LAHSA and has also eliminated funding for programs, both LAHSA and service providers are lobbying the city to fill in the gaps left by the county. We're just talking about, the press sometimes talks about all this loss of jobs and waiting on the city's decision, and it's not the city, it's the county that has broken LAHSA, and we in the city are left to pick up the pieces. So as we rebuild LAHSA and build out the city's homeless response system, we need to work with what we have. We need to find efficiencies, but most importantly, we need the county to step up. And I know our wonderful new CEO of LAHSA has been doing a great job, managing this crisis, has been leading the organization towards stability, and you've got my full support doing that as you navigate this challenging time. I guess I'll start with some very basic questions, which is, what has been the impact of losing the county funding for LAHSA? And we'll start with that, and I'll give that as an open-ended softball, but
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to everyone at the committee for having us. We really appreciate it. The impact right away is people and layoffs, because LAHSA is just a group of people. We don't make cars, we don't make widgets, we're people. So with the loss of the county funding, unfortunately, we have to lay off about 284 employees. The notices are going out April 30th. The new LAHSA be about 375 people, 210 of which are going to be geared towards the city. I can tell you that we're taking this opportunity, though, not to be a LAHSA of, we lost $300 million, let's just look to the city to fill that in. We are not doing that. We are refocusing LAHSA and restructuring it so it's more responsive to the city. We're more responsive as the COC lead. And we hope the city will join us in partnership. The city's made so many strides on bringing down our homeless count numbers, and we want to capitalize that and continue with that. We have been working closely with all of the city agencies. We're happy to work closely with the new homeless department to help with whatever the city policymakers want to do with that. But we are geared towards really working with the city directly, as you will be our main client.
Great. No, and got to be more responsive, and as you said, to focusing on the city, and that's been one of the concerns in the past, is that we have always felt with LAHSA that we were the stepchild, and that we would often, it would be, well, what does the county want? Because that's where the service provider money would come. Now, to level set, how much from the mayor's proposed budget is dedicated to LAHSA staffing, and what are the main functions of?
Yeah, we can review that.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question, please? This is Janine Lim, Deputy CFO.
Just sort of basic level setting here. How much from the mayor's proposed budget is dedicated to LAHSA staffing? And what are the functions of those staff?
$4.6 million is dedicated to our grants management function currently.
4.6 out of how much?
Out of the $27 million.
Okay. And I guess I'd like to get a budget memo on the funding provided in the proposed budget and a comparison of fiscal year 25-26 approved budget versus fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget, including off-budget funding for LASA administration and staff. I think that is probably the best way to clear some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And last fiscal year, we were about 755 people. So now we're going to be down to 375. So I think that will be really telling, 210 of which are for the city. But we'll get you the budget memo, absolutely.
Great, because I want to see how the COC, HAP factor into the budget. It's hard sometimes from this side to see how all these pieces fit together. And I'm hoping that there can be sort of a clear budget memo that comes back that it lays that out in the new LASA. It should be more transparent because there's fewer sources.
Absolutely. In our COC, for example, I think there's about 60 full-time employees that are funded for the COC work. Currently, it's about $220 million, but we do expect HUD to have less money going forward in the new NOFO, so it could decrease from that. So we will be dependent on that. So if the NOFO decreases, the funds for the COC employees and those employees' numbers would be reduced.
Okay, look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Sorry, and then Alderman Stein, Deputy Chief External Relations Officer, will also be clear in the memo. Some of those areas have multiple they will continue to have multiple funding sources. So we'll be clear in the memo as well if staff are funded by federal sources, if it comes from county contribution and LASA, so that you can see the full picture.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Blumenfield asked for a memo detailing all the street strategies costs, but I'm hoping you can answer this at the table. What is specifically covered with the additional $3 million in street strategies under GCP?
Yeah, I think, part of the street strategies is the HET teams, which are the outreach for Care and Care Plus. Those teams have traditionally just gone to the cleanups, done the outreach, but they can partner in a more comprehensive way with council staff now that you all usually have your own outreach staff too. Care and Care Plus is, I think, 15 years old or so, the program. If the city policymakers want to revamp it, LASA would be absolutely there to help do that. The outreach team also does emergency response when there is an earthquake, flood, fire, all those things. When it rains, the entire team for Care and Care Plus pivots under the direction of our Director of Operations, pivots to then help people. Because we have cars we can drive folks in. Sometimes the city outreach your folks don't have the ability to drive our clients in cars, so we can do all that. So that's part of what it does. And I think there's also the Skid Row facilities as well, the showers there, the bin, and the refresh spot, amongst others.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, Sandy Lee with the Office of the CAO's office. Just also wanted to add on the fact that under street strategy, prior fiscal year, half of LASA's outreach cost was put in the unappropriated balance. Starting fiscal year 26-27, we're recommending to put the funding back on LASA's budget. We've consistently seen that LASA will request the funding for these outreach, the second half of the outreach team's funding, and oftentimes because of it being off budget, there are delays through the reports. So that contributes to a large part of the increase under street strategy line item.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions about these teams. I understand the proposed budget includes $6.7 million to maintain 32 homeless engagement teams. Are there any efficiencies to be had with these teams, given LASA's service area is now effectively the city boundaries?
Yeah, I'm sure they can. I think they can, again, work with your teams to really incorporate probably more of a focused outreach and moving them into our interim housing is always, we have that throughput from the street into our interim housing. We know we all need more housing for the throughput to really work into permanent. The teams also help during Inside Safe operations. They help, when there are walk-ups. They help with a lot of different things, I think, that seem like gaps within the system, and we help to fill those.
I would also just note that these teams always worked exclusively within the city of LA. So their functional areas to cover will not be changing. There
Okay.
was a strict geographical separation.
How do these teams right now interact with council and mayor's homeless engagement team? I mean, I have a sense of sort of how they interact with my teams, but what about the mayor's team, or is it really all different across all 15?
It can be different across all 15. So as much as, you know, the council offices want to work with those teams, I think it's more effective in different areas. But we're planning a rollout and a restructuring of LASA, so those teams will be very responsive to what the council member needs are. As Paul said, they've always been focused on the city, but I think there needs to be revitalization of that program and have them be able to, you know, do the notifications of the cleanups, try and get people who want services there to do that, but also spend their other time focusing on what the council offices need, especially in light of the, you know, the World Cup coming and different things. It's important to really make sure people get enough outreach about the different activities going on in the city.
Okay. I will say sometimes it feels like there's an overabundance of outreach teams, and people get outreach too, but there's no bed. So I guess I'd like a memo on potential savings by reducing duplicative head teams and understand any impacts that might have on data collection relative to our encampment resolution obligations in the Inland Settlement.
Absolutely.
Thank you. One more question, and then I'll turn it over to colleagues.
And
We've
I'll-
heard. Yep.
Sorry, I'd also just add Sophia Rice, Chief Program Officer at LASA. So the HET teams currently, so they're deployed to priority locations that need public health attention. And so they are deployed based on the council schedules with LA Sanitation as well, just to add to that answer. What is included is not sufficient to cover the gap that's left by the loss of the roadmap teams currently.
Okay, thank you. So we heard from a number of constituents yesterday and on Friday on the potential for the continuum of care cuts to directly impact funding to support domestic violence survivors. How are programs within the continuum of care impacted with this proposed budget? And what can be done to increase domestic violence funding or set-asides for domestic violence survivors?
So the LACOC was awarded about $2.6 million in funding under the DV bonus SSO coordinated entry project. $837,000 allocated to 8 service providers, about $1.6 allocated to CES staffing, vendors, and contractors, and about $236 allocated to admin. I think there's a couple important things to keep in mind. So there's a 25% cash match requirement to be able to keep the HUD funding. And so any reductions to that amount put at risk the overall DV HUD funding and also the COC funding writ large. So we have to be very careful there. There's a very sort of active conversation about how to continue supporting this very, very critical work, given that we do expect in the new sort of round of the COC NOFO for next year that there will be significant reductions from the federal administration, and that the LA Continuum of Care is so heavily focused currently on permanent supportive housing. And so we are having very active conversations with our governance board about how to make the best possible application that we can for those federal funds so that we are able to continue supporting domestic violence survivors, given that there are likely to be reductions in federal funding as well.
And we do a lot of advocating on the federal for these funds to protect DV victims.
And I currently do.
There's a lot of us speaking. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Jenny Lim, Deputy CFO. I do also want to highlight that at the current funding as recommended in the Blair's Blue Book, we still have a $439 gap to fill.
$439?
$439,000.
Thank you. Can you walk us through the impact to access centers due to loss of county funding and redirection of HAF dollars?
Sure. Or Abigail, do you want to do that, or you want me to? Okay, thank you.
Abigail Proft, Director of Funding, Procurement, and Allocations with LASA. So for our state HAP-funded access centers, they're across 3 different populations: our adults, our families, and our
Can you
youth.
speak a little closer to the mic? You don't have to look at us, just get it. Thank you.
I'll use you as my eye line. So for state HAP, we have 3 populations: adults, families, and youth. Of those, our youth access centers, which are 8, 1 for each spa, will continue into next fiscal year. The families access centers are intended to be supported by our county partners into the next fiscal year of 26-27. And the adult access centers, of which there are 10 that are currently, that were funded with our state HAP funding, that funding ended as of December 31st, 2025. My understanding is that some of those access centers continue to operate, but the funding that came from LASA State HAP is no longer in contract with them.
And
Okay,
on
can we
that
get
note-
a potential funding, can we get a memo on the potential impact of services if these funds aren't found, the 439,000 potential funding to fill this gap?
As to that, I was just going to note that we were in Sacramento recently advocating with the state to restore HAP funding to the previous $1 billion level,
How'd that go?
as opposed to the $500 million, and highlighted the access centers as a key element that had been HAP funded.
And how did, there seem to be any movement on that?
Many of the folks we spoke to are receptive and understanding, and they are saying it is also a tight budget year in Sacramento, but we are continuing to advocate.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember McCosker.
So we're talking about the 8 access centers that are located across the city in districts 2, 9, 11, 14, and 15. I completely sign on to that budget memo. I have a question. Are access centers the place where problem solving occurs, or is that a separate contract, a separate venue? Because we heard about problem solving in our very helpful public comment.
Problem solving occurs in all of our programs across the board.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah. No. Bevan Kuhn, Deputy Chief Analytics Officer. Yeah, we expect problem solving to occur across all of our programs, but especially in access centers or at interim housing sites where a lot of our individuals who come into the homeless service system actually can self-resolve, and there's a large group that do that,
Yeah.
and so those problem solving activities are incredibly important. And yes, access centers have historically been a place where a lot of problem solving does occur, but we do expect it at all levels of the programs.
Okay, so we expect problem solving at all levels, but what we heard very specifically from providers in our public hearings was that these COC funding cuts are eliminating problem solving. Is that just because there's less of everything and that also reduces problem solving? Or is there a specific program, is there a contracts that exist out there for problem solving?
As it stands currently, there are problem-solving contracts that LASA holds with our providers, but due to the fact that we will not have funding into the next fiscal year, those contracts will end on June 30th.
And so people can still do non-funded problem solving, like trying to work through other, but there's not like a pot of funds to reach into to help resolve specific issues that could arise from problem solving. It becomes more of maybe a conflict management exercise or other different exercises to help resolve someone's homelessness as opposed to having resources to help fund.
But it should be
yeah.
done across
Yeah,
the,
but it
across
should
the
be done,
program,
yeah.
right?
So
So
help-
at every level.
Help me out with this. If we had access centers, clearly there would be an opportunity because it's a center, it's a venue, there's opportunity for problem solving there. But is there such a thing as a problem solving contract that doesn't have a venue? It's just here's money and you're going to problem solve?
Yeah, yes. Go ahead.
Usually they're attached to and connected to access centers or other resources. So yes, we do have historically had problem-solving contracts. However, they usually are sitting in different locations, attached to locations where they can access and get connected to individuals.
Okay.
I want to come back, just get clarity on the access centers. Are we getting a budget memo from the CIO with the assistance of LASA on the cost to maintain the 8 access centers in the city of Los Angeles with a breakdown by location and a description of numbers served? Yes, we have that? Yeah.
You said a cost breakdown of the problem solving. Did you include that in your?
I would add into that, in addition, the current contracts and costs for problem solving and any opportunity to continue problem solving in the system. And my mind is immediately going to go to, it probably makes more sense to combine these things. If you have an access center, is there also funding for problem solving there?
Thank you. That was my memo request, so that's just in addition to the problem-solving piece.
Okay.
But located within the city, they're speaking SPA, and we don't operate on SPA, so within the city.
Yeah. Just as an aside, does the county have any access centers that are funded and operating, and by what funds?
The county intends to fund the family access centers into next fiscal year, is what we've understood from them.
With what funding?
I believe currently we've seen in the Measure A spending plan that it will be under Measure A, but I would have to clarify if there were any other resources beyond that.
Okay, so Measure A. I have a question regarding just how you, okay, may I?
Yes.
It's a very general question. The city and the county are each, I believe, going to be using LASA's services or the Joint Powers Authority to do the point-in-time count, and each funding continuum of care to some level. And I see that from the budget information that LASA for a continuum of care for the COC requested of us $1,400,000, and the proposal back is almost $800,000, leaving a differential. And for the point-in-time count, your request of the city was $1.3 million. The proposal back in this document is $1 million, leaving a differential of a little over $250,000, or almost $250,000. How do you come to that request? How do you calculate the costs, the relative costs between the city and the county for point in time and for the continuum of care? Is there some mathematical principle?
So I'll speak to the point in time first. For the point in time, we do not use federal funds for the point in time count. Most of those other COC costs, we do apply eligible federal funds to them. For the point in time, we request the full cost from our JPA partners. In past years, the designated funding from both of our JPA partners was not sufficient to what the cost of the count was, but LASA had additional admin funds that it was able to access to cover that cost. Because of the change this year, we presented both JPA partners with 50% of the actual cost of conducting the count.
How did you come to the suggestion that the city's costs would be 50% of the total cost of counting throughout the county?
That has been LASA's practice for all of the JPA costs as a 50%. The county ended up contributing or committing slightly more than 50% to the homeless count and significantly more than 50% to the other costs that we requested. So we were able to reduce our request to the city.
I would imagine on a point-in-time count, some of the cost factors are the area to count, right? Or the population to count. I mean, what brings LASA to the belief that 1/2 of the cost should be borne by the city of Los Angeles, a population of 4 million, and 1/2 of the costs should be borne by the county of Los Angeles, a population of 10 million? And I don't know the relative size, but I'm willing to bet the county of Los Angeles is larger geographically than the city of LA.
I absolutely hear that. I think it is based on the historical division of JPA costs on
So
a
the city
fairly
has been a
equal
sucker.
basis.
Historically, we've been the sucker, willing to pay one half the cost of everything.
I also want to say that 60% of all people experiencing homelessness in our COC are located within the city of Los Angeles as well.
In a much tighter geographical area? You mean it costs more to count people that are standing next to each other than it costs to count people that are separated by miles in Antelope Valley?
Not necessarily.
But I would like to know what the reason is
Yeah,
for one half of the cost being borne by the tighter geographical area.
Yep, it's been tradition and the partnership of the JPA,
Yeah.
traditionally.
Okay. Well, how about the COC?
Same.
What's that division? When you do that math and send out the bills, is it 50-50?
Yeah, go ahead. For HMIS, yeah.
For HMIS, no. So for HMIS, for all the data that we requested, I can speak to the data management and that covers the COC. I will say for our federal funding covers about 32% of all of the costs of the $12 million to manage the data management side, and the county has put in 50% of additional onto that. That leaves the city at only covering 20% of the cost for the data management side of the house. So the county and federal do cover, for that activities of the COC, a much larger share than the city.
So that goes to, on the data management accountability, that goes to your request of 2.8 million, of which there's a gigantic deficit. But I'm just coming to the continuum of care planning. You requested 1.4 for continuum of care planning, and there's a deficit because we didn't propose it, but what was the charge, what was the request of the county for the continuum of care planning?
It also has to do with just the historical 50-50 split
Across the board.
across the board for the COC planning and for the homeless count.
Okay, will you stipulate to my follow-up questions then? Because that sounds absurd to me.
I would like to note that we do receive a federal grant, particularly for the planning grant. It's $1.5 million directly from HUD. The additional gap, we do split it between the city and the county.
Okay.
And I think it can be a little bit difficult to tease some of this out in exacts, but about 70% of the permanent housing is located within the city. So when we think about the functions of as a COC lead agency, that's a critical piece too, around all
So
the
the
work.
city provides the housing, so for that privilege, they get to provide a disproportionate share of the planning dollars.
Right. For the
This is not, there's probably not a response you can give me that makes sense. But thank you.
Councilmember Bloomfield has a follow-up.
Well, I just want to add insult to injury, which is, I've made this point many times about the 50. It's important to note that the city and the county are not two separate entities, that we are within the county of Los Angeles. So it really they should be paying for us just as much as the county pays for every other aspect, every other part of the county. So just because you live in Long Beach and the county pays for you doesn't mean that they shouldn't pay for the city of Los Angeles. So it's not even as insulting as if there were two different geographies and they're much bigger, 10 million people and we're 4 million people. Our 4 million people are within that county. They should be paying for our 4 million people, and our taxpayers are paying them. So I just wanted to add a little insult to injury on that point. Yeah. I have another point, but you can go to Councilwoman Hutt and all.
Councilwoman Hutt, and
You want to finish your point?
I have a different issue.
Okay, mine is a little different too. Can you explain to me the difference between a navigation center and an access center?
Sure. So our navigation center is in South LA, and it was being used to house a lot of different people who needed emergency interim housing. Unfortunately, the funding for that was cut, so it is closing in June. But an access center has a lot more variety of things available to that, but not usually interim housing. I don't know if, Sophia, if you want to expand on that. Okay. Yeah, so it's a little different. I think that maybe the Welcome Navigation Center should have been named like the Welcome Interim Housing Center. Right.
So the center is closing, and the interim
Unfortunately.
housing that they had available will no longer be available?
We have tried to ask other people to fund it. It's built for interim housing. It is a great facility. It could be converted into other kinds of housing, but we weren't able to find anyone who wanted to, we asked the city folks who wanted to take it on.
And then you're saying that it's closing this June 26th?
Yes, the funding ends this fiscal year, so June 30th.
So what does that mean? book for the people and the housing?
They're being, I think Sophia's, they're being into the same group that we're trying to relocate a lot of the people from the TLS spot to who lost their funding. And Sophia, if you want to.
Yeah, the staff has been working diligently to try to find pathways for all of the folks that are housed at the Welcome Navigation Center.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Great. Separate topic on the, but related to the COC. Does the COC apply for encampment resolution grants, or can they? Because wouldn't that be another source of funding? And I know in other COCs they do apply for grants.
Sorry, do you mean the state encampment resolution?
Yeah.
Funds?
Yeah, yeah. I
Lots
mean,
of
we in the
data,
city,
right?
my office, even my office is applying for an encampment resolution grant, and here we have this COC that's funded that has all this expertise on it. I would think they would be trying to grab as much state money as they can for Angelenos and try to get those grants. Do they have a process of applying?
Historically, we have received 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds from the ERF grant.
From the
From
ERF?
this encampment resolution funds.
Right.
We
LAHSA
did
applies.
apply. LAHSA did apply and did receive 2 awards.
Okay, so they're continuing to do that and applying specifically for the city of Los Angeles?
Yes, yes.
Because I know we're on round 5 now, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Have you been actively getting, you think, enough out of that?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone who can speak detail. I mean, we try and apply for all the money that we can because it's really important.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in total we were awarded around $40 million to date for encampment resolution with the work that we have done so far, and we do plan to apply for the next round.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much, LAHSA team, for being here. 2 questions. How do you expect the announced reduction in staffing at LAHSA to affect the ability of the agency to support administering city-funded contracts, specifically the time between contracted services rendered and city dollars actually paying for those services? Please be as specific as you can in terms of days, weeks, and months.
Absolutely. Thanks for your question. And Janine Lim will answer that from our Deputy CFO.
Janine Lim, Deputy CFO. Thanks for the question. Of course, this change in funding with the county reshuffling its funding to LAHSA, we are right-sizing the ship. So what we have done in this time, as you know, we have executed some layoffs. However, what we have done is with the remaining staff, we have reorganized the structure. So we have improved our contracting function. We have improved our finance function. The contracting function will now be working on the full life cycle of the contract, whereas before that function was bifurcated. The contracting function and the performance function were separated. So we're bringing that life cycle together in one role. We're hoping that will bring efficiencies. We've also moved the invoicing, service provider invoicing function over to the financing function, which we're hoping will also improve the time, our payments to the service providers.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, and Councilman, if I could just add, we are actively working, especially with LAHD, to make sure that we are being as streamlined as we can this year in setting up contracts in advance of having the final amounts that are decided upon by council, doing as much pre-work as possible with our partners, and that's also a shift to get ahead of the curve as much as possible on that front.
Great, thank you. Now, a follow-up to that, and forgive me if you've answered this already with the contracting piece, but how will the elimination of these positions at LAHSA impact the implementation or functionality of LAHD's Homelessness Bureau?
So like I said, we've right-sized the ship. So we essentially have lost half of our contracting staff, but we've also don't have to do all the contracts that come with the county. So the staff that we have now is sufficient to the number of contracts that we will now have to manage, which will be significantly less without having to execute the county-funded service provider agreements.
And we'll work closely with the Bureau when it's set up and support them with whatever they need. We also spent, the last year helping the county set up the new department. We spent hours and hours of all of our time, providing support, technical assistance. So we would absolutely do that for the city as well.
And I would just note, I think specifically this, a team that's going to be important to that work with the Bureau is the data team. I think they'll be providing the sorts of reports that will be vital to analysis by the new Bureau staff. So just noting here the critical nature of the data function at LAHSA.
Beautiful, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. So given the county's recent communication that its Emergency Command Response Center, or ECRC, will assume all emergency outreach responsibilities from LAHSA beginning July 1 of this year, what level of support will the city receive from the county in place of LAHSA, and how does this shift impact the need for continued LAHSA-funded outreach in this area?
I think that's a great question for the ECRC. I think that the ECRC has said it's taking all of the city's emergency functions. When I talk to various council members, I don't know if that's an agreed upon thing for the whole city. I know that our outreach, they work closely with EMD for the city. They have been working with the city for years. They know exactly how to respond. They know how to work with sanitation. They know how to work with LAPD, with DOT, and they have for years. If the ECRC, newly formed, thinks they can do that, perhaps that should be a detailed discussion the city has with the county to make sure that during an emergency, the right people are in the right places. LAHSA will continue. We still have a protocol with EMD to respond in emergencies. We'll continue to do so to support the city. If the city would rather have the county do that really important function, then that is absolutely a policy choice of the city.
Okay, thank you. Completely shifting gears here. How many of your folks are in the field versus working remotely?
We have telework days, 3 days a week, and then in the office 2 days a week. Our office is quite expensive, I have to tell you, so we have been actively trying to sublease a lot of it because we are reducing staff. It is a huge cost that we have. We would do what the other CAO does or other similarly situated agencies within the city if we could save money on our rent by having people come in less. But right now, people come in, I would say the average staff twice a week. I think we're all in all the time, but the rest of the staff we have required 2 days a week in person.
It doesn't apply to all of our staff, though.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
yes,
some staff do work 5 days a week in person.
field.
So
I'm sorry.
our head
Yeah.
team workers, we have workers in operations in our warehouse and other roles that have to be performed in person.
We have co-location sites for them as well in the valley, so they don't drive back here to drive back there.
So would there be some cost savings? It sounds like you're trying to actively sublease some of that out. Is there an opportunity to revise the lease entirely and have a smaller nut?
We've offered it to the city since I started several different times.
Who are you having those conversations with?
GSD. The CAO's office is really helpful. They helped us connect to GSD. We've also talked to our landlords. We've talked to the county. Pretty much anyone comes to our office. So we've been actively trying to do that because we do not need as much space as we have.
And I'll just emphasize, too, that there has been a significant effort to reduce fixed costs across the board, not just the office lease, but across cell phones and other technology. That's one of the sort of first lines that we took in trying to reduce costs.
Yep, okay. Vehicles, a lot of things like that, absolutely.
Vehicles. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any more questions for LAHSA?
So, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the H&H Committee is moving forward with a proposal to restructure our relationship with the county and with the JPA. If you had a chance to review the proposal that in 30 days we would do a negotiation to restructure the leadership, and we would do another evaluation of the budget and the effectiveness, and then move on to to the structure of the COC. I mean, have you had an opportunity to review that council file, and do you have observations? I realize the LASA is really just a joint powers, so you're a function of whatever the two parties decide. But you could either be cooperative or uncooperative. What do you think of the what do you think of the proposal?
You know, I think it's well thought out. I do appreciate there's a timeline, so it's not, you know, something that's perpetually on everyone's mind. Because LASA, you know, we've restructured, and I think our employees would appreciate certainty about what's going to happen to LASA. I would say that we are one of the only commissions where the city and the county sit together in equal numbers and have those conversations. We are also, you know, emphasizing that we are the apolitical, agnostic group between the city and the county. Hopefully, you know, keeping the largest COC in the country there to get the money from the federal government to really help the entire region. And when we think with the reshaping of LASA that maybe some of the issues that the city and county have had with LASA or with each other could help be resolved in that way. But we do appreciate if the city and county want to move in a different direction, we will absolutely support that.
Yeah, and my sense is that being the largest COC in the country has its value. It also has its limitation. I mean, especially after this moment when the county takes so many dollars out of the system and is really participating just as in the point in time and in the administration of the COC, and is doing their own thing in the ECRC, whatever that's going to do. At a certain point, if we are the primary, if we are the overwhelming funder of services to have interventions for our unhoused population in Los Angeles, having a large COC that serves the whole area doesn't make sense for us.
Well, splitting into two different COCs, though, won't get you probably nearly the funding, right? If you and creating two COCs at this point with this administration might be really difficult.
Well, I also think it would take a long time.
It could, and the county could try to form its own COC currently. It might be kind of further along in that race than the city, and then you would not have the insight into the data that you have with LASA, the transparency that you have with LASA, if the county was the COC lead.
Yep. So that sounds like a threat. It also sounds like a threat that is not focused on the homeless population, which also sounds like the entire pattern of what the county has gone through.
Yes, it's not a threat from LASA, yes.
I know,
but
it's
not
basically a threat.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
So there's been a proposal around the Bureau of Homelessness that's moving forward. I've also put in a motion for us to explore contracting directly with the county for these services. The county does this already with other cities that are in the county. Do y'all have any thoughts on that?
I think you're going to have your money out in front of the contract, I assume, for the county to do that. The county puts out, I think, $75 million this year in advances to give the providers funds 3 months ahead of time, right? They are really trying to get that money out the door before the fiscal year starts. And I know that we are working on that now in the city, hopefully, to get it done, but I'm not sure. So I think that would be, you know, something to talk with the county about. How much money would the city need kind of in pocket to give the county for them to do your contracting?
Great, thank you.
What's the source of funds of that money put forward?
You know, I don't want to guess. I don't know. I assume it's Measure A, but that would be guessing.
Would you guess it's not general fund?
I would guess it's not general fund,
Yeah.
but
It's really
I don't want
easy.
to get some angry emails from supervisors, so I shouldn't
This
guess.
is other people's money. Ours would be general fund.
Yes, the city uses its general fund.
Front funding general fund is different than front funding Measure A, especially when you have basically hogged all the Measure A and taken it away from the city of Los Angeles. It's easy. Other people's money.
Is there a question there?
Nope.
Okay. How many years left are on the lease for the LASA building?
I think it's 5 more years. At the time it was negotiated, it is under market, but we just don't need that much space and in that location. So yes, but it was under market at the time, but I think it's 5 more years.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any more questions? Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you being here, the thoughtful answers. We're going to move on now to LAHD.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. This is it for the day, team.
Really?
Last one. All right, welcome. Would appreciate if you'd introduce yourselves and highlight anything you'd like from your letter, and then I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hutt to open with the questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the council members.
Can you please bring that mic just a little closer? It's kind of hard to hear you. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, perfect.
So, good afternoon. My name is Tina Johnson Hall, and I'm the General Manager of LAHD. I am joined today by Luz Santiago, who is our Acting Executive Officer and AGM of Administration, Emily Zen Cervantes, Director of Administrative Services, Callie Hardy, Director of Strategic Engagement and Policy and all things ULA, Craig Arsenault, who is the Assistant General Manager of the Housing Development Bureau, Anna Ortega, who is our Assistant General Manager of Regulatory Code and Compliance Bureau, and Lorena Sanchez, Assistant Chief Grants Administrator in the LASA Contracts Unit. So we're here today to briefly talk about the upcoming budget. We're very grateful for the new positions we've received, which will help to carry out the ULA programs mandated by the voters. We're also very grateful for within the proposed budget, which continues to provide 10 previously approved positions for the new Homelessness Bureau. And finally, we received a few other positions through the department, which will help us to continue to serve Angelinos in the lane of housing. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's the current status of hiring for positions in the Bureau of Homeless Oversight from this year's budget? Luz?
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Luz Santiago, LAHD. So all the positions were allocated and approved within the last couple of weeks. One of them was finally approved earlier this month. So the status of the 10 positions, 2 positions, the 2 management analysts, we made offers and are waiting for the staff to start. Hopefully that will occur within the next couple of weeks. We have 4 positions that we're going to start interviewing. They were posted and we have applicants, and those are the Senior MA1, the Data Analyst 2, and 2 positions for the Senior Housing Planning and Economic Analyst. So hopefully we could interview with next week and the following and have the positions filled by the middle of May. There are 2 positions which are our leadership positions that were posted and are going to be closing, one at the end of this month, which is the Assistant General Manager, and the Director of Housing is posted and will be closing May 7th. So we're also hopeful that we could have those positions filled with bodies by June. And there's one position, the Chief MA. We are waiting for the list to be established. We were told by personnel that that should be coming in early May. So once the list is established, we'll be able to post and and conduct interviews. And then our strategy for the last position, which is a HEPA position, Housing Planning and Economic Analyst. We are going to fill that position after we fill the 2 senior positions. So that's the
Thank you.
status.
Is there any additional ULA funding for unfunded positions that were identified in previous reports, Pat?
Yes, so the 106 positions, 107 positions we originally requested, plus the ones assigned to other departments fall within the 8% of admin that's available for the fiscal year.
Thank you. And what is the status of updating the LAHD bond policy to reflect changes, including the middle income housing program that we recently approved?
Good afternoon, Councilwoman. Craig Arsenault, Assistant General Manager at LHD. LHD is working on the report back. Staff have begun drafting changes to the bond policy. The department has determined that we would like to partner with CalHFA as a conduit bond issuer, as opposed to forming a JPA. We've not contacted CalHFA yet to discuss this arrangement. However, we have met with our bond counsel to discuss this program. We still have a lot of work to do before we're ready to report back, but we believe that we'll have the bond policies drafted, reviewed by bond counsel, and ready to submit to City Council by mid-May, May 18th approximately.
Thank you. Mid-May, you said. Okay, what ways have we been able to stabilize the LAHD loan portfolio through ULA and the controller audit improvements?
So the stabilization of LHD's loan portfolio is a work in progress, and it will take time to accomplish. We have already begun implementing some of the controller audit's recommendations. We've drafted a watch list policy and procedure document, which provides guidance on what to evaluate when putting projects on our watch list. And we've assessed the entire multifamily portfolio and identified projects to be placed on our watch list by using those policies. These watch list projects are projects that we flagged as non-performing assets. They're projects that exhibited indicators such as delinquent residual receipts, debt service coverage ratio that's less than 1.15, deferred maintenance, non-compliant regulatory agreements, depleted reserves, high vacancies, et cetera. Our next step is to notify borrowers that we flagged their project as having a financial concern. And we intend to do that by sending borrowers a letter which will notify them of our concern regarding their financial health of the project, and will request a mandatory meeting with us. The purpose of the meeting is going to be to hear the borrower's plan for stabilizing the project, evaluate that plan, and then begin assisting them. And we are estimating that we'll begin sending out these letters within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo to have the CAO report back with options and recommendations to restore the program assistant position, LHD identifying their budget letter to avoid a potential layoff. And then I'd like to request a separate budget memo to have the CAO report back with options to fund additional positions in the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight as identified in the previous report backs. The current staffing cannot handle additional work, as we understand, and we need to provide more resources to the department. And then lastly, I'd like to request a special study to have the Housing Department and the Department of Building and Safety, with the assistance of the Personnel Department, to report back with recommendations for alternative qualifications that would qualify an individual to be a housing or building inspector, such as a 2-year community college certificate or something of that sort. We've had a very difficult time hiring new inspectors, and I believe we can find creative ways to open up the hiring process. That's all from me, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Hutt. I have a couple of questions, and then go to Councilwoman Hernandez. So the department has a request to fully staff the ULA-funded positions, so that's 107. The council process approved 44 positions, leaving 67 remaining positions. I understand the department would like these positions to be filled later on in this fiscal year instead of waiting until next fiscal year to hire the remaining 67 positions. The department hasn't hired any of these 44 positions as it's waiting on allocation of these from the Civil Service Commission. Once that occurs, how long does the department anticipate it will take to hire up all 44 positions? It's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And if you could bring the mic just a little closer. Thank you.
I'm a little short.
I know, it's hard. It's awkward.
So we requested, as you indicated, 107 positions, and through the transmittal, we received 44, and the mayor's office is adding additional 23. So the remaining will be 40. For the ones that we have now, the 44, it went to the Civil Service Committee. We're waiting for it to be scheduled. We're told it's going to go in the first meeting next month. We have informed or been working with the personnel staff assigned to the department to make sure that these positions are these and the homelessness positions are of the highest priority. So basically setting everything else aside and just focusing on these. So for all of the positions, they're actively listed, and we are going to be doing all hands on deck, making sure that the positions are filled, assuming they get allocated in May. Then for the start of the fiscal year, we are hoping to have bodies in the positions.
Okay, great. So I'd like to request a memo on how long it will take to hire 44 positions and 67 positions respectively, and on options for 6 months funding for the remaining 67 positions for these ULA-funded positions, just realistically. I may not need the full 100%. Let's see. Another question, given the scale of housing need and demand and the passage of local and state laws to streamline housing, offer greater incentives to build more units, and strengthen tenant protections, is the Housing Department able to review and approve critical applications for the RUD, Ellis, tenant placement, and income verification and other processes in a timely way? It's a lot.
It is. Anna, would you please respond?
Can you bring the mic? Thank you.
I believe our Housing Development Bureau can speak to some of the land use related questions, but as far as Alice, we currently have 7 analysts. We received some positions in prior budget years, and we are fully able to handle the Alice applications. Those have certain timelines required under the Alice Act itself, so, and it's all about eviction, so we prioritize those. So renters affected are notified immediately that an Alice has been filed, and about the time limits that they have by which they must vacate their rental units. So it's either 120 days or 1 year, but it's all a very prescribed timeline. So as far as the Ellis process, we have sufficient staff at this time. Should we in the future adopt greater or expand the renter protections, we'll take another look at that.
Okay, and for the other ones, the non-Ellis ones, can you tell me what the average response time between when applications are received and the department responds? I assume it's a little different for each of these. Do you have data on what the response time looks like?
I can answer that
Thank
question.
you.
So on average, LHD's land use section responds to application submittals within 1 week. There are 15 members of that team that work on these RUDs and land use covenants. We have 1 vacant management position that we're trying to fill in 2025.
Okay. Okay. Do you feel like the number of people that you have currently doing this work allows for the proper scaling to ensure tenants have the information they need, units are approved faster, and people are placed in new housing quickly? Right now, given the current state of what the laws prescribe?
So,
I mean, you'll always say more, but is it adequate at this point?
I mean, I'd say it's so if we look at, so we respond to these applications within 1 week. It takes us approximately 75 days from when an applicant, we receive the application to when we actually complete the entire process. About 30 days or so of that is waiting for the applicant to submit all application documents. We do use a contractor to assist us in engaging with the applicants. They're asking for tenant income information. We have to get information from all the tenants to verify their income and whether or not they qualify. So that process takes a while. We could benefit from having additional staff. I think right now we have approximately 40 assignments per staff member. Having additional staff will reduce that overall workload amount, which we think would speed things up. We're
Do
also
you have a goal, I'm sorry, just to follow up on that, do you have a goal internally for what the total timeline is for when someone applies to when there's a final determination?
I think we'd like to be 60 days or less is the goal.
Okay.
But actually, Chair, I think we would welcome a budget memo here so that we can carefully consider your request and then get back to you.
Okay, I would then like to ask for a budget memo on what it would require personnel-wise to get to a place where it's 60 days. And also, I'll note that the timeline LAHD gives for replacement unit determination is 12 to 16 weeks. That's what I've heard from my team. So for that particular work that you guys do, what would it look like to bring that timeline down to something that you think is reasonable?
Okay, thank you.
We hear about this from constituents often. Okay. Colleagues, any more? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. And I asked this question with LAHSA, but I'm gonna bring it up to you all because it will be housed with you. But I would also like to, so with LAHSA's layoffs, how will this affect the agency's ability to administer city-funded contracts? And how does the LAHD Homelessness Bureau factor in here?
Very good question. Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. I think we do agree with LAHSA's answers, but I would just like to say that none of this would happen immediately. Operations would continue at its current pace with the number of folks that we have. And so therefore, we would continue to be somewhat overwhelmed by the amount of work that we have. I just want the committee to recognize that this would not be an immediate thing. Operations would need to continue at the current pace with the number of folks that we have. That's where we're anxious to get more people hired as quickly as possible.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
You're saying operations continue at the current pace. Don't we need to be going a lot faster?
I think that we do need to get the advances out faster so that the providers are not as challenged as they have been.
Well, I mean, and if we're going to get the alliance reimbursement, we have to be moving a lot faster.
Correct, Council Member.
Okay. Anyway, a couple of questions. One, which division within LAHD is responsible for oversight and coordinating pathways into housing from homeless programs? I see there's a one management analyst on page 19 as the lease-up coordinator for the permanent supportive housing, but are there other folks coordinating? Because I raise this because I still have issues with my home key sites and trying to lease them up and getting folks, need folks who can help address this as the year goes on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Councilmember. So although there are no LHD staff exclusively dedicated to coordinating pathways into housing from the homelessness programs, our Accessible Housing Program Unit, or ACHP division, the Occupancy Monitoring Division, and the Policy Unit and the Homeless Services Contracts Units all participate in related efforts. Specifically, ACHP staff attend lease-up calls with the primary goal of ensuring accessible units are filled with people who need the accessibility features. Before lease-up, ACHP works with the property owner to avoid layering units with multiple restrictions, veteran status, disability need, chronically homeless, et cetera, as much as possible. Having multiple layers of eligibility requirements has made it difficult for properties to find eligible tenants. The multiple layers are requirements. It's making it more difficult for people also experiencing homelessness to secure housing. If representatives for a housing project challenges, some of the challenges that we've experienced in filling an accessible unit for any reason, we use information from LHD's web-based registry to share a list of households that have self-declared that they are homeless or at risk of homelessness and need accessible units. We share that list with the property representatives as a tool to find households that meet the eligibility criteria. Regarding the management analyst position mentioned on page 391 that you just referenced, this position is located within the occupancy monitoring section of LHD's asset management division. The analyst is responsible for coordinating supportive tasks related to occupancy monitoring development services, including tracking and providing support for HHH projects by analyzing their progress through financing, closing, and leasing, and monitoring the projects in inventory in the long term. The analyst also troubleshoots the Triple H portfolio to ensure effective monitoring. They respond to inquiries, update project data, consolidate data, prepare and finalize reports for the division and bureau, and they compile reports quarterly, compile quarterly lease-up data for Triple H committee, as well as special reports. In addition to that, we have one housing planning and economic analyst, a HEPA, and one senior housing planning and economic analyst in LHG's policy unit.
Let me just stop you. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and what I'm hearing is that there are a lot of people involved in this, and I guess what I'm looking for is accountability and finding, because as I said, the frustration with me is I work really hard to get all these, PSH units up, and then when it comes time to lease, we just get run over, and we don't get our people in. And I've talked about this with all of you many times. So I guess maybe the way to handle it is a special study about, can we find ways to get more direct accountability and transparency with this process, and to give you a chance. It's not going to be a budget item, but give you a chance to figure out a way that you can work with us to actually get more agency by the city in this lease-up process.
Yeah, I'd like to make a recommendation. So in the initial request with the Homeless Bureau, there was a team that was designated for this specific project, but unfortunately, the only position that was approved was the director position. So the specific project that you're mentioning, for example, is only supervised by LAHSA. The Homeless Services Bureau is only supervising the contract execution and paying the provider, LAHSA in this case, and then LAHSA would be responsible for supervising the provider. So if we could have additional resources that would employ this, the permanent supportive housing, to be able to monitor and review the additional resources and accountability that you're recommending, then yes, that is something that LHD and the new bureau could take on, which I believe we had additionally recommended in our first draft of support services.
Well, then as part of the budget memo that you're doing to pinpoint on what it would take to get that accountability. Because even the project you're mentioning is just one of, as you know, and I think you've been great with contracting with LAHSA, but is one of a series of these that we've had, where we've had this frustration. Unrelated question: there's $1 million allocated to printing and binding, and $200,000 for contractual services for ULA. What is that about? What's the implementation for that?
Callie, can you answer that? Or okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So that 1 million is for printing of materials, mainly to educate tenants about their tenant rights and the tenant protections through ULA funding. As you know, we adopted the Just Cause ordinance a couple of years ago, and that brought in an additional 400,000 rental units that's now regulated, and tenants who have renter protections. So a lot of that is the goal of it is to print materials to educate those tenants. It breaks up.
Does it also include the money for like the notice requirements to landlords and all that to give them?
Yes, so there's a variety of things. So there's we spend about $8,000 a month on eviction filing notifications to renters, so that's one thing. The notices that are required to be posted by landlords, our inspectors go out and see whether or not those are posted like they should be. So part of this money will be used to print and laminate the required postings. So that is about $62,500 for a year. There's brochures for tenants, kind of know your rights things.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, and I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to keep it moving because I appreciate what you're saying. We also just allocated a lot of money to nonprofits to do outreach through ULA, like $20 million for Liberty Hill and different groups, and which is great. But can some of this fall under that purview? Is there some way to offload some of these expenses onto the groups that we're paying all this money for outreach?
The outreach is a little different. It's all related, but this million is for LAHD efforts. We do a lot of outreach and education in-house through LAHD. We do monthly workshops. We go out to community events, PTAs, that kind of thing. We need updated brochures, again, that explain all the new rights that the Just Cause units have. We have about 50 different informational bulletins, and all of those are distributed in a variety of ways. So this is actually for hard copies of informational material.
Okay. Well, shifting topics a little bit, there is something in their budget, it's called the Land Use Affirmative Marketing Plan. Which category of housing projects does that involve, or what is that about? It's on page 392.
So the land use affirmative marketing plans, there's a new requirement that for projects that are subject to restrictions under land use covenant agreements or for programs such as transit-oriented communities, incentive programs, density bonus programs, and unpermitted dwelling units, and also as RUDs. At least 120 days prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the owner is required to contact LHD and submit a LUAMP detailing how the owner will affirmatively market the restricted units. At a minimum, the owner must advertise the restricted units on LHD's affordable and accessible housing registry. The LUAMP requirement only applies to projects with executed land use covenants with the LUAMP covenant requirement, which was implemented October 21st, 2021. Projects with LUAMP covenant requirements began receiving their CFOs in 2024. So it's a fairly new type of covenant that we have.
So the Land Use Affirmative Marketing Plan is a new covenant with landlords.
Yes, it's a type of marketing plan that's required for land use covenants. So these are typically projects that come from the private sector, where they're looking for some sort of density bonus in
Can we
exchange
use
for
this
corporate
can LAHD use this to provide more pathways for people experiencing homelessness to access these units? We're always looking for ways we have so much trouble we have these TLS, and we have the TLS program, we have all these vouchers, and it's very hard to get people to get into the units. So is this another avenue of leverage where we can get people into units?
With additional staff to monitor compliance, the department could encourage developers to affirmatively market their units to homeless service providers in the district in order to provide a more direct pathway to affordable units for qualifying tenants. It should be noted, however, that people experiencing homelessness typically require PSH units, which include wraparound services. Affordable units that are not designed as PSH do not include these types of services.
But only a small. I mean, we can't take all the homeless and put them in PSH. I mean, if that was the premise, we'd have an unscalable model. The whole concept is we have to get the majority of homeless people into non-PSH units, into into housing units, which is sort of a big charge that you all have. So I don't want to accept that's the road we have to go down. But I get it on that road. But for the majority of folks who can potentially get some services and then get into a non-PSH unit, I don't know, it just seems like there's some leverage here.
I should just note one thing that we have started doing. So for property owners and management and agents of properties with land use restrictions, they must submit an income certification package to LHD for review. This income certification document is necessary to certify income eligibility for the prospective households, et cetera, before they move into the unit. We process our reviews of those certifications within 10 business days. For projects, though, that are housing homeless, potential homeless tenants, we've begun expediting the review of those income certifications. And so I think that's important to note.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just jump into some budget memos. Could I get a budget memo, the Housing Department report back on staffing and systems needed to improve the cost recovery program and implement my motion, which was CF 25-1313. A budget memo on the impact to keep the outreach coordinator in the CAO Group 16 at CAO. A budget memo about the cost to add one management analyst and one senior management, this may have been covered, analyst to the Homeless Oversight Bureau to support policy development, interdepartmental coordination, homelessness prevention, and lease up to the ULA funded programs to be funded by ULA. Similarly, budget memo on savings from eliminating the new graphic designer 2 position in the external relations team and the cost difference to add a management analyst and one senior project coordinator to assist the asset management team oversee the affirmative targeting marketing plan for units coming online with Homes for LA NOFA to be paid with ULA funds. Budget memo, cost to add one management analyst to establish the greater coordination between street medicine teams and other outreach teams deployed by the city. And finally, a budget memo on the metrics and outcomes related to the street medicine program.
Okay.
There's a theme there, but okay. Thank you.
Colleagues, questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the time and effort. And colleagues, the questions. Colleagues, this is our last department presentation for the day. So tomorrow, Wednesday, April 29th, beginning at 1 p.m., we'll hear from the police department, the fire department, emergency management department, personnel, information technology agency, recreation and parks, and animal services. This meeting is now in recess.
Here, while also taking seriously our responsibility to help those who are at their most vulnerable. Those priorities can and must exist together, and they require continued engagement beyond today. So Stephanie, while you asked me to make that promise to you, I am asking you and LA Family Housing to make a promise to me. I want this place to be a success. I want the neighborhood to when we ask them, you know, if they're happy, they say what an incredible addition this has been. Because when I go to other communities and I ask them to build housing in their communities, all the time. I bring them, and I expect to bring them to the Cielo and talk to the neighbors around here. And I'm confident that those neighbors will say what a benefit it is to have this in their community. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for everything everyone has done to bring this project to this point. And Stephanie, thank you so much for the relationship.
Thank you so much, Councilmember, for your ongoing advocacy, continued support, and a genuine partnership to make this project and others like it possible. And I will honor your ask of us as you honored your commitment to LA Family Housing and LAFH Builds. Now it is my true honor and pleasure to introduce the garbage truck. To introduce our next speaker, Kyle Phipps, a resident here at the Cielo. I'm going to say a couple more words, but stay here. No, you're good. Kyle's path into homelessness is all too familiar, leaving prison without the support or resources needed to successfully re-enter society. His story speaks to the power of community, compassion, and of second chances, and to what is possible when people are given the opportunity to rebuild their lives. Thank you for sharing your story.
Good morning. I'm proud to welcome you all here to my home. My name is Kyle. I moved into the Cielo on November 19th of this year. That was a big day for me, my wife, and my kids. When we opened the door to our apartment, we both broke down crying. That's the only way we knew what to do. We took both love and everything we've been through, and we just put it into tears of joy. Not out of sadness, not out of anything else, just pure joy. We were 8 years without a home. We finally had one, a door we could lock, a place that was ours. My journey here began with a life I never imagined losing. I was adopted. I had moved to the Valley to meet my biological family. For the first time, I bought a house, I had a job, I was a father to 2 beautiful little girls. I was building relationships with my biological family. Things were good. Then something happened. With my younger brother at his work, being the big brother I never got to be, I let my emotions get the better of me, and I didn't hurt no one, but I ended up going to prison. I went to prison for 7 years. When I got out, everything was gone. My home, my family, my kids. I didn't know who to call, where to start, where to go. And then one day, the outreach team from LA Family Housing started going around the valley, offering certain things to people, to the homeless encampments. I didn't believe it. I thought it was all just talk.